Extant first volume The True History of Mayhem and Bloodshed and Warfare in Canada concerning the French, English, Dutch, and Spanish conquest of Acadia, Québec, Louisiana, and colonial America and the Franco-Anglo colonization of Rupert's land, the Northwest Territories and the Dominion of Canada. Important note, this document was simply written in Romanized modern English, but was not composed using either gematria semantics or quantum parse syntax grammar. The True History of Mayhem and Bloodshed and Warfare in Canada, a Blackthorn publication. 6 Copyright Darcy John Bouchard. Preambles. Civilization grew in the beginning from the minute that we had communication, particularly communication by sea that enabled people to get inspiration and ideas from each other and to exchange basic raw materials. Thor Heyerdahl, Norwegian adventurer and ethnographer, notable for his Kon-Tiki expedition. The True History of Mayhem and Bloodshed and Warfare in Canada, the extant first volume by Darcy John Bouchard, copyright 2023, based on a genetic analysis of 52 modern Native American groups and 17 Siberian groups. Researchers have concluded the majority of Kainites descend from a single Siberian population which crossed into the land of Nod over the Bering Strait land bridge. Arctic people who speak Eskimo Aleut languages also inherited genetic material from a second wave of Mongoloid expatriates from Siberia. Members of a third Asiatic migration contributed to the gene pool of N18-speaking Chippewayan of Canada. Finding multiple migrations complements previous genetic, archaeological, and linguistic studies. Of course, that doesn't mean there were only 3 migrations to the Americas. Researchers only looked at the ancestry of living Native Americans. There could be early migrating groups that didn't leave behind living descendants. That's something we may never know. Paleolithic hunters and gatherers of the controversial Proto-Solutrean Clovis culture, 18,000 to 16,000 BCE, a pre-deluge Proto-Aryan Caucasoid population derived from the prehistoric culture of Western Europe, followed migratory horse, reindeer, mammoth/mastodon, saber-toothed felines, rhinoceros, e.g. biblical unicorn and bicorn, cave bear, and aurochs across the North Atlantic Ocean along the edge of pack ice that extended from the Atlantic coast of central and southwestern France and parts of Iberia to North America during the last glacial maximum, LGM. During the last glacial period, when global temperatures were significantly lower, sea levels were at their lowest, and ice sheets were at their greatest extension, covering much of North America, Northern Europe, and Asia. Using survival skills similar to those of modern Eskimos/Sami, Lapps, the Stone Age progeny of the 7 daughters of Eve became the first human inhabitants of the Americas. Using mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, those maternal DNA codes passed between mother and daughter, researchers have traced European populations back to several antediluvian genetically related clan mother groups. Cf. Darcy John Bouchard, Genesis Explained. Archaeological discoveries in the plains and southeast attest to this. But an even earlier tool technology points to the Western stem tradition, said to be ancestors of all the indigenous cultures of North and South America. They are known for their distinctive spearheads. In the year 458, Hui Shan, also written as Hoi Xin, meaning very intelligent in Chinese, was a Chaman, mendicant Buddhist priest, from Afghanistan who first came to China as a very young missionary about 450 CE. He crossed the Pacific in the company of 4 fellow priests and landed on the west coast of this continent, which he described as the wonderful land of Fuzhang, the Vinland of the West. The period was one of great expansion for Buddhism, and extraordinary journeys made by Chamen on land and sea were not at all uncommon. They sailed northeast of Japan to the land of Tahan, i.e. the Kamchatka Peninsula in Siberia, and from there traveled 20,000 to, about 6,600 miles, east to the land of Fuzhang. This distance and direction suggest that they went by a coasting, island-hopping route across the North Pacific, past the Aleutian Islands to Alaska, and down the west coast of America as far as California/Mexico. They, apparently, remained there for 40 years, observing the country, its people, its customs, crafts, plants, and animals, and diffusing Buddhism among the inhabitants. After he returned to China in the year 499, Hui Shan appeared before the Emperor Wu Ti, possibly the first Oriental to have seen the West. He was then a very old man. Overcome with emotion and weeping, he presented the emperor with gifts from the land of Fuzang and gave him a lengthy, detailed account of his travels. The story of Hui Shan, however, is unique in being the only actual record yet found that may be an historical account of such an east-west contact. The bold anchorite Saint Brendan the Navigator of Clonfert, an early Irish monastic, and one of the 12 Apostles of Ireland, is primarily renowned for his legendary journey to the Isle of the Blessed. He set out on the Atlantic Ocean with 16 monks, although other versions record 14 plus 3 unbelievers who joined in the last minute, to find the Terrae Promissionis Sanctorum, promised land of the saints, i.e., the paradisiacal Garden of Eden. They, thus, crossed the ocean in a curragh-like boat of wattle. A curragh is a type of Irish boat with a wooden frame, over which animal skins or hides were tanned in oak bark, softened with butter and stretched over wattle, a lightweight construction material made by weaving thin branches or slats between upright stakes to form a woven lattice. He and his small group of monks fasted for 40 days, and after a prayer on the shore, in the name of the Most Holy Trinity, set up a mast and a sail and embarked. But there is no reliable evidence to indicate that Brendan ever reached Greenland or the Americas. In 1003, Thorvald Eriksson, son of Eric the Red and brother of Leif Erikson, had the first contact with the native Skrieling population. After capturing and killing 8 of the natives, they were attacked at their beached ships, which they defended. Icelandic explorer Thorfinn Karlsefni, son of R. Hestfi Snorrason, son of Snorri, son of Thord of Hofti, ancestor of Ragnar Lodbrok, followed his predecessors Thorvald and Leif Erikson to Vinland, i.e. the northernmost tip of the Great Northern Peninsula on the island of Newfoundland in the Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Skirmishes between Norsemen and the Mongoloid ancestors of the Beothuk continued at Lance Auxiliary Meadows, the only certain site of a Norse or Viking settlement in North America. Despite everything the land had to offer there, they would be under constant threat of attack from the natives, so, they returned to Greenland. Discovered in 1960, it is the only certain site of a Norse or Viking settlement in North America. This we remember as the Battle of Vinland, 1003 to 1010. One of the more popular legends of colonial America was that of Prince Madoc of Owen Gwynedd of Wales. Madoc sailed west from Wales in 1170, perhaps becoming one of the first Europeans to reach the Americas. The story goes that the death Madoc's father, Prince Owen Gwynedd of Wales, triggered internecine strife among his successors. Desiring no part in the conflict, Madoc sailed west across the ocean with a small fleet of ships. Some time later he returned to Wales, telling of an unknown country, pleasant and fertile. Convincing some of his countrymen to accompany him, he set sail again and never returned. In the 16th century, renewed skirmishes erupted between the Inuit on Baffin Island and English sailors under privateer Sir Martin Frobisher, who made 3 voyages to the New World looking for the Northwest Passage. The Meta Incognita Peninsula, Latin, unknown shore, is located on southern Baffin Island in the Canadian territory of Nunavut, bounded by Hudson Strait to the west, and Frobisher Bay to the east. Early voyages of circumnavigation, the search of a westward route to Asia. Christopher Columbus' voyages to the west, 1492 to 1503, had the goal of reaching the Indies and to establish direct commercial relations between Spain and the Asian kingdoms. The Spanish soon realized that the lands of the Americas were not a part of Asia, but a new continent. The 1494 Treaty of Tordesillas reserved for Portugal the eastern routes that went around Africa. 2 years later, in 1498, Vasco da Gama, first Count of Vitigueira, son of Estevão da Gama, who had served in the 1460s as a knight of the household of Infante Ferdinand, Duke of Bisu, became the first European to link Europe and Asia by an ocean route, connecting the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans and, therefore, the West and the Orient. Da Gama's discovery of the sea route to India was significant and opened the way for an age of global imperialism and for the Portuguese to establish a long-lasting colonial empire in Asia. Castile, Spain, urgently needed to find a new commercial route to Asia. After the Junta de Toro Conference of 1505, the Spanish crown commissioned expeditions to discover a route to the west. Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa, son of Nuno Arias de Balboa, a hidalgo, nobleman, and the Lady de Badajoz, was a Spanish explorer and conquistador and is best known for crossing the Isthmus of Panama in 1513, becoming the first European to lead an expedition to have seen or reached the Pacific from the New World. And 16th-century navigator and explorer Juan Díaz de Solís, who was accused of the death of his wife, served as a privateer in French fleets for a short time, before later serving the Spanish crown. In 1516, de Solís, the first European to land on what is now modern-day Uruguay, followed the eastern coast of South America southward as far as the mouth of the Rio de la Plata River, thereafter, along with 2 officers and 7 men, sailing upriver to the confluence of the Uruguay River and Parana River. The little party had not proceeded far when they were attacked by local Indians. Evidence points towards it being the Guarani people who killed and ate him after disembarking. Surviving crew members reported de Solís and most of the other men had been killed, thus putting the expedition to an end. His brother-in-law, Francisco de Torres, took charge of the expedition's ships and returned to Spain. In September 1522, Fernão de Magalhães, Ferdinand Magellan, son of Rodrigo de Magalhães, Alcaide Moor of Aveiro, son of Pedro Afonso de Magalhães and wife Quinta de Souza, and wife Alda de Mesquita, and brother of Leonor or Genever de Magalhães, wife with issue of João Fernandes Barbosa, a skilled sailor and naval officer, was selected by King Charles I of Spain to search for a westward route to the Spice Islands. Note, by the beginning of the Ming dynasty, China had reached a peak of naval technology unsurpassed in the world. Chinese shipbuilders also combined technologies they borrowed and adapted from seafarers of the South China Seas and the Indian Ocean. For centuries, China was the preeminent maritime power in the region, with advances in navigation, naval architecture, and propulsion. From the 9th century on, the Chinese had taken their magnetic compasses aboard ships to use for navigating, 2 centuries before Europe. In addition to compasses, Chinese could navigate by the stars when skies were clear, using printed manuals with star charts and compass bearings that had been available since the 13th century. Star charts had been produced from at least the 11th century, reflecting China's concern with heavenly events, unmatched until the Renaissance in Europe. The Mongols controlled the Silk Road routes across Central Asia from roughly 1250 to 1350, and ruled China for much of that time, but the empire splintered into a number of smaller khanates, each ruled by a different khan. The resulting anarchy and warfare on land encouraged traders to use sea routes, and later, by about 1400 CE, most long-distance trade was moving by sea. Some of these ships were the largest marine craft the world had ever known. Over 60 of the 317 ships on the first voyage of Chinese imperial eunuch Admiral Zheng He, born Mahi *, son of a minor official in the Mongol Empire whose ancestors were Persian Muslims, were enormous treasure ships, sailing vessels over 400 feet long, 160 feet wide, with several stories, 9 masts, and 12 sails, and luxurious staterooms complete with balconies, and were followed by almost 200 other ships of various sizes, carrying personnel, horses, grain, and 28,000 armed troops. For comparison, Christopher Columbus Santa Maria measured just 85 feet. The likes of these ships had never before been seen in the world, and it would not be until World War I that such an armada would be assembled again. To satisfy growing Chinese demand for special spices, medicinal herbs, and raw materials, Chinese merchants cooperated with Muslim and Indian traders to develop a rich network of trade that reached beyond Southeast Asia to the fringes of the Indian Ocean. In the book 1421, The Year China Discovered the World, published as 1421, The Year China Discovered America in the United States, Gavin Menzies, a former British Navy submarine commander, concludes that only China had the time, money, manpower, and leadership to send such expeditions, and then sets out to prove that the Chinese visited lands unknown. Zheng He led 7 ocean expeditions for the Ming Emperor that are unmatched in world history. Menzies claims that from 1421 to 1423, during the Ming dynasty of China under the Yongle Emperor, the fleets of Zheng He were commanded by the captains Zhou Wen, Zhou Man, Yang Qing, and Hong Bao, and they discovered Australia, New Zealand, the Americas, Antarctica, and the Northeast Passage, circumnavigated Greenland, tried to reach the North and South Poles, and circumnavigated the world before Ferdinand Magellan. When Ma He was about 10 years of age, the Ming army invaded Yunnan to take it back from the Mongols and bring it under Ming control. The Ming soldiers killed Ma He's father in the fighting and captured Ma He. As was customary with juvenile captives, they castrated him by cutting off his testes and penis with a sword. He survived this trauma and was handed over to be a servant in the household of the emperor's 4th son, Zhu Di. Growing up to be a burly, imposing man, over 6 feet tall with a chest contemporaries said measured over 5 feet around, he was also extremely talented and intelligent. He was sent to the capital, where he received literary and military training, and made important allies at court in the process. When the emperor needed a trustworthy ambassador familiar with Islam and the ways of the South to head his splendid armada to the Western Oceans, he naturally picked the talented court eunuch, Ma He, whom he renamed Zheng. As said, Magellan was selected by King Charles I of Spain to search for a westward route to the Spice Islands. He was given command of a fleet of 5 vessels, and a crew of about 270, mostly men of Spain, but including men from several nations, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Germany, Belgium, Greece, England, and France. Sailing south through the Atlantic Ocean to Patagonia, passing through the Strait of Magellan into a body of water he named the Peaceful Sea, the modern Pacific Ocean. Despite a series of storms and mutinies, the expedition reached the Spice Islands in 1521 and returned home via the Indian Ocean to complete the first circumnavigation of the globe. Magellan did not complete the entire voyage, though, as he was killed during the Battle de Mactan by Lapu-Lapu, who was the first native to resist imperial Spanish colonization. His surviving crewmen returned to Spain. Competition in trade was becoming urgent, especially with Portugal. King Francis I of France was impelled by French merchants and financiers from Lyon and Rouen to seek new trade routes, so, in 1523-24, although not formally commissioned, Florentine explorer Giovanni da Verrazzano, son of Piero Andrea di Bernardo da Verrazzano and Fiammetta Capelli, was sent, on behalf of France, to find a sea route to the Pacific Ocean and explore the eastern coast of North America, an area between Florida and Terra Nova, the newfound land. Within months, 4 ships set sail due west for the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, but a violent storm and rough seas caused the loss of 2 ships. The remaining 2 damaged ships, La Dauphine and La Normande, were forced to return to Brittany. In 1534, 2 years after the Duchy of Brittany was formally united with France in the Edict of Union, Jacques Cartier was introduced to King Francis I by Jehan l'Eveneur, Bishop of Saint Malo and Abbot of Mont Saint-Michel. L'Eveneur cited voyages to Newfoundland and Brazil as proof of Cartier's ability to lead ships to the discovery of new lands in the New World. Jacques Cartier, Breton, Jacques Carter, who was a respectable mariner, improved his social status in 1520 by marrying Mary Catherine de Grand-Ces of a leading family. He was the first European to describe and map the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the shores of the St. Lawrence River, which he named the country of Canadas, after the Iroquois names for the 2 big settlements at Stadacona, Quebec City, and at Hochelaga, Montreal Island. On April 20 Cartier set sail under a commission from the king to search for a western passage to the wealthy markets of Asia, and to discover certain islands and lands where it is said that a great quantity of gold and other precious things are to be found. It took him 20 days to sail across the ocean. He explored parts of Newfoundland, areas that now comprise the Canadian Atlantic provinces and the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Cartier's first 2 encounters with Aboriginal peoples in Canada on the north side of Shallow Bay, most likely the Mechamic, were brief. Some trading occurred. His third encounter took place on the shores of Gaspé Bay, called Hunguido by the natives, with a party of St. Lawrence Iroquoians, where on July 24 he planted a cross to claim the land for France. Cartier returned to France in September 1534, sure that he had reached an Asian land. Prolegamenon long live the King of France, Nouveau France and the Big River of Canada. Reaching the St. Lawrence, Cartier sailed upriver for the first time in July 1534, he and his men encountered 200 people fishing near Gaspé Bay and reached the Iroquoian capital of Stadacona, a village not far from where Quebec City would be founded in 1608, whereat Agahana Donnacona ruled. Donnacona showed Cartier 5 scalps taken in their warfare with the Tudaman, a neighboring people who had recently attacked one of their forts the previous spring, killing 200 inhabitants. Despite efforts by the people of the village, Cartier seized some inhabitants and their chief, but later released Donnacona, who agreed that his 2 sons, Tinoagni and Domagaya, to return with Cartier to France for a year, under the condition that they return with European goods to trade. Cartier returned to Stadacona with Chief Donnacona's sons on his next voyage in 1535 to 1536, whence he recorded a word they used to refer to their home, they call a town, Canada, Canada. Jacques Cartier set sail for a second voyage on May 19 of the following year with 3 ships, 110 men, and his 2 Iroquoian captives. Cartier left his main ships in a harbor close to Stadacona, and used his smallest ship to continue on to Hochelaga, now Montreal, arriving on October 2, 1535. Hochelaga was far more impressive than the small and squalid village of Stadacona, and a crowd of over 1,000 came to the river edge to greet the Frenchmen. The site of their arrival has been identified as the beginning of Sault Ste. Marie, where the bridge named after him now stands. The expedition could proceed no further, as the river was blocked by rapids. So certain was Cartier that the river was the Northwest Passage and that the rapids were all that was preventing him from sailing to China, that the rapids and the town which eventually grew up near them came to be named after the French word for China, La Chine, the Lachine Rapids, and the town of Lachine, Quebec. After spending 2 days among the people of Hochelaga, Cartier returned to Stadacona on October 11. It is not known exactly when he decided to spend the winter of 1535 to 1536 in Stadacona. In any event, it was too late by then to return to France. Cartier and his men prepared for the winter by strengthening their fort, stacking firewood, and salting down game and fish. From mid-November 1535 to mid-April 1536, the French fleet lay frozen solid at the mouth of the St. Charles River, under the Rock of Quebec. Ice was over a fathom, 1.8 m, thick on the river, with snow 4 feet, 1.2 m, deep ashore. To add to the misery, scurvy broke out first among the Iroquoians, and then among the French, but Cartier and his crew were effectively saved by the Stadaconans, whence, on a visit to the French fort by Domagaya son of Donnacona, Cartier inquired and learned from him of a cure for scurvy, which had already killed a quarter of Cartier's crew, a vitamin-rich broth made from a tree known as aneta, probably spruce beer, or arbor vitae, vi. This remedy likely saved the expedition from destruction, allowing 85 Frenchmen to survive the winter. Cartier journal entry, mid-February, out of 110 that we were, not 10 were well enough to help the others, a pitiful thing to see. The Frenchmen used up the bark of an entire tree in a week on the cure, and the dramatic results prompted Cartier to proclaim it a godsend and a miracle. The same winter, more than 50 Iroquois of the village died from diseases carried by the Europeans. Ready to return to France in early May 1536, Cartier decided to kidnap Chief Donnacona, his sons, and 7 other inhabitants, so that the natives might personally tell the tale of a legendary Iroquoian country of blonde men further north, called the Kingdom of Saguenay, French, Royaume du Saguenay, said to be rich in furs and other treasures and full of great mines of silver, gold, and rubies. Note today, typically understood to be an entirely mythical European misunderstanding, or made up, or an Iroquoian attempt to trick or confuse the French. However, some people have speculated it was an ancient, pre-Columbian European settlement to which the Iroquoian oral tradition referred, such as the Norse settlement at Lance Auxiliary Meadows, or of the tribe of White Indians, remarkable for their light hair and blue-gray eyes, which was rumored to have long ago resided in the area of the Falls of Ohio. However, hostilities broke out between the White Indians and another neighboring Indian group. A final battle between the two tribes occurred on Sand Island at the falls where the White Indians were massacred. Moreover, it has been proposed that interbreeding with Norse survivors might explain the blonde Indians among the Mandan on the upper Missouri River. Furthermore, Mormons believe that Native Americans, i.e. Lamanites, descended from Israelites who traveled by boat to North America in 600 BCE. Nothing in the Book of Mormon precludes migration into the Americas by peoples of Asiatic origin. Thus, Cartier took Chief Donnacona and his folk back to France. Donnacona was treated well in France, and looked after at the king's expense, but, in 1539, he died there. In fact, all but one of the other Iroquoians died, a little girl whose fate is unknown. After an arduous trip down the St. Lawrence and a 3-week Atlantic crossing, Cartier and his men arrived in St. Malo on July 15, 1536, concluding the second, 14-month voyage, which was to be Cartier's most profitable. As false as Canadian diamonds, on October 17, 1540, Francis ordered Cartier to return to Canada to lend weight to a colonization project of which he would be Captain General. However, on January 15, 1541, Cartier was supplanted by Jean-François de la Roque de Roberval, a Huguenot nobleman and adventurer and friend of the king. In addition to soldiering together in the Italian campaigns, they hunted on the Roberval estates. On return from the wars, he led the expensive life of a courtier, and borrowed heavily on his estates. This was a debt that would encourage his adventurism throughout his life. Note: Roberval was an early convert to Calvinism, that is, a French Protestant or Huguenot, and as such risked persecution from the Catholic Church. In 1535 he escaped hanging as a Protestant only by the intervention of the king. He was assassinated in 1560 in Paris along with fellow Protestants after leaving a Calvinist meeting near the Cimetière des Innocents ***. The Holy Innocents Cemetery was a defunct cemetery in Paris that was used from the Middle Ages until the late 18th century. It was the oldest and largest cemetery in Paris and had often been used for mass graves. It was closed because of overuse in 1780. AD in 1786 the remaining corpses were exhumed and transported to the unused subterranean quarries near Montparnasse known as the Catacombs. Named as the first Lieutenant General of French Canada, Roberval was given a commission to settle the province of Canada and provide for the spread of the Holy Catholic faith. The king provided some funds for this expedition and 3 ships, the Valentine, the Anne, and the Le Chiffre. Cartier, to whom the king had first given this commission on the basis of his previous 2 voyages to Canada, was hired as chief navigator. While Roberval waited for artillery and supplies, he gave permission to Cartier to sail on ahead with his ships. Cartier did so in May 1541. He sailed few kilometers up the St. Lawrence River at a spot he had previously observed, whereat his 500 colonists, and convicts, were landed. The cattle that had survived 3 months aboard ship were turned loose, earth was broken for a kitchen garden, and seeds of cabbage, turnip, and lettuce were planted. 'Twas thereat he oversaw the building of a fortified settlement, Charlesbourg Royal, which was located at the confluence of the Rivière du Cap Rouge, near the Iroquois settlement of Stadacona. Another fort was also built on the cliff overlooking the settlement, for added protection. Roberval with his 3 ships and 200 colonists set sail in April 1542, arriving June 8. Cartier, impatient to show the king the gold and diamonds his men had collected, which were nothing more than quartz and some iron parites, respectively, giving rise to a French expression, auxiliary comme les diamants du Canada. 2 of the ships were sent on their journey home with some of these minerals on September 2. Having set tasks for everyone, Cartier left with the longboats for a reconnaissance in search of Saguenay on September 7. Having reached Hochelaga, he was prevented by bad weather and the numerous rapids from continuing up to the Ottawa River. Returning to Charlesbourg Royal, Cartier found the situation ominous. The Iroquoians no longer made friendly visits or peddled fish and game, but prowled about in a sinister manner. No records exist about the winter of 1541 to 1542, and those few details we have were gleaned from the returning sailors. It seems the natives attacked and killed about 35 settlers before the Frenchmen could retreat behind their fortifications. Even though scurvy was cured through the native remedy Thuja occidentalis infusion, also known as Eastern arborvitae, vs., the impression left is of a general misery, and of Cartier's growing conviction that he had insufficient manpower either to protect his base or to go in search of the Saguenay Kingdom. Cartier left for France in early June 1542, encountering Roberval and his ships along the Newfoundland coast. Despite Roberval's insistence that he accompany him back to Saguenay, Cartier promptly slipped off under the cover of darkness and continued on to France with his military detachment and some discouraged colonists. He arrived there in October, in what proved to be his last voyage. Having some good maps from Cartier, the Roberval team sailed easily up the St. Lawrence River to Charlesbourg Royal, which he renamed France Roi, but it was abandoned in 1543 after disease, foul weather, and hostile natives drove the would-be settlers to despair. The village was abandoned and destroyed by an unknown enemy, likely due to devastating wars by the Mohawk of the Iroquois or Haudenosaunee Confederacy, 5 nations, vi. Only a few decades after the discovery of Canada by Jacques Cartier, the establishment of Nouveau France began. No permanent European settlements were made in Canada before 1605, when Samuel de Champlain founded Port Royal. Champlain later chose the location of Cartier's village to establish the colony of habitation, which would eventually grow into the city of Quebec. Legend of Madame Larocque and the Isle of Demons en route. Roberval abandoned Marguerite de Larocque, who was still young and unmarried, with her lover on the Isle of Demons, off the coast of Quebec near St. Paul River, as punishment for their affair. During the journey, they had become lovers, and, displeased with his young relative's actions, possibly motivated by his strong Calvinist morals, note the exact relationship remains unclear. André Thevet claimed Roberval was her uncle, while François de Belforest indicated they were brother and sister. Historian Elizabeth Boyer suggests they were in fact cousins. She became well known after her subsequent rescue and return to France. Her story was recounted in the Heptameron by Queen Marguerite of Navarre, and in later histories. Marguerite achieved some celebrity when her story became known. She became a schoolmistress, and settled in Nontron, living in Château de la Mothe. There is no record of any action or charges brought by her against Roberval. It is likely he was also driven by financial greed, since his debts were high, and Marguerite's death would be to his benefit. They were marooned. Her maidservant Damienne opted to remain with her. Marguerite gave birth to a child while on the island. The baby died, as did the young man and the maidservant, but Marguerite survived to be rescued by Basque fishermen and returned to France some years later. Roberval's settlement lasted less than 2 years due to the severe winter, scurvy, and attacks by the St. Lawrence Iroquoians, who had been displeased with the French in the recent past, since or before 1534, not least because of Cartier's treatment of Donnacona. In 1543 a relief expedition arrived from France and Roberval decided to repatriate his little colony to France. Taking his disappointment at the failed Canadian venture and his ships, Roberval took up the life of a corsair and went pirating, privateering, this time in the Caribbean against Spanish ships and towns, since France and Spain were at war. Tadoussac fishermen from Normandy, Brittany, the Basque country, who came ashore in Acadia during the summer months to dry their fish, found that they could carry on profitable trade with the Indians, exchanging axes, knives, pots and cloth for furs. In that epoch, only the rich men in Paris could afford a beaver robe, which could be bartered for an axe or a knife. With such profits possible, many fishermen and their backers turned to the fur trade, which was not only far more profitable but also easier to carry out. Such a lucrative trade also attracted the attention of some gentlemen of the court who had influence with the king. The king had the power to grant monopolies, the sole right to trade in certain commodities, but the monopolies were granted in return for favors rendered to the crown of France. Sieur François Grave du Pont, Ou Pontgrave, from the great seaport of St. Malo on the coast of Normandy, was a French navigator, captain on the sea and on the big river of Canada, and an early fur trader and explorer in the New World. He is known to have traded furs in the Nouveau France, since maybe 1580, surely before 1599, reaching Trois-Rivières in that year. In 1583, Pierre de Chauvin de Tuntuit, a captain of the French Royal Navy of a wealthy merchant family, was serving under Admiral François Aymar, or Aymar, de Clermont de Chaste. Note: Aymar de Chaste was a Catholic, French admiral during the Franco-Spanish Wars between 1582 and 1598. He served as governor of Dieppe and Arques-la-Bouteille as well as the French ambassador to England during mid to late 16th century. As vice-admiral, Chaste commanded the French-Portuguese naval forces supporting an attempt by Antonio, prior of Curto, a grandson of King Manuel I of Portugal and claimant of the Portuguese throne during the 1580 dynastic crisis, to defend the Azores from Spain to use as a staging point to liberate Portugal. However, he was defeated by Spanish Admiral Álvaro de Bazan, 1st Marquess of Santa Cruz de Mudela Cos at the Battle of Terceira in 1583. According to Spanish sources, de Bazan was never defeated, a remarkable achievement in a 50-year-long career. After agreeing to command an expedition to the St. Lawrence River with former officers Pierre Duguay, Sieur de Mons, François Grave du Pont and Samuel de Champlain, de Chaste was appointed Viceroy of Canada by King Henry IV on February 6, 1602. Chaste would preside over Nouveau France as lieutenant governor, later forming the Canada and Acadia Trading Company, which would eventually establish French domination of the North American fur trade for more than a decade, overseeing the company until his death in 1603, shortly before this first expedition returned to France. The Azores, officially the Autonomous Region of the Azores, is one of the two autonomous regions of Portugal. Along with Madeira, it forms an archipelago composed of 9 volcanic islands in the North Atlantic Ocean, about 1,360 kilometers west of continental Portugal, about 1,643 kilometers west of Lisbon, in continental Portugal, about 1,507 kilometers northwest of Morocco, and about 1,925 kilometers southeast of Newfoundland, Canada. The naval Battle of Ponta Delgada, Battle of São Miguel, or specifically the Battle of Vila Franca do Campo, took place on July 26, 1582, off the coast of the island of São Miguel in the Portuguese archipelago of the Azores, during the War of the Portuguese Succession. Continued in 1589, Chauvin was made captain of the important Huguenot garrison at Honfleur. By 1596, Chauvin had developed an interest in commercial and maritime enterprises. He now owned 4 vessels, the Don de Dieu, the Espérance, the Bon Espoir, and the St. Jehan, and he were regularly engaged in the North American fur trade and cod fishery of Canada and Newfoundland. A Calvinist, Chauvin had given illustrious service in the wars against the League, and was soon rewarded with a position of influence in the new King's Court. Chauvin, along with Pontgrave, obtained a fur trading monopoly for Nouveau France from Henri IV. In 1599 they founded Tadoussac, which became the center of fur trade between the French and First Nations peoples, and it remained the only seaport on the St. Lawrence River for 30 years. Pontgrave would have liked to go farther up the river, but his partner refused to do any exploring. Note: Jacques Cartier came to the site in 1535 during his second voyage. He found Innu people, popularly known since the French colonial era as Montagnais, using it as a base for hunting seal. Later that same century, Basques from Spain conducted whaling expeditions on the river. Colonists from the Tadoussac area were involved in whaling from 1632 until at least the end of the century. The Norsemen referred to the peoples they encountered in North America and Greenland as Skrielingjar in Greenlandic Norse. In surviving sources, it is first applied to the Thule people, the Proto-Inuit group with whom the Norse coexisted in Greenland after about the 13th century. In the sagas, it is also used for the peoples of the region known as Vinland whom the Norse encountered during their expeditions there in the early 11th century. They referred to Nitassinan. The territory covers the eastern portion of the Labrador Peninsula, as Markland, one of 3 lands on North America's Atlantic shore discovered by Leif Erikson around 1000 AD. It was located south of Helluland and north of Vinland. The ancestors of the Innu were known to have lived on these lands for several thousand years as hunter-gatherers. They used portable tents made of animal skins. Their subsistence activities were historically centered on hunting and trapping caribou, moose, deer, and small game. Some coastal clans also practiced agriculture, fished, and managed maple sugar bush. Continued Chauvin embarked from Honfleur in the early spring of 1600, with his 4 ships and the intended colonists, Grave as his partner and lieutenant, Pierre Dugois, Sieur de Mons. Against the advice of Pontgrave, Chauvin chose Tadoussac as his destination. Basque and Norman whalers were already using Tadoussac as a stopping point. It was strategically situated to profit from its location, on the shore at the mouth of the Saguenay River at its confluence with the St. Lawrence, with a harbor adjacent. Tadoussac had long been a montagne summering place for barter and for half a century a fur trading and fishing resort for Europeans. But with the arms they had received in trade, the Montagne had ousted the Iroquois from the region. They were soon to be visited by a revenge of equal horror, and driven far into the interior. Tadoussac was to suffer, too, and as allies of the Montagne, and soon of the Algonquins and Hurons as well, all enemies of the Iroquois, the French and their fur trade were distressed for many years. The area was ill-fitted for settlement because of the rugged terrain and poor soil, and because of the cold in winter. The frontier was harsh and only 16 of the initial 50 settlers survived the first winter. The foundation of Tadoussac in 1599 marks one of the first steps of the French establishment in America. The St. Lawrence Iroquoians, who inhabited the St. Lawrence Valley upriver to the west, were defeated and pushed out by the Mohawk before the early 17th century. Competition over the fur trade increased among the nations, and, in the 17th century, after Acadia and Quebec were colonized, the French and Iroquois beaver wars erupted, intermittent conflicts lasting well into the 18th century. Virginia Dare and the Lost Roanoke colony in the late 16th century efforts to establish an English colony in the New World began to gain momentum. Queen Elizabeth I was looking for places to colonize, and the Americas appeared ripe for English expansion. The Roanoke colony was the first attempt at founding a permanent English settlement in North America. On March 25, 1584, Queen Elizabeth granted Sir Walter Raleigh a royal charter authorizing him to explore, colonize, and rule any remote, heathen and barbarous lands, countries, and territories, not actually possessed of any Christian prince or inhabited by Christian people, in return for 1/5 of all the gold and silver that might be mined there. This charter specified that Raleigh had 7 years in which to establish a settlement, or else lose his right to do so. Raleigh and Elizabeth intended that the venture should provide riches from the New World and a base from which to send privateers on raids against the treasure fleets of Spain. The Queen's charter also said that Raleigh was supposed to establish a military base from which to send privateers on raids against the treasure fleets of Spain. The purpose of these raids was to counteract the activities of the Spaniards and to make Spain aware that England was ready for war. Raleigh himself never visited North America, N.B. Raleigh dispatched Philip Amatus and Arthur Barlow on the first of a number of expeditions to explore and settle the New World. On April 27, 1584, they sailed down to the Canary Islands and then on to the West Indies, where they stopped briefly for food and water before sailing north along the eastern coast of Florida. After 11 days they came to shallow water and smelled so sweet, and so strong a smell, as if we had been in the midst of some delicate garden, indicating that land was nearby. 2 days later, on July 4th, they saw the coast and continued to sail for 120 miles until they could find an entrance or river going in from the sea. They arrived at Roanoke Island off the coast of North Carolina, thence known as Virginia, a place where in all the world the like abundance is not to be found. Barlow and his crew were met by a large group of the Second tribe, led by their king's brother Grangenamia. Their king Wingina, later called Pemisipan, was the first North American Indian leader to be confronted by English settlers in the New World. He was Warioans, principal chief, king, of the Second, Roanoke, Indians, was unable to be there because of a leg wound sustained during a battle with a neighboring tribe. Note: Warioans is an Algonquian word meaning leader or commander among the Powhatan Confederacy of the Virginia coast and Chesapeake Bay region. Werowances were under a paramount chief, or Mamanatoic. When the English arrived in Virginia, some of the Werowances subject to Chief Wahunsnakaw, called Powhatan, QV, were his own nearest male relatives. Paramount chiefs let their district and subordinate Werowances make the final decision on how to handle any hostile situation. This was made apparent with the events that took place in 1607 and the hostility with the newcomers, English settlers. Werowances and priests were the only ones allowed to enter into religious temples. A Werowance did not go to meet any visitor, visitors were escorted to see a Werowance. More so, the Werowance, their wives, and counselors often dressed in the finest jewels, and tanned deer skin. Opchinakanuff, QV, Chief Powhatan's younger brother, was a Werowance of the Pamunkey, but increased in power, and came to be the effective ruler of the entire Powhatan Confederacy after his brother's death in 1618. Furthermore, in Powhatan society, women could inherit power, because the inheritance of power was matrilineal. His chief Powhatan's kingdom descendeth not to his sons nor children, but first to his brethren, whereof he hath three, namely Opichopam, Opchinakanuff, and Katata, and after their decease to his sisters. First to the eldest sister, then to the Rest, and after them to the heiress male and female of the eldest sister, but never to the heirs of the males. John Smith of Jamestown, A Map of Virginia, continued: several of the natives had accompanied Amatus and Barlow as they sailed north to Roanoke Island. There they found a Second village, where they were treated with great hospitality and generosity, quickly establishing friendly relations with the local natives, both the Secotans and Croatans, peoples which were gentle, loving, and faithful, void of all guile and treason, and such as live after the manner of the Golden Age. The small coastal tribe of Croatans befriended the English despite difficulties in communication. Notwithstanding, the explorers persuaded two of the savages, being lusty men, whose names were Wanchese and Manteo, to accompany Barlow on a return voyage to London, to report first-hand on what political and geographical usefulness the territory might be to the English people, and to improve their English language skills in order to report, both, on the conditions of the New World and also to gain an understanding of the Anglican Christian faith. Once safely delivered to England in September 1584, both Indians caused a sensation at court. They were hosted at Raleigh's London residence, but unlike Manteo, Wanchese evinced little interest in learning English, and did not befriend his hosts, remaining suspicious of English motives in the New World. He soon considered himself as a captive of the English rather than as their guest. Raleigh's priority, however, was not publicity but rather intelligence about his new land of Virginia, and he restricted access to the exotic newcomers. He assigned the scientist Thomas Harriot with the job of deciphering and learning the Carolina Algonquian language, using a phonetic alphabet of his own invention in order to effect the translation. Manteo was far more cooperative than Wanchese, and, by Christmas of 1584, Harriot had learned to converse in the Algonquin language with the two Croatans. Harriot and Manteo spent many days in one another's company. he interrogated Manteo closely about life in the New World and learned much that was to the advantage of the English settlers. In addition, he recorded the sense of awe with which the savages viewed European technology, many things they saw with us, as mathematical instruments, sea compasses, and spring clocks that seemed to go of themselves, and many other things we had, were so strange unto them, and so far exceeded their capacities to comprehend the reason and means how they should be made and done, that they thought they were rather the works of gods than men. Based on the information given by Manteo and Juan Chis, Raleigh organized a second expedition to the New World in April 1585, led by Sir Richard Grenville, eldest son and heir of Sir Roger Grenville, son of Sir Roger, Sheriff of Cornwall, and Devon, son of Sir Roger, Sheriff of Cornwall and Devon, and his wife Margaret Whitley, and Thomasini Cole, daughter of Thomas Cole of Slade, and cousin of Raleigh, soldier, armed merchant, and fleet owner, South Sea, i.e. Pacific Ocean, privateer and explorer, who was captain of the Mary Rose when it sank in Portsmouth Harbour in 1545. Grenville was made admiral of the 7-strong fleet which brought English settlers to establish a military colony on Roanoke Island. The expedition was led by English explorer Sir Ralph Lane, and was accompanied by Harriet, who, being the only Englishman having learnt Algonquin prior to the voyage, was therefore vital to the success of the expedition. He was to act as translator between the local tribes and the English settlers. Harriet made only this one expedition and would spend some time in the New World visiting Roanoke Island, expanding his knowledge of and improving his understanding of the Carolina Algonquin language. Harriet smoked tobacco before Raleigh, and may have taught him to do so. The voyage began on April 9, 1585, the fleet comprised 5 ships, the Tiger, Grenville's ship, the Roebuck, the Red Lion, the Elizabeth, and the Dorothy. The voyage on the Tiger proved difficult, as Lane quarreled with the aggressive leadership of Grenville, whom he found a person of intolerable pride and insatiable ambition. Unfortunately, during a severe storm off the coast of Portugal, the Tiger was separated from the rest of the fleet. Finally, after just 21 days, Grenville and his companions reached the warm waters of the Caribbean, arriving at Bays Mosquito, Guayanilla, Puerto Rico, on May 11. The captains had a contingency plan if they were separated, which was to meet up in Puerto Rico. While waiting there for the other ships, Grenville established relations with the Spanish, whilst at the same time participating in privateering against their ships, and also built a small fortress. Its location is now unknown. The Elizabeth arrived shortly after construction of the fortress. Grenville, tired of waiting for the remaining ships, abandoned his fort and departed on June 7. When, on June 26, the Tiger sailed through the Ocracoke Inlet, an estuary located on the outer banks of North Carolina, she ran aground on a shoal, ruining most of the food supply. The expedition managed to repair the ship, and in early July met the Roebuck and Dorothy, which had arrived a few weeks earlier. The Red Lion had accompanied them, but simply landed its passengers and then sailed on to Newfoundland for privateering. It was too late in the year to plant crops and harvest food. Manteo, though, helped the colonists make it through the harsh winter. In fact, he was essential to English Native American communications during those early voyages to and explorations of the New World organized by Raleigh. The relationship that Manteo shared with the English serves as an early example of positive racial and cultural relations in North America, and also as a unique example of race relations within the context of Western civilization. Manteo was a trusted friend, teacher, and guide to the English settlers while remaining loyal to his native people during early American history, when English and Native American relations were highly unstable, and is one of the foremost examples of positive race relations in early American history. Manteo was useful to the English people in several ways. He served as a guide and translator to the English. He and the English people were able to learn about each other's language and culture, and, at times, he was also a mediating figure between the English people and the Indians. Because of his status among the English people, though, and because he was in peaceful communication with them, Some of the Croatan considered Manteo to be disloyal to them and a traitor at times of conflict. Juan Chis was the last known ruler of the Croatan people. After an initial exploration of the continental coast and its native settlements, Grenville accused the Second of one Aquascagoc village of stealing a silver cup, and, in retaliation, reacted to sack and burn the entire village of Aquascagoc. Despite this incident and the shortage of food, Lane and 107 other settlers were left on the north end of Roanoke Island to establish a colony. They built a small fort, probably similar to the one at Guayanilla Bay. Contact was quickly made with the local Indians, but the English treated them with suspicious harshness. On several occasions the colonists kidnapped Indians to extort supplies or extract information. On August 17, 1585, Grenville departed aboard the Tiger and, on the 7th day of sail, captured, after a 3-day battle, a rich Spanish galleon, Santa Maria de San Vicente, off Bermuda, which he took with him as a prize back to England. In June, the incident of the stolen cup led to a retaliatory attack against the fort which the settlers were able to repel. Sir Francis Drake arrived at Roanoke in that same month, offering Lane and his men a return voyage to England, which Lane readily accepted because of a weakened food supply and increased tensions with local tribes. The Grenville relief fleet arrived shortly after Drake's departure with the settlers. Finding the colony abandoned, Grenville and his crew returned to England with the bulk of his force, leaving behind 15 battle-hardened soldiers and promising to return in April 1586 with more men and fresh supplies. Drake's fleet reached Portsmouth on July 28, at which the settlers of Roanoke introduced snuff, corn, and potatoes to England. Upon their return, this second colony at Roanoke set about repairing the structures left behind. They also searched for the 15 men left behind by the previous expedition, but found only bones. Thus, though things went well initially, from an early stage, there were tensions with the local Algonkins. White quickly made contact with friendly natives led by Chief Manteo, who explained to him that the lost 15 had been killed by hostile Second, Aquascagoc, and Desamungwipuk, warriors. As a mediator between the English and the Indians, and due to his loyalty to the English people, Manteo was caught in the middle. He had mixed feelings about the attack and understood the points of views of both sides. Nonetheless, he informed the English that some of their men were killed. To seek revenge, the English attempted to plot an attack on the Roanoke, whom they believed had killed the Englishmen. On August 8, White led a dawn attack on the Desamungwipunks that went disastrously wrong. White and his soldiers entered their village in the morning so early that it was yet dark, but attacked a group of hitherto friendly Indians, killing one and wounding several Croatan people by mistake, including Manteo's mother, who was leader of the Croatan natives. Henceforth relations with the local tribes steadily deteriorated. After Lane's colonists returned to England in 1586, Raleigh, who held the land patent for the proposed English colony of Virginia, tasked White with the job of organizing a new settlement in the Chesapeake Bay area, one which would be self-sustaining and which would include women and children. During 1586, White was able to persuade 113 prospective colonists to join Raleigh's expedition, 2 of whom were pregnant women and several of which were parents with young children, including White's daughter Eleanor and his son-in-law Ananias Dare, QV. Some folk believe that Eleanor Dare and the other members of the Roanoke colony were separatists who left England at a time when the political climate in England was dangerous for such religious dissidents. This might be why the colonists were willing to undertake the dangerous journey to Roanoke Island with low supplies and at a time England was on the verge of war with Spain. His efforts did not go unrewarded, for, on January 7, 1587, Raleigh named John White of London Gentleman, to be the chief governor of the new colony. White, with 13 others, were incorporated under the name of the governor and assistants of the cities of Raleigh of Virginia. They were ordered to stop at Roanoke to pick up the small contingent left there by Grenville the previous year, but when they arrived on July 22, 1587, they found nothing except a skeleton that may have been the remains of one of the English garrison. Simão Fernandes was a 16th-century Portuguese-born navigator who had piloted the 1585, and, later, in 1587, English expeditions to found colonies on Roanoke Island. Fernandes was the alleged murderer of 7 Portuguese sailors, an offense of piracy punishable by hanging. However, far from being hanged for his crimes, he was released, apparently with the connivance of Queen Elizabeth's spymaster Sir Francis Walsingham, who appears to have been well aware of the Portuguese navigator's potential usefulness in challenging the Spanish trade monopoly in the New World. He was certainly likely to have had more experience navigating the Indies than almost any man in England, making him a unique asset to the early English voyages of discovery in the New World. White and Fernandes evidently disliked one another. White argued with his pilot, accusing the Portuguese of many outrages against the interests of the settlers, including lewdly abandoning the expedition's flyboat, a light vessel displacing between 70 and 200 tons, in the course of the voyage. After his stay in England, Manteo was among those colonists which had sailed for the New World along with Governor John White and, in late July, founded the ill-fated Roanoke colony of Dare County, on the outer banks of North Carolina. The settlers included women and children. On Sunday, August 13, 1587, Chief Manteo was christened, on Roanoke Island, making him the first savage to be baptized into the Anglican Church of England. This was a political maneuver to assist in converting other savages to Christianity as well. Upon conversion, Chief Manteo retained his given name, being granted the title of Baron, the Lord of Roanoke and Assiniboine, the first peer created by the English in North America. The settlers' chosen destination was not Roanoke but Chesapeake Bay, but, upon reaching Roanoke, Fernandes allowed the colonists to disembark, but refused to let White's men reboard ship, insisting that they establish the new colony on Roanoke. Faced with what amounted to a mutiny by his navigator, White appears to have backed down and acquiesced in this sudden change of plan for landing the colonists in the wrong spot. It may be that Fernandes was prompted by his desire, and that of his crew, to return to the West Indies to pursue opportunities for privateering against Spanish shipping. Whatever the truth of this, the fiasco of 1587 appears to have ended Fernandes' relationship with Raleigh. He participated in no further ventures across the Atlantic, though he did take part in the battle against the Spanish Armada. Shortly thereafter, colonist George Howe was killed by a native whilst searching alone for crabs in Albemarle Sound, a large estuary on the coast of North Carolina in the United States located at the confluence of a group of rivers, including the Chowan and Roanoke. Virginia Dare. On August 18, 1587, there was happier news. White became a grandfather. Eleanora, daughter to the governor and wife to Ananias Dare, one of the assistants, was delivered of a daughter in Roanoke. The child was healthy and was christened there the Sunday following, and because this child was the first Christian born in Virginia, she was named Virginia. Virginia Dare, daughter of Eleanor White, daughter of Governor John White, and Ananias Dare, a London tiler and bricklayer, was the first English child born in a New World English overseas possession, and was named after the territory of Virginia, her birthplace. Virginia Dare and the lost Roanoke colony. Continued, however, the colonists' food supplies soon began to grow short, and in late 1587, the settlers pressed White to return to England for the better and sooner obtaining of supplies, and other necessaries. Because the colony had been deposited in Roanoke rather than the Chesapeake area, as planned, supply ships from England, ignorant of Fernandes' change of plan, would most likely not land in Roanoke at all, and the settlement might not survive the coming winter. The colonists, including the women, signed a petition urging White to return to England for supplies, even though he was reluctant to abandon his colony and leave his daughter and granddaughter. Moreover, he was anxious that his enemies in England would not spare to slander him falsely should he leave, and worried that his stuff and goods might be spoiled and most of it pilfered away. Eventually, in late 1587, the colonists agreed to stand surety for White's belongings, and he was prevailed upon to sail, much against his will, to seek help. Misfortune struck White's return to England from the beginning. The anchor of the flyboat on which White was quartered could not be raised, and many crew members were severely injured during the attempt. Worse, their journey home was delayed by scarce and variable winds followed by a storm at the northeast, and many sailors starved or died of scurvy. On October 16, 1587 the desperate crew at last landed in Smewick in the west of Ireland, and White was finally able to make his way back to England. Further bad news awaited White on his return. Just 2 weeks previously Queen Elizabeth I had issued a general stay of shipping, preventing any ships from leaving English shores. The reason was the invincible fleets made by the King of Spain, joined with the power of the Pope, for the invading of England, meaning the Spanish Armada. White's patron Sir Walter Raleigh attempted to provide ships to rescue the colony, but he was overruled by the Queen. A second delay came after White's small fleet set sail for Roanoke, and his crew insisted on sailing first towards Cuba in hopes of capturing treasure-laden Spanish merchant ships. Enormous riches had been described by their pilot, an experienced Portuguese navigator hired by Raleigh, outweighing White's objections to the delay. In early 1588 White was able to scrape together a pair of small pinnaces, the Brave and the Roe, which were unsuitable for military service and could be spared for the expedition to Roanoke. Unluckily for White, they were barely suited for the Atlantic crossing, and the governor endured further bad luck as the ships were intercepted by French pirates, who played extremely upon us with their shot, hitting White, to his great embarrassment, in the side of the buttock. White and his crew escaped to England with their lives, but they robbed us of all our victuals, powder, weapons, and provision, and the journey to Virginia was abandoned. By this stage White appears to have formed the view that he was born under an unlucky star. Finally, in March 1590, with the immediate threat of a Spanish invasion by now abated, Raleigh was able to equip White's rescue expedition. 2 ships, the Hopewell and the Moonlight, set sail for Roanoke. The return journey was prolonged by extensive privateering and a number of sea battles, and White's eventual landing at the Outer Banks, a 200-mile-long, 320 kilometers, string of barrier islands and spits off the coast of North Carolina and southeastern Virginia, was further imperiled by poor weather. The landing was hazardous and was beset by bad conditions and adverse currents. During the landing on Roanoke, of the mariners who accompanied White, 7 of the chiefest were drowned. Governor White finally reached Roanoke Island on August 18, 1590, 3 years later than planned, on his granddaughter's 3rd birthday, but he found his colony had been long deserted. The buildings had collapsed and the houses were taken down. The few clues about the colonists' whereabouts included the letters Crow carved into a tree, and the word Croton carved on a post of the fort. Roanoke Island was not the original planned location for the colony, and the idea of moving elsewhere had been discussed. Before the governor's departure, he and the colonists had agreed that a message would be carved into a tree if they had moved, and would include an image of a Maltese cross if the decision was made by force. White found no such cross and, hopeful that his family was still alive, took this to mean that they had moved to Croton Island, now known as Hatteras Island, but he was unable to conduct a search true to their word. The colonists had looked after White's belongings, which had been carefully buried and hidden. However, local Indians had evidently looted the hiding place, and White found about the place many of my things spoiled and broken, and my books torn from the covers, the frames of some of my pictures and maps rotten and spoiled with rain, and my armor almost eaten through with rust. A massive storm was brewing, and his men refused to search any further. Due to bad weather, which grew to be fouler and fouler, White had to abandon the search of adjacent islands for the colonists. The ship's captain had already lost 3 anchors and could not afford the loss of another, so it was that on October 24, 1590 White returned to Plymouth, England. The loss of the colony was a personal tragedy for White, from which he never fully recovered. Note, it has been postulated that some of the lost Roanoke colony survivors sought shelter with a neighboring Indian tribe, the Chowanoke, which were attacked by another tribe, identified by the Jamestown colony as the Mandoag. Survivors were eventually sold into slavery and held captive by differing bands of the Eno tribe, but the reports were suppressed because they had no way to rescue the captives and didn't want to panic the Jamestown colonists. 4 Englishmen, 2 boys, and 1 girl had been sighted at the Eno settlement of Written Oak, under the protection of a chief called Ianoko, although the captives were forced to beat copper. The captives, he reported, had escaped the attack on the other colonists and fled up the Coanoke River. The Chowanoke tribe was eventually absorbed into the Tuscarora. The Eno tribe was also associated with the Shakori tribe and was later absorbed by the Catawba or the Saponi tribes. From the early 17th century unto the middle 18th century, European colonists reported encounters with gray-eyed American Indians or with Welsh-speaking Indians who claimed descent from the colonists. In 1669 a Welsh cleric named Morgan Jones was taken captive by the Tuscarora. He feared for his life, but a visiting Dogue Indian war captain spoke to him in Welsh and assured him that he would not be killed. The Dogue warrior ransomed Jones and his party, and Jones remained with their tribe for months as a preacher. In 1701, surveyor John Lawson encountered members of the Hatteras tribe living on Roanoke Island who claimed some of their ancestors were white people. Lawson wrote that several of the Hatteras tribesmen had gray eyes. Some present-day American Indian tribes in North Carolina and South Carolina, among them the Coree and the Lumbee tribes, also claim partial descent from surviving Roanoke colonists. The first of the so-called Dare stones allegedly found in northern Georgia and the Carolinas announced the death of Eleanor's daughter, Virginia Dare, and her husband, Ananias Dare, at the hands of savages in 1591, and of Eleanor's marriage to an Indian and her death. Most of the stones were exposed as forgeries in 1941, however, the first Dare stone is still considered authentic by some scholars. Tadoussac, continued, in 1603, Pontgrave returned to Tadoussac, with 2 Montagne Indians having lived in France for the last year, and accompanied by a new observer, Samuel de Champlain, son of Antoine Chapelain and Marguerite Leroy, father of New France, his nephew. They met with 2 chiefs of the Montagne, Inuk, which summered in the Tadoussac area, Bigourat, and Onondabeju, whom were preparing to lead a war party against the Iroquois in the Richelieu River area. During the Tabaji or solemn feast which followed, a strong alliance was formed with the Montagne, the Algonquins, and the Etchimans. That summer, Pontgrave went with Champlain exploring the St. Lawrence River as far as the falls later called St. Louis and made a new inventory of the St. Lawrence River, after which he resumed fur trading, this time for Aymar de Chaste, a gentleman of the King's Chamber, Aymar de Chaste, who had succeeded the deceased Chauvin as monopoly holder, though early settlement attempts had all failed, and it was not until 1604 that efforts at permanent settlement were renewed. These efforts were made under the terms of a trading monopoly granted by King Henry IV of France in 1603 to Sieur de Mons, one of the French noblemen who had spent a disastrous winter of 1603-04 at Isle Sainte Croix. A house was built at Tadoussac, which Champlain saw and described as being 25 feet long by 18 wide and 8 feet high, covered with boards with a fireplace in the middle, encompassed by a wattle palisade and a ditch. Note Champlain's map of Tadoussac in 1608, depicts this structure on the east bank of a stream which enters the harbor. Underneath are the words Habitazion du Captain Chauvin de l'an 1600, habitation of Captain Chauvin of the year 1600. Continued after the colonists were settled, Chauvin and his companions devoted their energies to the traffic in pelts until the autumn, when they sailed for France with a cargo of beaver and other furs. At Tadoussac they left 16 men to face the unknown northern winter, only 5 survived, and these owed their lives to Indian hospitality. Chauvin sent only 1 vessel, the Esperance, to the Saguenay the following spring, but did not sail himself. He died in 1603 after 2 years of successful trading, being briefly succeeded by Aymar de Chaste. In 1604, 2 years before the English made their first permanent settlement at Jamestown, Virginia, Port Royal/Annapolis, Acadia, was founded, near present-day Annapolis Royal, Nova Scotia, by de Monts, who had been given a fur trade monopoly for Acadia, Champlain, Jehan de Beancourt de Poutrincourt et de St. Just, who was a senior member of the 1604 de Mons expedition, underwritten by merchants in Rouen, Saint Malo, and La Rochelle, apothecary Louis Hébert son of Nicolas Hébert, apothecary to Catherine de Medici, and Jacqueline Pajot, de Mons' cousin, Canada's first permanent settler and the first European to break North American soil with a plowshare, French priest Nicolas Aubry, accompanied by 2 other clergy on this expedition, a priest who was to minister to the parish of Port Royal and a Huguenot, Protestant, minister, and legendary linguist Matthew da Costa, the first recorded free black person in North America, along with 77 other settlers. They explored the Bay of Fundy, de Mons deciding to stay on an island in the St. Croix River on the western side of the Bay of Fundy. It was thought that the area offered protection from raiders. Pontgrave and Poutrincourt sailed back to France before winter. Note Louis Hébert and Marie Rollet, daughter of Nkagu and King's Gunner, Jehan Rollet had 2 daughters, Anne and Guillaumet, and 1 son, Guillaume. Guillaume married Hélène Desportes, daughter of François Langlois and Pierre Desportes, a director in the Company of 100 Associates, the first white child born in Canada. See Virginia Dare, the first English child born at the failed colony on Roanoke Island, and Eustace Martin, son of river pilot Maitre Abraham Martin dit L'Escossois and Marguerite Catherine Langlois, half-breed daughter of Guillaume Langlois and Jehanne Millet, born in France. His godfather was Eustache Boule, the brother of Helene Boule, child bride of Champlain. And when his sister Hélène Martin was born in 1627, Champlain himself acted as her godfather. Guillaume and Hélène had a daughter, Françoise Hébert, and a son, Joseph, who married Marie Charlotte de Poitiers in 1660. Joseph and Marie Charlotte had a single son, Joseph, born in 1661 While his father was captured and killed by Iroquois. As there is no further mention of this boy, he is presumed to have died as a small child, and there were no other children. As their first child, daughter, and died in her first pregnancy, the descendants of Louis Hébert and his wife Marie Rollet arise from their second child, daughter Guillaumet, and her husband Guillaume Quillard, or from their granddaughter Françoise Hébert, child of son Guillaume, and her husband Guillaume Fernier. Continued. Pontgrave arrived back at St. Croix in June 1605 with 2 ships, men, and supplies. They spent 6 weeks exploring the coast, all the way down to Cape Cod, to find a better place to settle. They chose a spot on the north side, opposite Goat Island, which became Port Royal. They built structures at Port Royal using the materials from the buildings they had constructed on Isle St. Croix. This attempt at colonization failed when de Mons lost his monopoly in 1607, although the site was eventually reoccupied by other colonists. In early 1608 de Mons was granted a 1-year monopoly on trading and the right to establish a settlement. The expedition that year was led by Samuel de Champlain, who also had an important role in establishing the Acadian colony, and resulted in the establishment of the colony that grew to become Quebec City. Powhatan and the Jamestown settlement. The Powhatan Confederacy was established in the late 16th and early 17th centuries under the leadership of Chief Wahuntsnakaw, the paramount chief of Tsanakamica, an alliance of Algonquian-speaking Virginia Indians, named for the tribe he originally led, which was based near present-day Richmond, Virginia. He had many names and titles. His own people sometimes called him Otaniak or Mamoutanik. Over a period of years, through negotiation and/or coercion, Chief Powhatan united more than 30 of the Virginia Indian tribal groups in the Tidewater region of what is now the Commonwealth of Virginia in the United States, essentially the southeastern portion of the state. Wahuntsnakaw was the father of Pocahontas, QV, who eventually converted to Christianity and married the English colonist John Rolfe. In 1607, the English colonists were introduced to Wahuntsnakaw as Powhatan. In December 1607, English soldier and pioneer John Smith, one of the Jamestown colony's leaders, was captured by a hunting expedition led by Opchinakanuff, the younger brother of Powhatan. Smith was taken to the village of Wiro-Wakamoko, Powhatan's capital along the York River. At first, the natives were glad to trade provisions to the colonists for metal tools, but, by 1609, the English governor John Smith had begun to send in raiding parties to demand food. This earned the colonists a bad reputation among the Indians and precipitated conflict. They isolated the natives, burned down their houses, and stole their food supplies. On May 4, 1607, the Jamestown settlement, named after King James, was established by the Virginia Company of London in the colony of Virginia. It was the first permanent English settlement in the Americas, and was originally called James Fort, located on the east bank of the Powhatan, James, River, within the country of Tsinakamaka, which was ruled by the Powhatan Confederacy, specifically of the Paspahegh tribe. The first group of colonists had originally arrived at Jamestown on May 13, 1607, but had never planned to grow all of their own food. Their plans depended upon trade with the local Powhatan to supply them with food between the arrivals of periodic supply ships from England. Lack of access to water and a relatively dry rain season crippled the agricultural production of the colonists. Also, the water that the colonists drank was brackish and potable for only half of the year. A fleet from England, damaged by a hurricane, arrived months behind schedule with new colonists, but without expected food supplies. Jamestown served as the capital of the colony of Virginia for 83 years, from 1616 until 1699. The natives initially welcomed and provided crucial provisions and support for the colonists, who were not agriculturally inclined. Relations soured fairly early on, however, leading to the total annihilation of the Paspahegh in warfare within 3 years. Mortality was very high at Jamestown itself due to disease and starvation. Over 80% of the colonists perished during the winter of 1609-10 in what became known as the Starving Time. There were about 500 Jamestown residents at the beginning of the winter. However, there were only 60 people still alive when the spring arrived. In 1610 the London Company instructed Sir Thomas Gates, the newly appointed colonial governor, to Christianize the natives and absorb them into the colony. As for Chief Powhatan, Gates was told, "If you find it not best to make him your prisoner, yet you must make him your tributary," and all the other his Wero-Ansis subordinate chiefs about him first to acknowledge no other lord but King James. When Gates arrived at Jamestown, he decided to evacuate the settlement because he thought the government's plan was not feasible. On June 7, 1610, the survivors boarded ships, abandoned the colony site, and sailed towards the Chesapeake Bay, where another supply convoy with new supplies and headed by Francis West, newly appointed deputy governor of the colony and Dominion of Virginia, intercepted them and ordered them to reoccupy Jamestown, and began plotting against the Powhatans. Within a few years, the commercialization of tobacco by John Rolfe secured the settlement's long-term economic prosperity. Note Francis West was the second son of Thomas West, 2nd Baron de la Warre, 1556–1602, of Wherwell Abbey in Hampshire, a member of Elizabeth I's Privy Council and his wife, and Knollys, a lady at the court of Queen Elizabeth I of England, and was born in Salisbury, Wiltshire on October 28, 1586. West was one of 4 brothers. His elder brother, Thomas West, 3rd Baron de la Warre, 1577–1618, served as a governor of the Virginia Company of London from 1610 to 1611, his younger brother, Governor John West, 1590 ca. 1659, served as Crown Governor of Virginia from 1635 to 1637. A 4th brother, Nathaniel West, died in Virginia in August 1623, aged 30. Thomas West, 3rd and 12th Baron de la Warre, was an English politician, for whom the Bay, the river, and, consequently, a Native American people and United States state, all later called Delaware, were named. He first married Margaret Whitney around 1625, a 3-time widow, lastly married to Edward Blaney. In March 1627 he married Temperance Flowerdew, the widow of Governor Sir George Yardley, one of the first American slaveholders, but she died in December of the same year, and West fought the orphans, unsuccessfully, for possession of her estate. He thence married Jane Davy, with whom he had one son, Francis West, in 1632. His estate was in Elizabeth City, in Pasquotank County, North Carolina, south of the land of James Knott. According to some records, he died in February 1633/1634, although this is not certain. Continued. The London Company's primary concern was the survival of the colony. In England's best interest, the colonists would have to maintain civil relations with the Powhatan. The Powhatan and the English realized that they could benefit from each other through trade once peace was restored. In exchange for food, the chief asked the colonists to provide him with metal hatchets and copper. Unlike John Smith, other early leaders of Virginia such as Thomas Dale and Thomas Gates based their actions on different thinking, as they were military men and saw the Powhatan as essentially a military problem. The Powhatan, though, soon realized that the Englishmen did not settle in Jamestown to trade with them. These pilgrims wanted more, they wanted total control over the land. As Chief Powhatan said, "Your coming is not for trade, but to invade my people and possess my country, having seen the death of all my people thrice. I know the difference of peace and was better than any other country." If he fought the English, Powhatan predicted, "I would be so haunted by Smith that I could neither rest, eat, nor sleep, but my tired men must watch, and if a twig but break, every one cry, 'There comes Captain John Smith,' then I must fly me knows not whither, and thus with miserable fear end my miserable life." In July 1610 West sent Gates against the Kecoughtan people. In the First Anglo-Powhatan War, Gates lured the Indians into the open by means of music and dance act by his drummer, and then slaughtered them. Note: Sir Thomas Dale was an English naval commander in the service of the Low Countries, the Netherlands and parts of modern Belgium, with the English army originally under Rupert Dudley, 1st Earl of Leicester, an English statesman and the favourite suitor for the hand of Queen Elizabeth I from her accession until his death. Because of his ability and ambition, he became friends with many people in positions of authority. In 1599, Thomas Dale was recruited by the Earl of Essex for England's army, and was knighted by King James to become Sir Thomas Dale of Surrey on June 16, 1606. 5 years later, the Virginia Company of London sent Sir Thomas Dale to act as Marshal of Virginia, a new position, for the Virginia colony under the authority of Thomas West, 3rd Baron de la Warre, Lord Delaware. Sent with 3 ships, on May 19, 1611, he arrived at Jamestown with men, cattle, and provisions. He found the conditions were unhealthy and greatly in need of improvement. Dale immediately called for a meeting of the Jamestown Council, and established crews to rebuild Jamestown. Governor Dale effectively, for 5 years, was the highest-ranking law enforcement officer in Virginia. He exhibited certain stern efficiency and is best remembered for the energy and the extreme rigor of his administration in Virginia, which established order and in various ways seems to have benefited the colony. Nouveau France, continued, the Innu were historically allied with neighboring Atacama, Wolastoqiyik, also called the Malecite or Malecites, and Algonquin against their enemies, the Algonquian-speaking Micamac and Iroquois nations. Samuel de Champlain befriended members of this group who insisted that he help them in their conflict with the Iroquois, who were ranging north from their traditional territory around the Great Lakes in present-day New York and Pennsylvania. On July 29, 1609, at Ticonderoga or Crown Point, New York, historians are not sure which of these two places, Champlain and his party encountered a group of Iroquois, likely Mohawk, who were the easternmost tribe of the 5 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy. A battle began the next day. 200 Iroquois advanced on Champlain's position as a native guide pointed out the 3 Iroquois chiefs to the French. Champlain fired his arquebus and legend says he killed 2 of them with 1 shot before one of his men killed the 3rd. The Iroquois then supposedly turned and fled. This was to set the tone for French-Iroquois relations for the next 100 years. In spring of 1608, 2 ships set sail from France, the Lévrier, under the command of Pontgrave, who was also in charge of the expedition, departed on April 5, the Don de Dieu, under the command of Champlain, departed on April 13. On June 3, Champlain arrived in Tadoussac, the only inland trading post and used by all the major European countries, only to discover that Pontgrave had immediately tried to impose the trade monopoly on the Basque and Spanish captains and had been answered with muskets and cannons. Pontgrave was seriously wounded. Champlain managed to negotiate a truce with the other traders and Pontgrave agreed to share the trade with the Montagnais. At the time of the departure of the French, Bouchard gave his son to Pontgrave to take to France. On June 19, 1610, Champlain, armed with an arquebus, and his Algonquian allies of the Great Lakes region, Wyandot, Huron, Algonquin, and Innu, Montagnais, fought against the nations of the Iroquois Confederation, led by the dominant Mohawks, killing or capturing nearly all of the Mohawks. The battle ended major hostilities with the Mohawks for 20 years. The Beaver Wars continued intermittently for nearly a century, ending with the Great Peace of Montreal in 1701. Nouveau France was initially a proprietary colony granted by the French crown to various corporations to rule provided they fulfilled various terms of their charters like supporting the missionary work of the Roman Catholic Church amongst the Indians. After the successive bankruptcies of the various corporations who previously received royal charters, in 1627 Nouveau France was granted by the Crown to the Compagnie des Saints Associés who had the exclusive rights to rule Nouveau France provided they fulfilled the terms of the royal charter. Note the Company of 100 Associates, or Compagnie du Canada or Company of New France, was a French trading and colonization company, chartered in 1627 to capitalize on the North American fur trade and to expand French colonies there. The company was granted a monopoly to manage the fur trade in the colonies of Nouveau France, which were at that time centered on the St. Lawrence River Valley and the Gulf of St. Lawrence. In return the company was supposed to settle French Catholics in new colonies. In 1610, at the age of 17, Charles de Saint-Étienne de La Tour, son of Huguenot Claude de Saint-Étienne de La Tour, and his wife Marie Amador de Salazar, a descendant of Georges de la Tremoille, captured at Agincourt in 1415, the Grand Chamberlain of France to King Charles VII of France arrived at Port Royal in Acadia with his father in an expedition that was led by Jehan de Biencourt de Poutrincourt, fourth son of Florimond de Biencourt and Jehanne de Salazar, and husband of Claude Pajot, who had been one of the original settlers in 1604 at St. Croix Island, Maine before they moved in 1605 to their permanent settlement at Port Royal. The habitation had been previously abandoned in 1607 by Biencourt de Poutrincourt and others due to financial troubles. After building their fort, the French left in 1607, leaving only 2 of their party behind, under Grand Chief Membertou Sacmo, political leader, and Otmoin, spiritual leader, of the local Micamac people who believed him to have powers of healing and prophecy. Membertou claimed to be a grown man when he first met Jacques Cartier, which would mean that he was probably born in the early years of the 16th century. Membertou's baptism was part of the entry by the Micamac into a relationship with the Catholic Church, known as the Micamac Concordat. Upon their return in 1610, Poutrincourt's 19-year-old son Charles de Biencourt de Saint-Just and a Catholic priest set about the task of baptizing Membertou. Thus, on June 24, 1610, St. Jean Baptiste Day, Membertou became the first native leader to be baptized by the French, as a sign of alliance and good faith. The ceremony was carried out by priest Jesse Flesh, who went on to baptize all 21 members of Membertou's immediate family. It was then that Membertou was given the baptismal name Henri, after the late King of France, Henry IV. Matoka, Pocahontas, Matoka, Pocahontas, daughter of Wahunsenakak, paramount chief of the Powhatan Confederacy, an alliance of Algonquian-speaking Indians in the region of Xenocomika, i.e. the Tidewater region of Virginia, older brother of Opchinakanoff, who led attacks against the English in 1622 and 1644, who eventually converted to Christianity, being baptized Rebecca, and was later married to English colonist John Rolfe, son of John Rolfe and Dorothea Mason by Reverend Richard Buck, who had sailed with his wife and their 2 daughters for Jamestown in 1609, along with the colony's new governor, Sir Thomas Gates, aboard the Sea Venture. The Sea Venture was wrecked in a storm off the coast of Bermuda, and the passengers and crew did not arrive at Jamestown until May 23, 1610. Their marriage created a climate of peace between Jamestown colonists and Powhatan tribes for several years. In the spring of 1616, when Governor Dale sailed back to England on an investor relations journey, aboard the Treasurer, under command of Samuel Argall, John Rolfe, and Rebecca, Pocahontas, and their 1-year-old son, Thomas Rolfe, were with him, accompanied by Powhatan holy man Uttamatamakan, known as Tomocomo, and his wife, Matachana Pocahontas' half-sister. Queen Anne of Denmark, Queen Consort of Scotland, England, and Ireland by marriage to King James VI and others were reportedly charmed by Rebecca, and investment in the Virginia Company was enhanced. However, soon after leaving London, as Rolfe and his wife sailed down the Thames River, Rebecca became very ill, languished, and died on March 21, 1617 before returning to Virginia. When Tomocomo returned to Virginia in 1617, Opchinakanoff began planning a massive attack on the settlers. In October 1613, Matoka, Pocahontas, was kidnapped under orders of the Virginia Company of London by Admiral Samuel Argall, the first to develop a shorter, more northerly route for sailing across the Atlantic Ocean to the Virginia colony and its primary port and seat of government at Jamestown. She was to be held hostage until Powhatan agreed to their demands that all Powhatan captives be released and all English weapons taken by his warriors be returned, and that he agree upon a lasting peace. Gates, fearful of reprisal from Chief Powhatan, turned the Algonquian princess over to Thomas Dale. While in captivity, Pocahontas was taught the English language, and learned English customs and religion. More so, 2 years later, taking the Christian name Rebecca, she was baptized by the Apostle of Virginia Alexander Whitaker, an Anglican theologian at Henricus, one of the westernmost outlying developments from the colony of Virginia's fortified capital downriver at Jamestown, near where Pocahontas grew up among the Appomattox tribe of the Powhatan Confederacy. Rolfe wrote that the way to maintain peace between the Powhatan and the English was to marry Pocahontas, not with the unbridled desire of carnal affection but for the good of the colony and the glory of God. Such a marriage might bring peace between the warring English and Powhatan, just as it would satisfy Pocahontas' desire. After they married, there were more peaceful relations for a time between the English colonists and the Powhatan Confederacy. Edward Waterhouse, Secretary of the Virginia Company, wrote, "Such was the conceit of firme peace and amity, as that there was seldom or never a sword worn, and a peace firearm seldomer, except for a deer or fowl. The plantations of particular adventurers and planters were placed scatteringly and stragglingly as a choice vein of rich ground invited them, and the further from neighbors held the better. The houses generally set open to the savages, who were always friendly entertained at the tables of the English, and commonly lodged in their bedchambers." Argall went on to lead a piratical English invasion force on a surprise attack against the settlers at Port Royal. First, he eradicated the French Jesuit colony of St. Sauveur, now in Maine. Afterwards, he carried 14 prisoners back to Jamestown, and, from thence, he went on to burn the settlement and the restant structures of the earlier St. Croix colony, now in Maine, and he occupied site of Port Royal, now in Nova Scotia, sacking every building. Yet, although habitation was destroyed, he failed to wipe out the colony. The Recollet order and the Jesuits, despite their limited financial resources and small numbers, the Recollets were the first to carry out significant missionary work in Nouveau France. For example, they were the first pastors in the colony at Port Royal. In 1615, the Mission de l'Exaltation de la Sainte Croix de Tadoussac, named in honor of a cross planted by Jehan de Quen, was founded by the Recollet order. The Recollet branch of the Friars Minor developed out of a reform movement of the order which began in 16th century Spain under figures such as Saint Peter of Alcantara OFM, a Spanish Franciscan friar canonized in 1669. The followers of the reform were known as Alcantarans. Their missionary brothers sang the first Mass there 2 years later. The Recollets were important as early missionaries to the French colonies in Canada, although they were later displaced by the Jesuits. Recollet and Jesuit missionaries were very much the same, in the sense that both orders sought to Christianize natives, while at the same time using similar methodologies. Within the Recollet theory of conversion, the French settlers in Nouveau France played a primordial role in the Christianization of indigenous peoples. They believed that colonization and evangelization were inseparable. This is compared to the Jesuits, who held their evangelization efforts completely separate from their involvement in the French colony. The Recollets never neglected the French settlers in favor of devoting themselves entirely to the conversion of natives. French settlers were seen by the Recollets as the key to creating their ideal society. They wished to promote French and native intermarriage, in the hopes of eventually building a larger Christian settlement. In practice, however, the native populations encountered by the Recollets had no intentions on settling permanently in the French colony. This led the missionaries to instead travel to indigenous communities in the hopes of teaching them about the Catholic faith, much like their Jesuit counterparts. The goal of the Recollets in Nouveau France was to undertake missionary work among the indigenous peoples who lived there. This work was not without its challenges, e.g., language proved a difficult barrier to overcome. To solve this problem, the Recollets recruited truckheements, a term literally translated to helpers, who were young and resourceful men from humble backgrounds, to interpret indigenous linguistic patterns and respond with gestures and miming. The truckheements were supported financially by the missionaries, giving some the opportunity to rise within Nouveau France's social ranks. For example, Nicolas Marsollet was granted a seigneurie, while Pierre Boucher became governor of Trois-Rivières, later founding the town of Boucherville. The Recollets usually had close connections to the natives. In fact, when they first arrived in Nouveau France, they openly welcomed unruly native children within their walls in order to teach them the way of God. Even though they quickly realized that they did not have enough money to continue this mission, they still maintained relatively good relations with the natives, especially with the Hurons. The Recollet convent was very close to a few indigenous settlements, and some became very good friends with the Hurons. Some were even addressed with Huron kinship terms. They were taught about their beliefs, their customs, and their language, which would later help in creating a useful Huron dictionary. On April 24, 1615, Champlain sailed from Honfleur aboard the St. Etienne, bringing 4 Recollet friars, a reform branch of the order of Friars Minor known for their strict poverty, to Nouveau France, Père Joseph Le Caron OMR, Père Denis Jamet OMR, Père Jehan d'Olbeau OMR, and Brother Pacifique du Plessis. These 4 pioneer missionaries of Canada were the first missionary to the Hurons, or Wendat. Arriving on May 25, Père Caron, a saintly man given to the practice of austerities but gentle towards others, immediately accompanied some fur traders to Sault St. Louis. His intention was to meet the Huron traders there and go with them to their own country. After a short time he returned to Quebec to provide himself with a portable altar kit. On June 24, 1615, Père Caron assisted Père Jamet in saying the first Mass in Quebec. On Isle de Montréal, Père Caron returned to the Sault, and went into the land of the Hurons, being the first to visit their settlements and preach the gospel, preceding even Champlain. His party made the 1100 km voyage following the Ottawa River as far as the Mattawa as far as Lake Nipissing, and then the French River to Georgian Bay. He thus became the first European to see Lake Huron, which he reached by the end of July, a few days before Champlain also arrived. On August 12, 1615 he celebrated the first Mass in Huron country, in the presence of Champlain. Le Caron stayed with the Hurons about a year, 1615–16, and, on July 20, 1616, returned to France with Père Jamet and Champlain, to urge before the king and the associates of Rouen the spiritual and material interests of the colony. The following spring saw him in Canada again, as provincial commissary. During this time he celebrated the wedding of Louis Hébert's eldest daughter and to Étienne Conquest, the first recorded Christian marriage in Canada. Jehan d'Olbeau became provincial commissary of the mission in 1618 and preached the first jubilee accorded to Canada, and built the first friary of the Recollets at Quebec in 1620. During the winters of 1618 and 1622 Père Caron evangelized the Montagnais of Tadoussac. He also taught them reading and writing. From 1613 to 1620, the Compagnie des Marchands de Rouen et de St. Malo operated in Nouveau France, but as a result of not fulfilling their obligations to establish 6 families per year in the colony, a breach of their contract. Under the auspices of the Prince de Condé, Viceroy of Nouveau France, Champlain formed the Compagnie de Rouen, composed of merchants who promised to take the interests of the colony to heart, but this company, instead of colonizing Canada, cared only for the fur trade. Again elected commissary provincial, Père Jamet returned to Canada with Champlain and his wife, sailing on April 5, 1620 on the Salmonde. On reaching Quebec he exhorted the colonists to obey the viceroy and his lieutenant, Champlain. He completed the first regular convent of the Recollets at Quebec, Notre Dame des Anges, with the financial assistance of Charles de Boves, Vicar General of Pontoise, Henry II de Bourbon, Prince de Condé, and Sieur Louis Howell. He dedicated the convent on May 25, 1621. Jamet returned to France in the spring of 1622. In 1619, Duke Henri de Montmorency II, Viceroy of Nouveau France, enlisted Champlain, royal cartographer, to recruit workers for Nouveau France, and preference was given to young men with families. At the time, many French people were becoming disillusioned with the way things were at home, in the aftermath of the costly religious wars. The Second Anglo-Powhatan War in 1618, after the death of Powhatan, his brother Apiciopham, a lame and quite old man, became paramount chief of the Confederacy. However, the youngest brother, Opchinakanouf, he whose soul is white, had achieved great power in the region and effectively became the Powhatan leader, along with his friend and advisor Nemattano, Warchief of the Powhatan. During the First Anglo-Powhatan War, the English garrison knew him as Jack of the Feather, on account of his native war regalia, remarking that he used to come into the field all covered over with feathers and swan's wings fastened unto his shoulders, as though he meant to fly. Because Nemattano was never wounded in these skirmishes, he began to believe he was supernaturally invulnerable to musket fire, and he persuaded his fellow tribesmen of this attribute, enhancing his reputation with them. Neither of them believed peaceful relations could be maintained with the colonists. Apiciopham retired or was deposed, perhaps in 1620 to 1621, but it is possible that he may have died in 1630, and he was succeeded by his youngest brother. Having recovered from their defeat commanding Pamunkey warriors during the First Anglo-Powhatan War, Opchinakanouf and Nemattano began to predispose plans for the unavoidable war. They planned to shock the English with an attack that would leave them contained in a small trading outpost, rather than expanding throughout the area with new plantations. In the more peaceful times following the war, Nemattano continued to play a prominent role. He was trained by the English to become a proficient musket shot. In 1618, he raided an English settlement, capturing some guns, but these were returned by Opchinakanouf. Then, in 1619, Opchinakanouf sent him to propose that the English contribute 8 to 10 soldiers to accompany a Powhatan war party for an assault on a Siouan-speaking tribe to avenge some Powhatan women they had slain. In return, the Powhatans would equally share all plundered captives, corn, and territory with the English. This proposal was accepted. However, the Virginians failed to supply the soldiers. Finally, in the spring of 1622, Namatanui appeared at the home of settler Morgan. He saw some trading trinkets and proposed taking Morgan to Pamunkey to gain a good price. Morgan was never seen again. A few days later, Namatanui showed up at the plantation and announced Morgan's death. As he was wearing Morgan's hat, settlers suspected the savage might have killed the settler. They tried to force him to go with them to the nearest magistrate, but he resisted, and one of the English fatally shot him. As Namatanui lay dying, he begged to be buried behind English lines and not to reveal to his people that he had been felled by English fire. The Second Anglo-Powhatan War erupted, with Opechancanough launching a campaign of surprise attacks on at least 31 separate English settlements and plantations, mostly along the James River, extending as far as Anracus. During the one-day surprise attack, the Powhatan tribes rose to kill as many English as they could in their homes and fields, attacking many of the smaller communities, including Anracus and its fledgling college for children of natives and settlers alike. Death counts vary, but about 400 English died, a third of the white population, and 20 women were taken captive. The captives lived and worked as Powhatan Indians until their deaths or ransom. The settlers abandoned substantial portions of the land they occupied, and their dead lay forgotten beneath plantations, fields and woodlands, until 1976. On Friday, March 22, 1622, braves of the Powhatan came unarmed into our houses with deer, turkeys, fish, fruits, and other provisions to sell us. They grabbed any tools or weapons available and killed all English settlers they found, including men, women, and children of all ages, burning and looting dwellings and even desecrating corpses. Chief Opechancanough led a coordinated series of surprise attacks by the Powhatan Confederacy that killed 347 people, a quarter of the English population of the Virginia colony. Its origins are disputed. English apologists say that the conflict was initiated by Opechancanough, yet others argue that Opechancanough had secured concessions from Governor Yardley which the company would not accept. Thus, Opechancanoug's attack, on April 18, 1622, may have been a preemptive attempt to defeat the colony before reinforcements arrived. In about one day, the Powhatan killed 350 of 1,240 colonists, destroying some outlying settlements. The Virginia Company quickly published an account of this attack, steeped in Calvinist theology. The massacre was the work of Providence in that it was justification for the destruction of the Powhatan and the building of English settlements over their former towns. New orders from the London Company directed a perpetual war without peace or truce to root out from being any longer a people, so cursed a nation, ungrateful to all benefit, and incapable of all goodnesses. By initiating the Indian Massacre of 1622, and further attacks in 1644, Opechancanough nearly accomplished his purpose, viz. to force the English from Virginia. Opechancanough withdrew his warriors, believing that the English would behave as Indians would once defeated, i.e. pack up and leave, or learn their lesson to respect the power of the Powhatan. The surviving English settlers were in shock after the attacks. As they began to recover, the men worked on a plan of action. By unanimous decision, both the council and planters, it was agreed to draw people together into fewer settlements for better defense. The colony intended to gather men together to plan attack, but this was difficult because of the survivors. 2/3 were said to have been women and children and men who were unable to work or to go against the Indians. Following the event, the English withdrew from their scattered settlements to the safety of Jamestown. Opechancanough told the Potawatomi, who were not part of the Confederacy and had remained neutral, that he expected before the end of 2 moons there should not be an Englishman in all their countries. He misunderstood the English colonists, though, and their backers overseas. In England, upon learning of the massacre, John Smith, believing that the settlers would not leave their plantations to defend the colony, planned to return with a ship filled with soldiers, sailors, and ammunition, to establish a running army able to fight the Powhatan. Smith's goal was to enforce the salvages to leave their country, or bring them in the fear of subjection that every man should follow their business securely, but Smith never returned to Virginia. Notwithstanding, Ochanak-Enofa's war met with strong reprisals from the English, ultimately resulting in the near destruction of the tribe. The English took revenge against the Powhatan by the use of force, surprise attacks, famine resulting from the burning of their corn, destroying their boats, canoes, and houses, breaking their fishing weirs and assaulting them in their hunting expedition, pursuing them with horses and using bloodhounds to find them and mastiffs to seize them, driving them to flee within reach of their enemies among other tribes, and assimilating and abetting their enemies against them. The 1622 massacre was used as a justification for ongoing seizure of Powhatan land by the colonists for the next 10 years, as by virtue of launching this unprovoked assault Native Americans had forfeited any legal and moral rights they might previously have claimed to the ownership of the lands they occupied. We, who hitherto have had possession of no more ground than their waste and our purchase at a valuable consideration to their own contentment, may now by right of war, and law of nations, invade the country, and those who sought to destroy us, whereby we shall enjoy their cultivated places. A Virginian settler. Within 2 years, in 1624, the Crown took over the territory as a royal colony of England. This meant that the Crown took direct authority rather than allowing guidance by the London Company. The Crown could exercise its patronage for royal favorites. Settlers continued to encroach on land of the Powhatan tribes, and the colony, and England, tended to change or ignore agreements with the natives when no longer in the colony's interest. The tribes had increasing frustration with the settlers. The Compagnie de Montmorency, the Compagnie des Marchands, lost their rights in 1621 to the Compagnie de Montmorency, created by Henri II de Montmorency. Throughout all of these years, the monopoly holders frequently had trouble dealing with rogue traders, from France and other nations, in North America on one side, and politically connected opponents of their monopoly in France on the other. Many of the directors of these companies were more interested in trade than in colonization, which was usually a drain on the company's finances. Champlain, who championed the colonization efforts, worked tirelessly to make sure the French colonies survived amid political and corporate changes of power. On June 28, 1623, Recollet Friar Père Gabriel Theodat Sagard OMR arrived in Nouveau France. In August, Sagard traveled to a Huron village on the southern shore of Lake Huron, where he began his missionary work and study of the Huron language. In July 1624, he was ordered by his superiors to return to France. All record of him ends sometime around 1636. Sagard seems to have either left the order or he may simply have died while still a friar. In 1623, Père Caron was accompanied back into the land of the Hurons by Recollet Père Nicolas Ville OMR, who was studying the language and would contribute significantly to Le Caron's dictionary. Caron compiled the first dictionary of the Huron language, and also dictionaries of the Algonquin and Montagnais languages, but none are extant today. Père Caron would have lost his life, but for the protection of a powerful Huron chief. In June 1624, Père Caron sent to France a study of the Indians, their customs, and the difficulties involved in their conversion. Large extracts of the document were preserved by Père Leclerc. The introduction refers to a second memoir, the manuscript of which is now lost. He wrote 2 indictments to the king of the Compagnie des Marchands de Rouen et de St. Malo, which the Recollets believed were hindering the evangelization of the Indians. After almost 2 years, in May 1625, Père Ville decided to return to Quebec in the company of a band of Hurons, with the intention of making a few days' retreat and then returning to his missions. It is known that he never reached Quebec, but after a long period of travel, on June 25, was drowned in the last chute of the Rivière des Prairies, which from that time bears the name of Salto Recollet. The young Huron convert neophyte Ulrich, whom he had instructed and baptized Francis, met with the same fate. Their information regarding his death was obtained after the fact and through interpreters. Their canoe apparently attempted to shoot a rapid that would usually have been portaged and flipped. Suspicions that the drowning was intentional appear to be weakly based on the survival of the accompanying Hurons, and tensions between the Hurons, the Iroquois, and the French. They have, nonetheless, led to repeated assertions that Viel and his companion were murdered, and the myth of martyrdom, however likely, was a tendentious fabrication to leverage Indian alliances. Whether there was some miscalculation in the measures they took or whether it was brought about by design, the canoe capsized. French Jesuit priest Pierre-François Xavier de Charlevoix, the first historian of Nouveau France time and again we ran the risk of losing our lives and of being swallowed up in the falls and whirlpools as were, since then, good Father Nicholas and a young boy Francis, our disciple. Gabriel Sagard OMR, French lay brother and Recollet friar. Note: Viel is sometimes referred to as the first Canadian martyr, which can be seen as technically correct given that the Catechism of the Catholic Church states martyrdom is the supreme witness given to the truth of the faith. It means bearing witness even unto death. The designation of martyr has been strongly opposed by those who see it as supporting the belief that Viel and Ouwerheidsieck were murdered by the Hurons. Continued in 1625, Père Caron was once more in France. He returned to Canada a year later, was again appointed commissary for the friars in Quebec, and filled this office until the capture of Quebec by the English in 1629, when he and his colleagues were sent back to France by the conquerors. He arrived back in France on October 29, 1629. He died of the plague in the friary of Ste Marguerite near Geysers, in Upper Normandy, where he served as guardian. In 1627, as part of a plan to develop trade, Cardinal de Richelieu withdrew the monopoly of the Compagnie de Montmorency, and established in its place the Compagnie de la Nouvelle France. Note: Cardinal Armand Jehan du Plessis, 1st Duke of Richelieu and Fronsac, was a French clergyman, nobleman, and statesman known by the title of the King's Chief Minister or First Minister. He sought to consolidate royal power and crush domestic factions. By restraining the power of the nobility, he transformed France into a strong, centralized state. His chief foreign policy objective was to check the power of the Austro-Spanish Habsburg dynasty, and to ensure French dominance in the 30 Years' War that engulfed Europe. Although he was a cardinal, he did not hesitate to make alliances with Protestant rulers in attempting to achieve his goals. Richelieu is also known by the sobriquet l'Eminence Rouge, the Red Eminence, from the red shade of a cardinal's clerical dress. As an advocate for Samuel de Champlain and of the retention of Nouveau France, he founded the Compagnie des Saints Associés and saw the Treaty of Saint-Germain-en-Laye return Quebec City to French rule under Champlain, after the settlement had been taken by the Kirkes in 1629. This in part allowed the colony to eventually develop into the heartland of Francophone culture in North America. Continued: the Compagnie de la Nouvelle France capitalized with 3,000 French livres from each of its 100 investors, thus becoming more widely known as the Compagnie des Saints Associés, Company of 100 Associates. Its investors included many important officials of the French court as well as merchants and financiers. Although most of the investors in the earlier trading companies were excluded, Champlain is listed as investor number 52 in a list published on January 14, 1628. The company was closely controlled by Richelieu, and was given sweeping authority over trade and colonization in all of Nouveau France, a territory encompassing all of Acadia, Canada, i.e. Quebec, Newfoundland, and French Louisiana. Management was entrusted to 12 directors. In 1627 war had broken out with England, which raised the risk of seizure of ships heading for North America. In fact, King Charles I of England had issued letters of marque authorizing the seizure of French shipping and even the taking and destruction of her colonies. Note: a letter of marque and reprisal, French, lettre de marque, lettre de course, was a government license in the age of sail that authorized a private person, known as a privateer or corsair, to attack and capture vessels of a nation at war with the issuer. Once captured, the privateer could then bring the case of that prize before their own admiralty court for condemnation and transfer of ownership to the privateer. A letter of marque and reprisal would include permission to cross an international border to effect a reprisal, take some action against an attack or injury, and was authorized by an issuing jurisdiction to conduct reprisal operations outside its borders. Popular among Europeans from the late Middle Ages up to the 19th century, cruising for enemy prizes with a letter of marque was considered an honorable calling that combined patriotism and profit. Such privateering contrasted with attacks and captures of random ships, which was unlicensed and known as piracy. Piracy was almost universally reviled. In reality, the differences between privateers and pirates were often at best subtle, and at worst more a matter of interpretation. In addition to the meaning of the license itself, the terms letter of marque and privateer were sometimes used to describe the vessels used to pursue and capture prizes. In this context, a letter of marque was a lumbering, square-rigged cargo carrier that might pick up a prize if the opportunity arose in its normal course of duties. In contrast, the term privateer generally referred to a fast and weatherly fore and aft rigged vessel, heavily armed and heavily crewed, intended exclusively for fighting. The age of sail was a period roughly corresponding to the early modern period in which international trade and naval warfare were dominated by sailing ships, lasting from the 16th to the mid-19th century. Continued the company's first fleet of colonization and supply left France in April 1628 under the cloud of war, and over the objections of some of its directors. In the spring of 1628, Sir David Kirke and his brothers, who were in possession of letters of marque, captured the French post of Tadoussac at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, but it was returned to France in the spring of 1629. The Kirke mercenaries used Tadoussac as a base to attack French fishing vessels, sailing upriver in heavily armed merchant ships, burning a French farm, and demanding that Champlain surrender Quebec. He refused, and the Kirkes retreated, believing Quebec to be too strongly defended. They encountered and seized the poorly defended company fleet, and took the captured goods back to England. The company lost 90% of its initial investment with the loss of the fleet. The company encountered numerous further difficulties with its exploitation of New France, including territorial battles with the British. The Massachusetts Bay Colony. Prior to the arrival of European colonists on the eastern shore of New England, the area around Massachusetts Bay was the territory of several Algonquian-speaking tribes, including the Massachusetts, Nausets, and Wampanoags. The Penacooks occupied the Merrimack River Valley to the north, and the Nipmucks, Pocumtucks, and Mahicans occupied the western lands of Massachusetts, although some of those tribes were under tribute to the Mohawks, who were expanding aggressively from upstate New York. The total Indian population in 1620 has been estimated to be 7,000, this number was significantly larger as late as 1616. In later years, contemporaneous chroniclers interviewed Indians who described a major pestilence which killed as many as two-thirds of the population. The land use patterns of the Indians included plots cleared for agricultural purposes and woodland territories for hunting game. Land divisions among the tribes were well understood. The Massachusetts Bay Colony was founded by the owners of the Massachusetts Bay Company, which included investors in the failed Dorchester Company that had established a short-lived settlement on Cape Ann in 1623. The colony began in 1628 and was the company's second attempt at colonization. It was successful, with about 20,000 people migrating to New England in the 1630s. The population was strongly Puritan, and its governance was dominated by a small group of leaders who were strongly influenced by Puritan religious leaders. Its governors were elected, and the electorates were limited to freemen who had been examined for their religious views and formally admitted to the local church. As a consequence, the colonial leadership exhibited intolerance to other religious views, including Anglican, Quaker, and Baptist theologies. Note: a Puritan was a member of a group called the English Reformed Protestants, who in the 16th and 17th centuries who sought to purify the Church of England from its Catholic practices, maintaining that the Church of England was only partially reformed. They advocated strict religious discipline in addition to the simplification of the ceremonies and creeds of the Church of England, and believed that it was important to work hard and that pleasure was wrong or unnecessary. The Puritans, in short, were people who wanted religious, moral, and societal reforms to purify their church. Puritans believed that it was necessary to be in a covenant relationship with God in order to be redeemed from one's sinful condition, that God had chosen to reveal salvation through preaching, and that the Holy Spirit was the energizing instrument of salvation. Quakers, or Friends, are members of a historically Christian group of religious movements formerly known as the Religious Society of Friends, Society of Friends or Friends Church, a mid-17th century religious movement in England. Most Friends believed in continuing revelation, which is the religious belief that truth is continuously revealed directly to individuals from God. Quaker beliefs, furthermore, included an emphasis on plain speech and dress, opposition to slavery and war, and the refusal to swear oaths, practicing, instead, great simplicity in daily life and in worship, integrity, equality, simplicity, community, stewardship of the earth, and peace. They used no scripture, as their services consisted mainly of silent meditation. The Quakers took in the beliefs of others unlike the Puritans. A similarity between the two groups was their reason for coming to America. They both hoped to create a society that would be perfect and would purify the Christian religion. Continued, the colonists initially had good relationships with the local Indian populations, but frictions developed that ultimately led to the Pequot War, 1636–38, and then to King Philip's War, 1675–78, after which most of the Indians in southern New England made peace treaties with the colonists, apart from the Pequot tribe, whose survivors were largely absorbed into the Narragansett and Mohegan tribes following the Pequot War. The colony was economically successful, engaging in trade with England and the West Indies. The 17th century Anglo-French conflicts, a series of conflicts between England/Britain and France, the action of July 17, 1628 was the largest incident of the North American phase of the Beaver Wars, severely impairing that colony's ability to resist attack. It began in 1627 with David Kirke's father, when several London merchants formed the Company of Adventurers to Canada to develop trade and settlement for profit on the St. Lawrence River. An English force led by the Kirke brothers succeeded in capturing a supply convoy bound for Nouveau France, severely impairing the colony's ability to resist attack, yielding a great deal of plunder. Champlain and the residents of Quebec experienced tremendous suffering during that winter, but were aided by their Aboriginal allies, including the Montagnais, Innu, and the Huron, Wendat. Despite his failure to capture Quebec, King Charles commissioned Kirke to make a return trip the next year in order to fulfill that goal, and when Kirke returned in the spring of 1629, surrender was the only option. The Kirkes bombarded the French for 14 to 15 hours. When their supply of gunpowder ran out, Admiral Rockman surrendered. The surrender of the French fleet yielded a great deal of plunder for Kirke, and this alone made his expedition a tremendous success. All the residents of Nouveau France were deported back to the mother country, and Quebec became an English post. Upon his return to France, Champlain learned that the war had ended before Kirke took Quebec, making the seizure illegal. Champlain lobbied for the return of Nouveau France, but did not succeed until the signing of the Treaty of Saint-Germain-en-Laye in 1632, whence Quebec and Acadia were returned to the Company of 100 Associates. Champlain returned to Canada the next year to oversee the establishment of substantial French settlements, before his death in 1635. As a consolation, Kirke was knighted in 1633, later becoming governor of Newfoundland. There were 3 battles in Nova Scotia during the colonization of Scots, one at St. John, another battle at Baleine, Cape Breton, and one on Cape Sable Island, inhabited by the Mi'kmaq, who knew it as Kespugwit, meaning Land's End. In 1629, as a result of these Scottish victories, Cape Sable was the only major French holding in North America. There was a battle between French governor of Acadia Charles Etienne de La Tour and his father at Fort St. Louis, the latter supporting the Scottish who had taken Port Royal. The battle lasted 2 days. Claude was forced to withdraw in humiliation to Port Royal. On July 1, 1629, 70 Scots under the leadership of Sir James Stewart, 4th Lord Ochiltree of Killeith, landed at Baleine, Cape Breton Island, probably encouraged by Sir Robert Gordon of Lochanar, who was one of the first to embark in the scheme for the establishment of colonies in America, having on November 8, 1621 obtained a charter of what was called the Barony of Galloway in Nova Scotia. Charles Daniel arrived with 53 men and numerous friendly natives. He captured 2 shallops manned by fishermen from Rosemar, and imprisoned them. On September 10, 1629 he approached the fort and assured the Scots he was coming in peace. The French then attacked by bombarding the fort with cannon fire from the ships and a land assault. Daniel was a harsh captor. He ordered Ochiltree and his company to demolish their fort and force the prisoners to Grand Cibou, present-day Englishtown. There Daniel had Ochiltree and his men construct a new fort, Fort Ste. Then he sailed the prisoners to France, where Ochiltree was thrown in jail for a month. William Alexander, 1st Earl of Stirling, son of Alexander of Menstrie and Marion, daughter of an Alan Cuddy, established the first incarnation of New Scotland at Port Royal, Nova Scotia. Lord Stirling's efforts at colonization were not successful, at least in monetary terms. The effort cost him most of his fortune, and when the region, now Canada's 3 maritime provinces and the state of Maine, was returned to France in 1632, it was lost. From 1629 to 1635 Champlain was commander of the Compagnie des Saints Associés in Nouveau France. Under the Ancien regime in France, every community was governed by a seigneur and provided with a priest plus a magistrate, which was appointed only with the seigneur's and priest's concurrence. The charter also required the company to bring an average of 160 settlers to Nouveau France over the next 25 years and to support their settlement for the first 3 years. It was granted a monopoly of the fur trade, and colonists not maintained by the company were free to barter with the Indians on condition they sell their furs to the company. By 1631 the company had to find new investors willing to accept the risks. In order to attract people and capital, the company had to allocate portions of its trading monopoly to new subsidiary companies. These subsidiary partners were made up of wealthy members of the elite from various parts of France. Nevertheless, over the ensuing 2 decades this concept too had very limited success, and France turned its attention to more important things in 1635 when it joined the 30 Years' War in Europe. Discontent with settlers in Quebec over the company's total control of the fur trade caused numerous problems, and matters worsened during the 1650s when war with the Iroquois severely hampered the fur trade and threatened continued colonization. Unable to deal with the numerous and ongoing difficulties, in 1663 the company surrendered its charter. In 1632, Isaac de Razilly, a knight of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, became involved, at the request of Cardinal de Richelieu, in the colonization of Acadia. Razilly was to take possession of the habitation at Port Royal, now Annapolis Royal, Nova Scotia, and develop it into a French colony. One of his able lieutenants in Acadia was Charles de Menou d'Aulnay, VI, that was instrumental in maintaining the shipping to and from France. To deal with a shortage of funds, a company was set up by Razilly and some of his friends which became known as the Razilly Condonier Company. Together with the Compagnie de la Nouvelle France, an expedition was outfitted to sail to Acadia. The king gave Razilly the official title of Lieutenant General of Nouveau France. The Nipmuc people of central Massachusetts and the adjacent portions of Connecticut and Rhode Island first encountered Europeans in 1630, when John Aquitamogue arrived with maize to sell to the starving colonists of Boston. In return for this courtesy the colonists introduced pathogens, such as smallpox, to which the Native Americans had no prior exposure. They were also exposed to alcohol for the first time, which led to huge numbers of natives succumbing to the effects of alcoholism. With the passage of increasingly harsh laws against Indian culture and religion, the loss of land, legally and illegally, to growing English colonies, many of the Nipmuc joined Matacomet's rebellion in 1675, the results of which were disastrous. Many of the Nipmuc were interned on Deer Island in Boston Harbor and perished, and others were executed or sold into slavery in the West Indies. The Pequot War. The Dutch and the English from Western Europe were also striving to extend the reach of their trade into the North American interior to achieve dominance in the lush, fertile region. The colonies were new at the time, the original settlements having been founded in the 1620s. In the 1630s, the Connecticut River Valley was in turmoil. The Pequots aggressively extended their area of control at the expense of the Wampanoags to the north, the Narragansetts to the east, the Algonquians and Mohegans to the west, and the Lenape-Algonquian people of Long Island to the south. The tribes contended for political dominance and control of the European fur trade. Moreover, a series of epidemics over the course of the previous 3 decades had severely reduced the Indian populations, and there was a power vacuum in the area as a result. Beginning in the early 1630s, a series of contributing factors increased the tensions between English colonists and the tribes of southeastern New England. Efforts to control fur trade access resulted in a series of escalating incidents and attacks that increased tensions on both sides. Political divisions widened between the Pequots and Mohegans as they aligned with different trade sources, the Mohegans with the English and the Pequots with the Dutch. The peace did not last between the Dutch and Pequots, though. The Pequots assaulted a tribe of Indians who had tried to trade in the area of Hartford. Tensions grew as the Massachusetts Bay Colony became a stronghold for wampum production, which the Narragansetts and Pequots had controlled up until the mid-1630s. Adding to the tensions, John Stone, English rogue, smuggler, and privateer, and about 7 of his crew were murdered, in 1634, by the Nyantics, western tributary clients of the Pequots. According to the Pequots' later explanations, they murdered him in reprisal for the Dutch murdering the principal Pequot sachem Tadobum, QV, and they claimed to be unaware that Stone was English and not Dutch. Contemporaneous accounts claim that the Pequots knew Stone to be English. In the earlier incident, Tadobum had boarded a Dutch vessel to trade. Instead of conducting trade, the Dutch seized the sachem and appealed for a substantial amount of ransom for his safe return. The Pequots quickly sent bushels of wampum, but received only Tadobum's dead body in return. Stone was from the West Indies and had been banished from Boston for malfeasance, including drunkenness, adultery, and piracy. He was known to have powerful connections in other colonies, as well as in London, and he was expected to use them against the Boston colony. Setting sail from Boston, Stone abducted 2 Western Nyantic men, forcing them to show him the way up the Connecticut River. Soon after, he and his crew were suddenly attacked and killed by a larger group of Western Nyantic. The initial reactions in Boston varied from indifference to outright joy at Stone's death, but the colonial officials later decided to protest the killing. They did not accept the Pequots' excuses that they had been unaware of Stone's nationality. Pequot sachem Sasaka sent some wampum to atone for the killing, but refused the colonists' demands that the warriors responsible for Stone's death be turned over to them for trial and punishment. Additionally, the Great Colonial Hurricane of 1635, which brushed Virginia and then passed over southeastern New England in August of that year, placed a great deal of pressure on the corn and other crop harvests, making food supplies scarce, thus creating conditions for much greater competition for winter food supplies for several years afterwards throughout much of coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. This, in turn, precipitated even greater tensions between the Pequots and English colonists who were ill-prepared to face periods of famine. Accounts of the storm are very limited, but it was likely the most intense hurricane to hit New England since European colonization. By 1636, the Dutch had fortified their trading post, and the English had built a trading fort at Saybrook, Connecticut. English Puritans from the Massachusetts Bay and Plymouth colonies settled at the four recently established river towns of Windsor, 1632, Wethersfield, 1633, Hartford, 1635, and Springfield, 1636. A more proximate cause of the war was the killing of a respected trader named John Oldham, an early Puritan settler who was attacked on a trading voyage to Block Island. On July 20, 1636, he and his 5 crewmen were killed, his 2 young nephews were captured and his ship's cargo looted by Narragansett allied Indians who sought to discourage English settlers from trading with their Pequot rivals. A fishing vessel rescued the nephews and tried to tow his sloop to port, but adverse winds affected them. They scuttled the ship but brought home the 2 boys in the weeks that followed. Colonial officials from Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, and Connecticut assumed that the Narragansetts were the likely culprits. The Puritan officials knew that the Indians of Block Island were allies of the Eastern Nyantics, who were allied with the Narragansetts, and they became suspicious of the Narragansetts. The Narragansetts convinced the colonists that the Pequot people were responsible for Oldham killing. The murderers had meanwhile escaped and were given sanctuary with the Pequots. Although Oldham was known for his difficult ways, and may have provoked the fight that killed him, ministers across Massachusetts condemned the murders. The Bay Colony was outraged and Massachusetts Governor John Endicott was ordered to retaliate at this latest incident. Note: John Endicott, regarded as one of the fathers of New England, was a zealous and somewhat hot-headed Puritan with separatist attitudes toward the Anglican Church. This sometimes put him at odds with nonconformist views that were dominant among the colony's early leaders, which became apparent when he gave shelter to the vocally separatist Roger Williams. Endicott also argued that women should dress modestly and that men should keep their hair short, and issued judicial decisions banishing individuals who held religious views that did not accord well with those of the Puritans. He notoriously defaced the English flag because he saw St. George's Cross as a symbol of the papacy, and put 4 Quakers put to death for returning to the colony after their banishment. Endicott was chosen to lead the first expedition for the New World aboard the Abigail with 50 or so planters and servants on June 20, 1628. The settlement they organized was first called Naumkeag, after the local Indian tribe, but was eventually renamed Salem in 1629. The area was already occupied by settlers of the failed Dorchester Company, some of whose backers also participated in the New England Company. This group of earlier settlers, led by Roger Conant, had migrated from a settlement on Cape Ann, near present-day Gloucester, Massachusetts, after it was abandoned. La Compagnie de Saint-Associés in July 1640, Charles de Estienne de Latour and Charles de Menou d'Aulnay de Charnisay, V.S., cousin of famous sailors and explorers, Isaac de Razilly, Claude de la Une Razilly and François de Razilly, Commander de la Commanderie de l'Isle Bouchard, Touraine, began a series of violent and costly confrontations that would last for the next 5 years. Latour attacked Port Royal, Annapolis Royal, with 2 armed ships. D'Aulnay's captain was killed, while Latour and his men were forced to surrender. In response to the attack, D'Aulnay sailed out of Port Royal to establish a blockade of Latour's fort at present-day St. John. By 1641 Latour had lost Cape Sable Island, Pentagouet, Costini, Maine, and Port Royal to Governor of Acadia Charles de Menou d'Aulnay. Hostilities continued to escalate and by 1642 D'Aulnay managed to get Latour charged with treason and disrespect to the French crown. Knowing he would be imprisoned if he were to return to France, Latour sent his wife Françoise Marie Jacqueline, supposed daughter of an actress/businesswoman in Paris and a doctor, to advocate on his behalf, which she did skillfully. She was allowed to return to Acadia with a warship to help her husband defend himself. In 1643, Latour attempted the capture of Penobscot. Although the commander-in-chief of the vessels hired at Boston could not be persuaded to make any assault upon D'Aulnay, yet, 30 of the New England men went voluntarily with Latour's men and drove some of D'Aulnay's force from a mill where they had fortified themselves. His Puritan and Huguenot troops killed 3, wounded 7, burned a mill and some standing corn, slaughtered livestock, and seized 18,000 livres of furs, gunpowder and other supplies, but did not attack the fort, which was defended by 20 soldiers. However, receiving fire from D'Aulnay, 3 of Latour's men were wounded. They went on board their vessels, going on to attack D'Aulnay at Port Royal, where they broke the blockade. Thus Latour was unsuccessful in catching D'Aulnay, and the rivalry continued for several more years. The Compagnie des Habitants or Communauté des Habitants was formed by merchants of Nouveau France in 1645 at Quebec, and possessed the monopoly of the Compagnie de la Nouvelle France. But, in exchange for the monopoly of trade, this right exercised on all the territory not conceded to particular companies and thus to the limits of the Miscou trade, the Compagnie des Habitants were obligated to take charge of financing the colony and assume the settlement, i.e. to pass 20 people for free each year, plus 2 men for the company's affairs fed at the expense of the community. Recover the debts owed to the Saint-Associés and pay for the ships, ammunition, and food belonging to the Saint-Associés at a price set by France plus 25% because of the risks of the sea. Pay 1,000 weight of beaver/year to the Saint-Associés which sublet its monopoly to all the French established in the country. Pay the expenses for the maintenance of clergy, governors, lieutenants, captains, soldiers and garrisons. Moreover, the surpluses were to go back to the community. Amongst the 59 directors of the Compagnie des Habitants, Jehan Bourdon, engineer, surveyor, Seigneur François Chavigny de Berquerat, Seigneur and Lieutenant Governor of Montmagny, noble, Guillaume Quillard, Seigneur and bourgeois, Mathurin Gagnon, merchant, Robert Gifford Seigneur and Master Surgeon, Jehan Paul Godefroy, former interpreter, Jehan Godefroy de Lincto, Seigneur Jehan Guyon, Seigneur, Master Builder, Noël Juchereau des Chastelets, Councillor of the Law, Pierre Lagarde de Repentigny, Lieutenant Governor of Montmagny, nobleman, Jacques Lenaef de la Poterie, Commander at Trois-Rivières, noble, Michel Lenaef du Harrison, Lord, noble. The Acadian Civil War founding member Jehan de Lauzon or de Lawson, a prominent lawyer in France, had been developing interests in the colony of Nouveau France. Lauzon used his influence within the company to obtain land for himself and his sons in the colony. By 1640, the Lauzons had become the biggest landowners in the colony. Their properties included the island of Montreal and Ile d'Orléans. On Easter Sunday, April 13, 1645, while Latour was in Boston seeking reinforcements and drumming up more support for his cause, D'Aulnay retaliated by seizing all of Latour's possessions and outposts, especially Fort Latour at St. John and Cap de Sable. In the Battle of St. John, Latour's wife, Françoise Marie Jacqueline, who became known as Le Lioness de Latour, defended the fort for 3 days. On the 4th day, despite losing 33 men, D'Aulnay was able to breach the fort. Thus, after 5 days of battle, on April 18, D'Aulnay offered quarter to all if valiant Françoise Marie would surrender the fort. On that basis, knowing she was badly outnumbered, she capitulated, and D'Aulnay captured Latour's fort Ste Marie. D'Aulnay, though, then reneged on his pledge of safety for the defenders and treacherously hanged the Latour garrison, forcing Françoise Marie to watch with a rope around her own neck. 3 weeks later she, aged 24, died while a prisoner. Upon learning of his wife's tragic death, and the loss of all his possessions, Latour sought refuge at Château St. Louis, Quebec City, the official residence of the French governor of Nouveau France, and later the British governor of Quebec, the Governor-General of British North America, and the Lieutenant Governor of Lower Canada, where he was welcomed by Governor Charles-Jacques Huault de Montmagny, the first person to bear the title of Governor of Nouveau France, succeeding Champlain, who governed the colony as Lieutenant General of Nouveau France, and D'Aulnay became the sole governor of Acadia. Nouveau France had been without a bishop for the first 50 years of its settlement. During this time, spiritual matters were often left up to the colony religious officials to regulate, with authority moving from the Recollets to the Jesuits. Only in 1646, due to pressures from Rome, did the Archbishop of Rouen become officially recognized as the immediate authority over the Church in Nouveau France. Even with this recognition, the Archbishop's authority continued to extend only so far as granting faculties to clergy traveling to the colony. By this time it had already become clear that Nouveau France was in need of a more immediate ecclesiastical presence. During the next 4 years while in exile, Charles de La Tour continued in the fur trade, assisted the Jesuits in their missionary efforts, and occasionally fought with the Hurons against the Iroquois. In 1654, Colonel Robert Sedgwick led 100 New England volunteers and 200 of Oliver Cromwell's soldiers, the first professional English soldiers sent to North America, to capture Port Royal, Nova Scotia. Sedgwick captured and plundered present-day Costini, Maine, and La Tour's fort on the St. John River, taking him prisoner. The defenders of Port Royal numbered only about 130. After resisting the English landings and defending the fort during a short siege, the outnumbered Acadians surrendered after negotiating terms that allowed French inhabitants who wished to remain to keep their property and religion. Soldiers and officials were given transport to France while the majority of Port Royal residents remained unharmed. However, in violation of the surrender terms, Sedgwick's men rampaged through the Port Royal monastery, smashing windows, doors, paneling, and even the floorboards before burning the monastery and the newly constructed Port Royal church. The English occupied Acadia for the next 16 years with a small garrison, leaving the Acadian residents mostly undisturbed. In 1650, D'Aulnay died when his canoe capsized. La Tour promptly returned to France to plead his case and was successfully rehabilitated in the royal favor, as well as having his property and his commission as governor restored. He returned to Acadia in 1653, along with several new colonist families including Philippe Meuse, Sieur d'Entremont, Baron de Pobomco, Protonotaire du Roiet Lieutenant Major et Commandant des Troupes, to whom he awarded one of the few fiefs to constitute territory in North America. Note Philippe Meuse, Sieur d'Entremont, son of Claude Antoine Meuse de Montmuron, Sieur d'Albin, son of Nicolas Meuse, governor of Marseilles, who died with Huguenot martyr Admiral Gaspard II de Coligny at the St. Bartholomew Day massacre, and Johannet de Mouillon, and Beatrice Coligny d'Entremont, daughter of Gaspard II de Coligny, Comte de Coligny, son of Gaspard I, Comte de Coligny et Marshal de Chatillon and Louis-Marie de Montmorency, and Jacqueline de Montbel d'Entremont. Continued in an effort to bring an end to the rivalry between the La Tour and D'Aulnay faction, La Tour married a third time to Johannet Modin, widow of his former enemy, on February 24, 1653. Now, in early May 1660, 17 men of the French colonial militia, along with 40 of their Huron and 4 Algonquin allies, fought the Battle of Long Sault against 200 Iroquois and Seneca warriors, along with several Huron slaves, which fought alongside their captors over a 5-day period. When the Seneca chief fell dead, a few Frenchmen fought their way out of the fort to his body, cut his head off and placed it on the palisade. A canoe was sent up the river to another war party of 500 warriors, who were on their way to sack Ville-Marie. Abandoning the advance, these savages proceeded to Long Sault, where, with knives and axes, they hacked a breach through the fort's walls and started pouring in while others climbed on top of the structure for the attack. Standing atop one of the walls, Adam Dollard des Ormeaux, 25-year-old commander of Ville-Marie's garrison, ignited a keg of gunpowder which he intended to throw over the wall onto the Iroquois, but when the bomb left his hands, it struck the palisade and exploded within the fort, killing or wounding many of the defenders. When the Iroquois were finally inside, Dollard, Etienne Anahodaha and Chief Mitugmeg, and the others were quickly overpowered. 4 Frenchmen were found alive, 3 of them were seriously wounded and burned alive, i.e. tortured, within the fort, and the 4th was taken prisoner before being tortured and killed later on. The Beaver Wars. The Mohawk, an Iroquois nation based in what is now New York, were trading with the Dutch and English, and resented French efforts to interrupt the trade. On March 30, 1644, the situation came to a head when the French were ambushed by 250 Iroquois in the woods. Paul de Chomedy, Sieur de Maisonneuve, founder of Ville-Marie, now Montreal, killed their chief with his bare hands, but the wars with the Iroquois continued. Note M. de Maisonneuve, son of Louis de Chomedy, seigneur of Chavannes, Germanoy and Brie, and his second wife Marie de Tomellin, daughter of Ambroise d'Alcoy and Jehan de Tomellin, a king's councillor and a treasurer of France in the Generality of Champagne, was godfather of the first white child baptized at Ville-Marie. She was Pauline Hébert, daughter of Adrien du Vivier and fur trader Augustin Hébert, who had come to Montreal in 1648 with Maisonneuve and their elder daughter Jehanne. Continued Louis Delabuste de Coulanges, son of Antoine Delabuste and Suzanne Hotman, chief executive of furs in Nouveau France, a difficult task where he was able to spare the conflicting interests of this company and La Grande Company, arrived at Ville-Marie in 1643, and he played a leading role there. He was an acting governor of Montreal. After being named governor in 1648, he tried in vain to prevent the Iroquois from annihilating most of the Hurons, who had allied themselves with the French settlers, leaving very few of them in the area of Ville-Marie. In 1649, the Iroquois launched the Beaver Wars to take control of the fur trade by eliminating the other middlemen, which embroiled them in conflict with the French. They destroyed the Wendat, Huron, nation, whose homeland, Wendique, in what is now southern Ontario, being bordered on three sides by Lake Ontario, Lake Simcoe, and Georgian Bay, and it was through Wendique that the Ojibwe and Cree who lived further north traded with the French. The destruction of the Wendats destabilized the fur trade for the French. However, the Ottawa took the place of the Wendat as the middlemen bringing furs from the northern lands to Montreal. During the Beaver Wars, 1640 to 1701, the Iroquois repeatedly invaded Innu territories from areas near the Great Lakes, enslaving women and young warriors, and plundering their hunting grounds in search of more furs. Since these raids were made by the Iroquois with unprecedented brutality, the Innu themselves adopted the torment, torture, and cruelty of their enemies. The Naskapi, on the other hand, were usually in conflicts with the southward advancing Inuit in the east. Moreover, in 1649, Jesuit missionaries St. Jehan de Brebeuf and St. Gabriel Lalemant were captured when an Iroquois raid took over a Huron village, St. Louis. Together with their Huron converts, the missionaries were taken to the occupied village of Tenhaton-Turon, St. Ignace, in Huronia, where they were ritually tortured and killed on March 16, 1649. The Compagnie des Saints-Associés barely hung on against the Iroquois onslaught, with native war parties interpreting canoes carrying furs to Montreal, cutting off French forts, raiding French settlements along the banks of the St. Lawrence River and carrying off captives, and sometimes laying out iron chains they had obtained from the Dutch to blockade the St. Lawrence to prevent ships from using the river. In 1653, Jehan de Lauzon negotiated a peace treaty with the Mohawk. It ended their attacks on French settlers and reduced the threat to the colony for some years. Afterward, he accorded to himself the monopoly on the fur trade. Settlers sought to open the trade by petitioning King Louis XIV. The king responded by ordering the fur trade to be reopened to all colonists. In 1656, the Société de Montréal had determined to establish a seminary in the colony of Ville-Marie, for the training of missionaries to the indigenous people of America. French Catholic priest and the founder of the Sulpicians, Jean-Jacques Ollier SS, himself a member of the society, nominated his trusted assistant Abbé Gabriel Thubiers de Lévis-Duclos SS, son of a wealthy nobleman, the first superior of St. Sulpice, the second oldest structure in Montreal, who had already successfully founded 4 such schools. Given Duclos' large fortune and his characteristic generosity, it seemed even more of a natural choice for an enterprise which would require all the resources that could be found. Some members of the society further proposed that the candidate should be a bishop. Duclos gave his consent to both proposals. His nomination was declared at the General Assembly of the French clergy held on January 10, 1657. The Jesuits, who had complete control of the colony, objected and put forth an alternate candidate, Saint Francis Xavier de Montmorency Laval MEP, commonly referred to as François de Laval. Note: Laval was a member of the Montmorency family and was one of the most influential men of his day. He was a candidate for canonization by the Catholic Church after his death and was beatified in 1980 by Pope John Paul II. On April 3, 2014, Pope Francis made him a saint by equipollent canonization. His father, Hugues de Laval, a member of the House of Laval, was the Seigneur of Montigny, Montbaudry, Alaincourt et Revercourt. His mother, Michelle de Pericard, was from a family of hereditary officers of the crown in Normandy. Throughout his life, Laval's mother continuously served as an example of piety and encouraged him to be charitable to those who were less fortunate. Despite his noble descent, his parents were not considered to be wealthy. Laval had 5 other brothers and 2 sisters. 2 of these siblings would also pursue religious paths in life. His youngest brother, Henri, entered the Benedictine order, and his sister, Anne Charlotte, entered the Congregation of Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament. Laval continued to collaborate with the colony's high religious authorities, until his very last days. He helped the poor with his presence and his gifts of charity. He never missed a mass or a day of fasting, despite his ever-declining health. By 1707, he had developed an ulcer which eventually took his life on May 6, 1708. His body was placed in a coffin in the cathedral, however his heart was kept in the chapel of the seminary to which he had dedicated most of his life and fortune. Continued: Laval enjoyed the favor of the royal court. This turn of events was to rankle Nicolas for much of his time in Nouveau France, but he accepted the decision of the Society and prepared for his departure for the New World. For the mission, Ollier also appointed 2 other priests, Dominique Gallineur and Gabriel Swart, and a deacon, Antoine d'Alad. Laval's nomination as a bishop for Nouveau France was the result of increasing tensions regarding the ecclesiastical state of the colony. Appointing a bishop proved difficult. It was a contentious issue, particularly between the Jesuits and the newly arrived Sulpicians. The Jesuits, who by this time were quite accustomed to working independently, feared being controlled by a Sulpician bishop. Their uneasiness stemmed from beliefs that a Sulpician bishop would undermine their control, and eventually lead to the subordination of the Church to the crown. While the Sulpicians were busy proposing one of their own, Abbé Gabriel Thubiers de Levi-Declas, as bishop, the Jesuits turned their support to Laval. With the assistance of Queen Mother Anne of Austria, obtaining royal approval provided little challenge. What remained an obstacle for the Jesuits and Laval was procuring a papal confirmation. The Holy See remained reserved regarding Laval's nomination. Much of Rome's delay in coming to a decision involved the Congregation for the Propagation of the Faith. They agreed with the Jesuits that a bishop was needed. However, they feared that Laval as bishop would enable the Jesuits to once again hold a monopoly over the colony. In a compromise between the Jesuits and the Holy See, Laval would be appointed the Apostolic Vicar of Nouveau France. Making Nouveau France into an apostolic vicariate, rather than a diocese, guaranteed that the head, in this case Laval, answered to the Pope rather than the leaders of the Church in France, giving the Pope some jurisdiction in the colony. Along with being made Vicar Apostolic, Laval would be ordained a bishop in partibus, giving him the power he needed to build the Church in Canada. Note: a titular see in various churches is an episcopal see of a former diocese that no longer functions, sometimes called a dead diocese. On May 17, 1657, at Saint-Nazaire, Paul Chomedy de Maisonneuve and Louis Delabouste, as well as 3 Sulpicians, Abbé Gabriel Swart, Antoine d'Alad, and Dominique Gallineur, under the leadership of Abbé Clas, boarded the ship bound for Canada. Note: Abbé Gabriel Swart was a Sulpician priest and the nephew of Père Joseph Le Caron Omr. He is most often remembered in Canadian history as the first parish priest of Montreal. Swart entered the priesthood later in life, having previously studied and practiced medicine. He became a priest in 1650 and was sent to Nouveau France to help found the Séminaire de Montréal. At the same time he began to organize the parish which had previously been ministered to by the Jesuits as a group since 1642. He also acted as an able replacement for his superior, Abbé Clas, chaplain of the Notre Dame congregation, and Hôtel Dieu de Montréal continued the travelers, after a stormy crossing, landed on the Isle d'Orléans on July 29. In the middle of August the four Sulpicians, whom the Jesuits had kept as their guests for a few days in their residence, settled down at Ville-Marie. While small in size, the colony still provided a number of challenges to Laval. He found himself having to make concessions where he never thought to before to a population that, while scarce, was spread out, and was less inclined to continue under strict church discipline. Additionally, he had to deal with Sulpician Abbé de Clas, who had already been operating in the colony as Vicar General, under the authority of the Archbishop of Rouen, who continued to claim complete ecclesiastical jurisdiction over the colony. Clas continued to assert his own authority for nearly 2 years, during which time Laval repeatedly had to appeal both to the king and to the Holy See for support. On June 3, 1658 in Rome, the papal bulls appointing Laval as Vicar Apostolic were signed. Laval became the Bishop of Petria in partibus infidelium, in the lands of the unbelievers. On December 8, 1658, in the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés in Paris, Laval was consecrated the Vicar Apostolic of Quebec by the papal nuncio, Cardinal Celio Piccolomini. Laval took an oath of loyalty to the king and sailed from La Rochelle for Nouveau France on April 13, 1659. On June 16 of that year he arrived at Quebec. Immediately upon his arrival Laval began his work. On the same day his ship docked, he baptized a young Huron and gave a dying man his last sacraments. By 1660, the total population of Nouveau France was 3,035, with about 1928 being French. There were about 900 people living in Quebec City and about 200 each in Montréal and Trois-Rivières, and the rest spread out in small settlements along the St. Lawrence. The white population of Nouveau France was 63% male, most being engaged in the fur trade. The Compagnie des Saints Associés fulfilled the terms of its royal charter to bring settlers to Nouveau France, but most were engages, indentured laborers, who left at the end of their 5-year contracts. The harsh winters, the shortage of white women, and the threat of being carried off by the Iroquois led to very few Frenchmen wanting to stay, and unable to build the population. The Compagnie des Saints Associés simply lacked the manpower to counter the Iroquois, as France was fully engaged in a war with Spain that did not end until 1659. Additionally, France was caught in a series of civil wars known as Le Fronde in the 1650s, and with Frenchmen busy killing each other, it was inconceivable to send a force across the Atlantic to Nouveau France. But even after the Peace of the Pyrenees ended the war with Spain, in 1659, the Crown remained indifferent to Nouveau France. In 1661, Pierre Bouchard, the governor of Trois-Rivières, visited Paris to beg for help, saying that people in Trois-Rivières were afraid to go outside without a weapon lest they be carried off by the Iroquois, only to be politely told that the responsibility of the defense of the colony rested with the Compagnie des Saints Associés, not the Crown. Unable to turn a profit with the beaver wars raging, the Compagnie des Saints Associés went bankrupt in 1663 and Nouveau France became a crown colony ruled directly by the French state. The immediate concern of King Louis XIV was to make the new crown colony turn a profit, which would require ending the Iroquois threat. Laval struggled a great deal throughout his career to defend the Church's power against state intrusion. Upon his arrival, Laval was adamant in asserting his primacy over the governor. He was immediately in opposition with Governor d'Argenson, particularly regarding ceremony and protocol. Also, the issue of selling alcohol to the natives further fueled their feud. Laval believed that intoxicated natives were an embarrassment to the colony and endangered the lives of those around them. He quickly imposed the threat of excommunication on those who continued to deal in this trade. Governor Darganson abhorred this action, deeming it an intrusion of church into state affairs. Darganson soon resigned and was replaced by Davagar, who, in order to avoid any conflict with Laval, decreed harsh penalties against anyone caught selling alcohol to the natives. Again, Laval was displeased, believing that excommunication was a far more humane consequence. When alcohol was again being sold freely to natives, in a moment of despair over the state of Nouveau France, Laval departed for France in August 1662 to consult with King Louis XIV on the matter. Laval succeeded in bringing about Davagar's recall the following year. When Laval returned to Nouveau France, he had increased powers. Louis XIV had assured Laval that he would have a future appointment as bishop, requesting he establish a sovereign council in Quebec, and even asked Laval to choose Nouveau France's next governor. For governor, Laval chose Chevalier de Mézy, a friend from his time at the Hermitage of Seine. In the developing Sovereign Council, which held its first session September 18, 1663, Mézy represented the first figure of authority, followed by Laval, and Gaudis Dupont, commissioner. Laval appointed Mézy hoping to have an ally among high-ranking state official. In the trade of alcohol to the natives he did find in Mézy an ally, together the two forbade the trading of alcohol. However, constituting the Sovereign Council revealed that the two represented conflicting interests in matters of church and state. Soon, another conflict between Laval and governor ensued, leading Laval to take to the streets with drums to tell his version of the feud. Upon Mézy's death, the Sovereign Council was reorganized. Intendant Jehan Talon was added, and immediately assumed the functions previously exercised by Laval. With this change in the council, Laval began to attend the council's meetings less frequently. From then on, Laval retreated somewhat from state affairs and focused purely on ecclesiastical matters. As bishop, Laval was arguably one of the ultimate sources of authority in Nouveau France. However, his dream was not only to expand the Catholic Church in Nouveau France, but also to train and teach its future leaders. On March 26, 1663, the Grand Séminaire was opened at Quebec, and thus the Séminaire de Québec was born. Its main goal was to train missionary priests, and it was affiliated with Laval's own institution, the Séminaire des Missions Étrangères, in Paris. The Carignan Saliers Regiment, the charter of the Company of 100 Associates, was cancelled, and the Old Council of Quebec, formed in 1647, reorganized and became the Sovereign Council. The Sovereign Council was composed of the governor, the bishop, the intendant, an attorney general, a secretary, and 5 councillors. Its functions included general jurisdiction for the administration of justice in civil and criminal matters, and the questions of police, roads, finance, and trade. In 1664, following the request of the Sovereign Council, the French finance minister Jean-Baptiste Colbert, Minister of Finances of France under the rule of King Louis XIV, ordered the Carignan Saliers to reinforce the existing 100-man force in Nouveau France. This reinforcement was as much, if not more, motivated by mercantile ambitions rather than actual cries for help from the colony. In 1665 the French entered into agreements with the Oneida and Onondaga nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, who were there to represent themselves, as well as the Cayugas and the Senecas. Tracy interpreted the Mohawk absence as signaling a threat of intimidation, vi. The Carignan Saliers Regiment was a Piedmont French military unit formed by merging 2 other regiments in 1659, the Balthazar Regiment, formed during the 30 Years' War and becoming the Saliers when Balthazar died in 1665, and the Carignan Regiment, formed in 1644 in Piedmont. They were led by the new Governor-General, Daniel de Remy de Courcelles, Sieur de Montigny, de la Fresnaye et de Courcelles, and Lieutenant General Alexander de Preville, Sieur de Tracy. Approximately 1,200 men, Piedmont, Savoyard, and Ligurian, arrived in Nouveau France the middle of 1665. Sieur de Courcelles was instrumental in upgrading the judicial procedures of the colony along with Intendant Jehan Talon, Count d'Orsainville son of Philippe Talon and Anne-Marie de Berry and, acting on the orders of Louis XIV, he established militia units in Nouveau France. This militia would be instrumental in the colony's future wars. Talon had been appointed by King Louis XIV and Colbert, his minister, to serve as the Intendant of Justice, Public Order and Finances in Canada, Acadia and Newfoundland. Jehan Talon saved the colony from destitution through the implementation of policies that cultivated agriculture, colonization, trade, industry, and naval construction. More so, he strengthened the foundation on which justice and government was placed, and, with a strong outlook into the future, he prepared the way for the future extension and growth of New France. The arrival of the first companies of the regiment at one stroke increased the population of Quebec City by 25%, and an immediate problem was building housing for the newly arrived soldiers who at first had to camp out in tents outside Quebec City. On May 4, 1639, Marie de l'Incarnation and Madeleine de la Peltrie set sail from Dieppe for Quebec on board the St. Joseph. They were accompanied by a fellow aristocratic Ursuline Marie de Senanières, the young commoner Charlotte Barre, 3 nurses, and 2 Jesuit fathers. They were welcomed as saviors, particularly by Marie de l'Incarnation Osu, Marie Gaillard daughter of Jehanne Michelet and Florent Gaillard, head of the Ursuline convent, who wrote of their arrival, "The ships have all arrived, bringing us the rest of the army, along with the most eminent persons whom the king has sent to the aid of the country. They feared they would all perish in the storms they braved on their voyage. We are helping them to understand that this is a holy war, where the only things that matter are the glory of God and the salvation of souls." But François Dollier de Casson, the Sulpician priest in Montreal, had arrived in Quebec in 1666 and was immediately sent as a military chaplain with Preville de Tracy in an action against the Mohawks. The Sulpician Casson reacted to the soldiers negatively, saying, "Vices which have, in fact, risen and grown here since that time when the troops arrived, along with many other troubles and misfortunes which had not up to that time made their appearance here." The regiment's service in Nouveau France began when a third of them were ordered to build new forts along the Richelieu River, the principal route of the Iroquois marauders. Fort Chambly, formerly known as Fort St. Louis, Fort St. Idriss, and Fort St. Jehan at St. Jehan-sur-Richelieu, were along the Richelieu River and were constructed so as to limit Iroquois attacks on the people of Nouveau France. Note: Fort Chambly as constructed in 1665 was the first wooden fort constructed in Nouveau France and had a rudimentary wood wall system with a building in the center of the fort. Inside, and near the center building, were small buildings for the troops. And Fort Sten was constructed on Lake Champlain near the river's source. All of the forts were used as supply stations for the troops as they were deployed on their 2 campaigns into Iroquois Nation land in 1666. The first invasion force, of 400 or 500 men, was led by de Courcelles. But his men were greatly outnumbered by the Iroquois and were forced to withdraw before any significant action could take place. Although the invasion was abortive, they took Chief Quinniquius prisoner. Tracy agreed to the campaign after the Mohawks had refused to send a delegation to the Iroquois nations and French leaders in Montreal in November 1665, vs. The men left January 30, 1666 under the orders of Courcelles, despite the fact that their native guides had not yet arrived. Indeed, this campaign also differed greatly from the European tradition of not campaigning in winter. The men were ill-equipped. Many left the fort without snowshoes, which contributed significantly to the campaign's death toll. The campaign was made up of about 500 men of regimental soldiers, a number of Indians, and an estimated 200 volunteer habitants. The column ended up getting lost, wandering in the wilderness for 3 weeks before ending up on the outskirts of the Anglo-Dutch settlement of Schenectady. The soldiers came across the village and, assuming it to be Mohawk, launched a brutal attack, ravaging the village and killing 2 and severely wounding another 2. The sounds of the battle were overheard by a passing Mohawk party composed of approximately 60 warriors. The French and Mohawks engaged in a small skirmish which resulted in a small number of casualties on both sides. The French troops were at a tactical disadvantage as they were used to the pitched battles regulated by rigid drills commonly used in continental Europe. Despite the experience of the soldiers of the Carignan-Saliers regiment, their tactics were useless against the hit-and-run tactics used by the Mohawks. The fighting ended when the burgomaster of Schenectady informed Courcelles that he was in the territory of the Duke of York. The burgomaster implied that if the French chose to stay in the settlement they would be vulnerable to attacks by both Indians and the English units stationed at Schenectady and Albany, less than 25 kilometers away. The French stopped the attack and the burgomaster agreed to provide the men with some provisions for their return journey. The campaign was ultimately a failure. Nothing was accomplished and the regiment sustained great losses, 400 out of 500 died. Due to the hastiness with which the campaign had been launched and the harshness of the weather, most of the deaths occurred while traveling from and to Fort St. Louis. In the summer of 1666, Tracy initiated a second campaign into Mohawk territory after the declaration of the Second Anglo-Dutch War, a conflict fought between England and the Dutch Republic for control over the seas and trade routes, where England tried to end the Dutch domination of world trade during a period of intense European commercial rivalry. After initial English successes, the war ended in a Dutch victory. It was a brutal war against the Iroquois peoples. After defeating them and destroying their crops and villages, he launched an attack against the Mohawk Nation, in central present-day New York, and caused destruction to their territory in the name of the King of France. Because of the late arrival of several parties, the regiment left in 3 separate columns over a period of 3 days. Tracy sought to use the element of surprise, moving swiftly into enemy territory, his soldiers traveling light. Thus, from the beginning of the campaign, the regiment's situation was precarious as the soldiers brought insufficient provisions and did not carry the necessary equipment for a lengthy assault. Inclement weather added to the danger of the mission and further threatened the campaign's success. As it moved inland, the regiment encountered 4 Mohawk villages, all of which had been abandoned. The fact that the Mohawks abandoned their villages was fortuitous for the regiment since it was not operating at full strength and the soldiers were stretched over a large area. At this point in the campaign, the regiment probably would not have been able to withstand a large-scale attack. What is more, the villages were hastily abandoned, thus providing the French troops with a supply of food, tools, weapons, and other provisions. After regrouping at the last of the 4 villages, Tracy ordered the soldiers to turn around and burn each one as they went, carrying all the loot they could back to Quebec. The Mohawks, though skilled in guerrilla fighting, were caught by surprise by the speed of the French attack and were unable to engage the French. On October 17, 1666, the lands and fields surrounding the Mohawk villages were all claimed as French territory and crosses were erected to symbolize that claim. However, the French never returned to the area to enforce this territorial claim. Despite the fact that the French troops had not directly engaged the Mohawks or the English, the campaign was considered a great success. The French finally assumed a position of tactical superiority over the Mohawk and Iroquois Confederacy, which in turn gave the French a diplomatic advantage in the following peace talks. As a result, the French were able to place French-speaking traders as well as Jesuits in a number of Iroquois villages. To ensure the success of this agreement as well as the security of the traders and missionaries, a system of hostages was implemented. Each Iroquois village was required to send 2 members of a leading family to live in the St. Lawrence Valley. Moreover, the Mohawk were forced to accept the Roman Catholic faith and to adopt the French language as taught by the Jesuit missionaries. A mission village for Mohawk Catholics, Conawake, was set up on the south shore of the St. Lawrence near Montreal. Note: the Mohawks practiced the adoption of captives into the tribe, mostly young women and children taken in raids. They made these full members, including Europeans. The Mohawk had a matrilineal kinship system, with children considered born into the clan of the mother and deriving their status from her family, and through the 18th century, many marriages occurred between European men and Indian women. Mixed-race children born to Mohawk mothers were readily assimilated into the mother's family and the nation. As a result, many Kanawake people are of mixed ethnicity, of Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, French, English, Anglo-American, Scots and Irish descent but identifying as Mohawk. Part 2 King Philip's War and the Wabanaki Confederacy, the most destructive war of the 17th century in North America, whereof more than 600 colonists and 3,000 Indians died. By the late 17th century, much of North America had been claimed by European countries. Spain had claimed Florida as well as modern-day Mexico and much of the southwestern part of the continent. The northern and central Atlantic coast was claimed by Britain, and Nouveau France comprised much of what is now eastern Canada as well as the central Illinois country. The French feared that their territory was vulnerable to the expansionist aims of its neighbors. After Spain declared war on France in October 1667, King Louis agreed to support René Robert Cavelier, Sieur de La Salle, who had a plan for promoting Christianity among the native peoples as well as a convenient location for attacking the Spanish province of Nueva Vizcaya, the first province in the north of Nueva España, New Spain, and to be explored and settled by the Spanish, vi. Note: La Salle's major legacy was establishing the network of forts from Fort Frontenac to outposts along the Great Lakes, Ohio, Illinois, and Mississippi rivers that came to define French territorial, diplomatic and commercial policy for almost a century between his first expedition and the 1763 cession of Nouveau France to Great Britain. In addition to the forts, which also served as authorized agencies for the extensive fur trade, La Salle's visits to Illinois and other Indians cemented the French policy of alliance with Indians in the common causes of containing both Iroquois influence and Anglo-American settlement. Also note, Spanish exploration of the area began with an expedition in 1531 by Spanish conquistador Nuno Beltrán de Guzmán. Originally a bodyguard of Charles V of Spain, he was sent to Mexico to counterbalance the influence of the leader of the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire, Hernán Cortés, since the king worried he was becoming too powerful. As governor of Panuco, Guzmán cracked down hard on the supporters of Cortés, stripping him and his supporters of property and rights. He conducted numerous expeditions of conquest into the northwestern areas of Mexico, enslaving thousands of Indians and shipping them to the Caribbean colonies. In the resulting power struggles, where he also made himself an enemy of important churchmen, Guzmán, a cruel, violent, and irrational tyrant, came out the loser. In 1537, he was arrested for treason, abuse of power and mistreatment of the indigenous inhabitants of his territories, and he was sent to Spain in shackles. Continued, he was to return to North America and confirm the Indians' allegiance to the crown, leading them to the true faith, and maintaining intertribal peace. As a man, René Robert Cavelier, Sieur de La Salle, son of Jehan Cavelier and Catherine Gist, studied with the Jesuit religious order and became a member after taking initial vows in 1660. At his request on March 27, 1667, after he was in Canada, he was released from the Society of Jesus after citing moral weaknesses. La Salle was nearly destitute when he traveled as a prospective colonist to North America. He had sailed for Nouveau France in the spring of 1666, his brother Jehan, a Sulpician priest, had moved there the year before. La Salle was granted a seigneurie on land at the western end of Ile de Montréal, which became known as La Chine. La Salle immediately began to issue land grants, set up a village and learn the languages of the native people, mostly Mohawk in this area. The Mohawk told him of a great river, called the Ohio, which flowed into the Mississippi River. Thinking the river flowed into the Gulf of Mexico, he began to plan for expeditions to find a western passage to China. He sought and received permission from Governor Daniel Corcelis and Intendant Jehan Talon to embark on the enterprise. He sold his interests in La Chine to finance the venture. In October 1668, Laval attached a petit séminaire to the institution of the Séminaire de Québec. It was meant to train boys, amongst which would be chosen those with vocations to priesthood, and natives were welcome, too. When it opened, only 8 French students and 6 Huron were present, due to a lack of teachers. However, shortly after its opening, a considerable number of French missionaries arrived in the colony, especially Sulpicians, whose commitment was to providing this education. Laval wanted these teachers to spread the word that his institution was to establish a sense of charity and love for religion in the colony and not another source of law or authority. Laval's view of the Grand Seminaire was greater than a mere teaching academy. He hoped that it would become a home for all parochial priests. Laval encouraged them to see it as their true home and as a place to which they may turn to in sickness or old age. Furthermore, he wanted the seminary to become a paymaster for all priests and parishes, which meant that it had to be well funded. In order to accomplish this feat, Laval donated most of his own fortune to the seminary since it had now become his home as well. He also convinced Louis XIV to give him the income of 3 different abbeys in France. Moreover, since his institution was expected to pay off all priests, Laval thought it would be normal to receive the incomes levied by their parishes. This idea was, however, met with a lot of resistance from the population, which was not accustomed to contributing to the upkeep of religious institutions. His original goal of demanding a tax worth 1/13 of the produce of farms was met with violent resistance, which forced him to reduce it to 1/26. After firmly establishing his seminary, Laval did share a large part of his administrative work with other religious figures, thus slowly developing the church. He appointed his young companion from France, Henri de Bernice, the pastor of Quebec, at the head of the seminary, thus closely linking it with the parish of Quebec. Furthermore, he also appointed 5 other directors who would form the bishop's advisory body. In 1668 he appointed the previously troublesome Abbé Clas as the first superior of a new seminary in Ville-Marie. Laval also took interest in practical education for craftsmen and farmers, founding a school of arts and crafts at St. Joachim, one of the first places of Nouveau France to be colonized. Note, in 1628, St. Joachim, first called after Cape Tourmente, was destroyed by the Kirk brothers, but it became an agricultural center again after 1668 when François de Laval bought land around the Cape to establish farms to feed his seminary of Quebec. The return of the Recollets to Nouveau France in 1670 was led by Père Germain Allard, accompanied by Gabriel de la Ribouard, Simple Landon, Hilarion Gunan, Anselme Bardown, and Frère Luc. The territory of Quebec had since been carved up amongst the Jesuits, who claimed the Laurentian Valley and other western territories, and the Sulpicians who owned Montreal and its surrounding region. At this point, the conversion of Amerindians to Christianity was no longer the main priority of the Recollets, as they were more concerned with rebuilding infrastructure that had been left behind following their expulsion by the British in 1629. Nonetheless, they continued to partake in evangelization missions in Gaspésie, in Acadia, and in Louisiana. In 1672 the Franco-Dutch War began, and England allied itself with the French. England and the Netherlands came to terms early in 1674, and then several months later the July day when buccaneer Captain Jurien Ernouts, commander of the Dutch frigate Flying Horse, sailed into New York harbor. Previously he had been sailing the North Atlantic Ocean looking for English and French ships to attack. In New York he met a fur trader named John Rhodes, a Massachusetts resident thoroughly familiar with the coasts of Maine and Acadia, who told him that the Dutch were no longer at war with the English, but that France had yet to come to terms. Rhodes went on to explain to Ernouts that the French colony in Acadia was barely defended and ripe for conquest. Ernouts took this suggestion to his crew and they agreed unanimously. John Rhodes would be the crew's guide. In 1672, Martin Chartier, a white Indian, whom would later live amongst the Shawnee, along with his brother Pierre, participated in Louis Joliet's second expedition. Note Martin Chartier arrived in Quebec in 1667 with his brother Pierre, his sister Jehanne René, and his father René. On the transatlantic voyage, René and Martin became acquainted with La Salle, who was also immigrating to Canada. In 1672, Martin Chartier, along with his brother Pierre, participated in Louis Joliet's second expedition into the Illinois Territory, and went with La Salle on his 1679–1680 journey to Lake Erie, Lake Huron, and Lake Michigan. Chartier assisted in the construction of Fort Miami and Fort Crevecoeur. In December of the same year Joliet reached the Straits of Mackinac, where with Jesuit Pere Marquette, he spent the winter and the early spring in questioning the Indians and preparing maps for his famous 1673 expedition in 2 canoes, also with Pere Marquette and 5 voyageurs of French Indian ancestry, Métis, to find the mouth of the Mississippi River, to discover if it flowed into the Gulf of Mexico or the Pacific Ocean. The Joliet-Marquette expedition traveled to within 435 miles, 700 kilometers, of the Gulf of Mexico but turned back at the mouth of the Arkansas River. By this point they had encountered several natives carrying European trinkets, and they feared an encounter with explorers or colonists from Spain. Marquette and his party returned to the Illinois Territory in late 1674, becoming the first Europeans to winter in what would become the city of Chicago. Continued Joliet was chosen by Intendant Jehan Talon, who in turn had been delegated his power from Governor Louis de Buade de Frontenac, to explore the Mississippi River, which the Indians alleged flowed into the Southern Sea. In the order, the French governor refers to Joliet as one experienced in these kinds of discoveries and who had been already very near the river. In December of the same year Joliet reached the Straits of Mackinac, where with Jesuit priest and missionary Père Jacques Marquette, he spent the winter and the early spring in questioning the Indians and preparing maps for his famous 1673 expedition, also with Père Marquette, them being the first Europeans to explore and map the northern portion of the Mississippi River Valley in their search to find the mouth of the Mississippi River, to discover if it flowed into the Gulf of Mexico or the Pacific Ocean. Note: after he worked and taught in France for several years, the Jesuits assigned Marquette to Nouveau France in 1666 as a missionary to the indigenous peoples of the Americas. He showed great proficiency in learning the local languages, especially Huron. In 1668 he was moved by his superiors to missions farther up the St. Lawrence River in the western Great Lakes region. He helped found missions at Sault Ste. Marie in present-day Michigan in 1668, St. Ignace in 1671, St. Ignace Mission, and at La Pointe, on Lake Superior near the present-day city of Ashland, Wisconsin. At La Pointe he encountered members of the Illinois tribes, who told him about the important trading route of the Mississippi River. They invited him to teach their people, whose settlements were mostly farther south. Because of wars between the Hurons at La Pointe and the neighboring Lakota people, Marquette left the mission and went to the Straits of Mackinac, whereat he informed his superiors about the rumored river and requested permission to explore it. Continued in 1672 the Franco-Dutch War began, and England allied itself with the French. England and the Netherlands came to terms early in 1674 and then several months later the July day when buccaneer Captain Jurien Arnouds, commander of the Dutch frigate Flying Horse, sailed into New York Harbor. Previously he had been sailing the North Atlantic Ocean looking for English and French ships to attack. In New York he met a fur trader named John Rhodes, a Massachusetts resident thoroughly familiar with the coasts of Maine and Acadia, who told him that the Dutch were no longer at war with the English, but that France had yet to come to terms. Rhodes went on to explain to Arnouds that the French colony in Acadia was barely defended and ripe for conquest. Arnouds took this suggestion to his crew and they agreed unanimously. John Rhodes would be the crew's guide. Note: Louis Joliet was a French-Canadian explorer known for his discoveries in North America. Joliet and Jesuit Père Jacques Marquette were the first non-natives to explore and map the Mississippi River in 1673. Joliet was born in 1645 in Beaupré, a French settlement near Quebec City. When he was 7 years old, his father died. His mother then married a successful merchant. Joliet's stepfather owned land on Ile d'Orléans, an island in the St. Lawrence River. Joliet spent much time on Ile d'Orléans, so it was likely that he began speaking Aboriginal languages at a young age. During his childhood, Quebec was the center of the French fur trade. The natives were part of day-to-day life in Quebec, and Joliet grew up knowing a lot about them. He entered a Jesuit school in Quebec and received minor orders in 1662 and focused on philosophical and religious studies, aiming for priesthood. He also studied music, becoming a skilled harpsichordist and church organist. Yet he abandoned his plans to become a priest and left the seminary in 1667, having decided to pursue fur trading instead. He spoke French, English, and Spanish. Continued leave was granted in 1673 for Père Marquette to join the expedition of Louis Joliet, a French-Canadian explorer. They departed from St. Ignace on May 17, with 2 canoes and 5 voyageurs of French Indian ancestry, Métis. They followed Lake Michigan to Green Bay and up the Fox River, nearly to its headwaters. From there, they were told to portage their canoes a distance of slightly less than 2 miles through marsh and oak plains to the Wisconsin River. Many years later, at that point the town of Portage, Wisconsin was built, named for the ancient path between the 2 rivers. From the portage, they ventured forth, and on June 17 they entered the Mississippi near present-day Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. The Joliet-Marquette expedition traveled down the Mississippi to within 435 miles, 700 kilometers, of the Gulf of Mexico. They turned back north at the mouth of the Arkansas River. By this point, they had encountered natives carrying European goods, and worried about a possible hostile encounter with explorers or colonists from Spain. The voyageurs then followed the Mississippi back to the mouth of the Illinois River, which friendly natives told them was a shorter route back to the Great Lakes. Following the Illinois River upstream, they then turned up its tributary the Des Plaines River near modern-day Joliet, Illinois. They then continued up the Des Plaines River, portaged their canoes and gear at the Chicago Portage, then followed the Chicago River downstream until they reached Lake Michigan near the location of modern-day Chicago. Père Marquette stayed at the mission of St. François Xavier at the southern end of Green Bay, which they reached in August, while Joliet returned to Quebec to relate the news of their discoveries. Hernando de Soto was the first European to make official note of the Mississippi River by discovering its southern entrance in 1541. Joliet and Marquette were the first to locate its upper reaches, and travel most of its length, about 130 years later. De Soto had named the river Rio del Espiritu Santo, but tribes along its length called it variations of Mississippi. Note Hernando de Soto, born of parents who were both hidalgos, nobility of modest means, was a Spanish explorer and conquistador who led the first Spanish and European expedition deep into the territory of the modern-day United States, through Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and most likely Arkansas. He is the first European documented as having crossed the Mississippi River. Brave leadership, unwavering loyalty, and ruthless schemes for the extortion of native villages for their captured chiefs became De Soto's hallmarks during the conquest of Central America. He gained fame as an excellent horseman, fighter, and tactician. During that time, De Soto was influenced by the achievements of Spanish explorers, Juan Ponce de Leon, the first European to reach Florida, Vasco Núñez de Balboa, the first European to reach the Pacific Ocean coast of the Americas, he called it the South Sea on the south coast of Panama, and Ferdinand Magellan, who first sailed that ocean to East Asia. Continued on July 12, 1673, the governor of Nouveau France, Louis de Buade, Comte de Frontenac et de Poluo, arrived at the mouth of the Cataraqui River, which forms the lower portion of the Rideau Canal and drains into Lake Ontario at Kingston, to meet with leaders of the 5 nations of the Iroquois to encourage them to trade with the French. While the groups met and exchanged gifts, Frontenac's men, led by La Salle, hastily constructed a rough wooden palisade on a point of land by a shallow, sheltered bay. Originally the fort was named Fort Cataraqui but was later renamed Fort Frontenac by La Salle in honor of his patron. The purpose of Fort Frontenac was to control the lucrative fur trade in the Great Lakes Basin to the west. The fort was also meant to be a bulwark against the English and Dutch, who were competing with the French for control of the fur trade. La Salle was left in command of the fort in 1673. Thanks to his powerful protector, the discoverer managed, during a voyage to France in 1674–75, to secure for himself the grant of Fort Cataraqui and, with Frontenac's support, acquired not only a fur trade concession, with permission to establish frontier forts, but also letters of nobility for himself and his descendants. He returned and rebuilt Fort Frontenac in stone. Using the fort as a base, he undertook expeditions to the west and southwest in the interest of developing a vast fur trading empire. Henri de Tonty joined his explorations as his lieutenant. In 1674, 15 years after his arrival to Nouveau France, Laval asked that the territory be made into a fully independent diocese. His request was granted, and he was appointed the first bishop of Quebec. The one issue Laval never relented with, however, was the trade of alcohol to the natives. Once he was appointed bishop, he revisited his original cause. In 1675, Laval, despite Governor Frontenac's resistance on the matter, proceeded to excommunicate all who sold alcohol to the natives. On May 24, 1679, Laval succeeded in obtaining a royal decree banning the trade. Père Marquette and his party returned to Illinois Territory in late 1674, becoming the first Europeans to winter in what would become the city of Chicago. As welcomed guests of the Illinois Confederation, the explorers were feasted en route and fed ceremonial foods such as sagamite, a Native American stew used in ceremonies to celebrate welcomed guests made from hominy or Indian corn, and grease, from animal fat. Additional ingredients may include vegetables, wild rice, brown sugar, beans, smoked fish, or animal brains. Note the Illinois autonym was not Illinois, but rather Inoka, a word of unknown meaning. The Illinois Confederation, sometimes referred to as the Illiniwek or Illini, was a group of 12 to 13 Native American tribes in the upper Mississippi River Valley. At the time of European contact in the 17th century, they were believed to number over 10,000 people. Most of the Illinois spoke various dialects of the Miami Illinois language, one of the Algonquian languages families, with the known exception of the Siouan-speaking Michigamia. They occupied a broad inverted triangle from modern-day Iowa to near the shores of Lake Michigan in modern Chicago south to modern Arkansas. By the mid-18th century, only 5 principal tribes remained. In the 17th century, the Illinois suffered from a combination of exposure to Eurasian infectious diseases, to which they had no natural immunity, and warfare by the expansion of the Iroquois into the western Great Lakes region. The Iroquois had hunted out their traditional lands and sought more productive hunting and trapping areas. They sought first to purchase European goods in the fur trade. Many of the Illinois migrated to present-day eastern Kansas to escape the pressure from other tribes and encroaching European settlers. Continued Henri de Tonty, son of Lorenzo de Tonty, a financier and former governor of Gaeta, and Isabel di Lieto was an Italian soldier from the Kingdom of Naples, explorer, and fur trader in the service of France. Note: Lorenzo de Tonty had been involved in a revolt against a Spanish viceroy in Naples and had to seek political asylum in France. In Paris, the family gave birth to their second son, Pierre Alphonse de Tonty, Baron de Pagliudy, an officer who served under the French explorer Sieur de Cadillac and helped establish the first European settlement at Fort Pontchartrain du Detroit on the Detroit River in 1701. Several months later, both Cadillac and Tonty brought their wives to the fort, making them the first European women to travel so deep into the new territory. Alphonse de Tonty was involved in numerous scandals and disreputable activities before he was eventually dismissed from his post as commandant of Fort Pontchartrain. He died before he could obtain another appointment or return to France. In 1668, Henri joined the French army and later served in the French navy. During the Third Anglo-Dutch War, Anray was part of the French troops that King Louis XIV sent to Sicily in 1675 under the command of the Duke of Vivonne to support the rebellion of the important town of Messina, circa 100,000 inhabitants in 1674, against the Crown of Spain. Tonti took part in the military operations in the village of Gesso, up the hills near Messina, and he lost his hand in a grenade explosion. From that time on, wore a prosthetic hook covered by a glove, thus earning the nickname Iron Hand. Among the officers fighting beside the French Expedition Corps, there were the brothers Antonio and Thomas Chrysophy, who years later Tonti would have the chance to meet again in Nouvelle France. For reasons unknown, Louis XIV had him imprisoned in the Bastille from 1668 to 1675. Around 1684, he died in obscurity of unknown causes. In 1674, along with the governor of Acadia, Jean Vincent d'Abbadie de St. Castin, a French military officer serving in Acadia and a trader who did much to gain influence with the Abenaki, Penobscot, and other local tribes. Little is known of his early years other than he lost his mother in infancy and his father before his teens. He left for Canada at the age of 13 as an ensign in the army, a suitable pursuit for the younger son of a noble. He married a Native American woman, the daughter of Madakawando, adopted son of Assaminasquat, a sachem of the Penobscot, whom he succeeded. The Penobscot lands, lying east of Penobscot River, were a part of what the French called Acadia. D'Abbadie was made an Abenaki chief, was taken to Boston as a prisoner in the Dutch-led conquest of Acadia, who renamed the colony New Holland, Nova Hollandia. After he returned from Boston, Governor Frontenac gave St. Castin the task of allying the Abenaki with the French and recaptured the former capital of Acadia, Fort Pentagouet, the following year, 1675, during King Philip's War, an armed conflict in 1675–78 between Indian inhabitants of New England and New England colonists and their Indian allies. Note the war is named for Wampanoag chief Matacomet, second son of the sachem Massasoit or Usamaquin. Massasoit means great sachem, who adopted the name Philip because of the friendly relations between his father Massasoit and the Mayflower Pilgrims. There was some tension between Massasoit and the colonists when they refused to give up to Squanto, whom Massasoit believed to have betrayed him. This, however, was resolved in March 1623 when Massasoit was gravely ill and Edward Winslow nursed him back to health. In return for their kindness, Massasoit warned the Plymouth colonists of a plot against them. He had learned that a group of influential Massachusetts warriors intended to destroy both the Wessagusset and Plymouth colonies, and warned the Pilgrims in time. Massasoit was humane and honest, never violated his word, and constantly endeavored to imbue his people with a love of peace. He kept the Pilgrims advised of any warlike designs toward them by other tribes. According to colonial sources, Massasoit prevented the failure of Plymouth colony and the almost certain starvation that the Pilgrims faced during the earliest years of the colony's establishment. But the 40 years of peace that Massasoit so assiduously maintained collapsed soon after his death. Wamsuta, also known as Alexander, elder brother of Massasoit, broke away from his father's diplomacy and began to form an alliance with the Puritan Connecticut colony. He died suddenly within a year of his succession in 1662, and Massasoit became sachem of the Pecanicots and chief sachem of the Greater Wampanoag Confederacy. He believed that Alexander had been murdered at the hands of the colonists, and this was one of the factors that eventually led to King Philip's War, one of the bloodiest wars in American history. Tisquantum last of the Patuxet was a member of the Patuxet tribe of the Wampanoag, literally people of the dawn, a tribal confederation who lived on the western coast of Cape Cod Bay, which had been wiped out by a series of plagues and epidemic infection. He is best known for being an early liaison between the native populations in southern New England and the Pilgrims who made their settlement at the site of Squanto's former summer village. When the Mayflower landed in 1620, Squanto worked to broker peaceable relations between the Pilgrims and the local Pecanicots. He played a key role in the early meetings in March 1621, partly because he spoke English, having been kidnapped by English explorer Thomas Hunt and sold into slavery in Spain, where he remained until escaping and eventually returning to North America in 1619. He then lived with the Pilgrims for 20 months, acting as a translator, guide, and advisor. He also introduced the settlers to the fur trade, and taught them how to sow and fertilize native crops, i.e. the Three Sisters, beans, corn, and squash, which proved vital since the seeds which the Pilgrims had brought from England largely failed. Continued the French and native allies under the command of St. Castin, and an Abenaki chief, regained control of the area the following year in 1675, however, a year later the Dutch West India Company appointed Cornelis Steenwijck, a Dutch merchant in New York, governor of the coasts and countries of Nova Scotia and Acadia. Prior to King Philip's War, there is no record of New England and the Micmac being in conflict. During the First Abenaki War, Major Richard Waldron, son of William Waldron and Catherine Raven, an English-born merchant of a well-off Puritan family and colonial government official, i.e. second president of the New Hampshire Royal Council after it was first separated from Massachusetts, captured natives for the slave trade. For their part, in response to King Philip's War, the 5 Indian tribes in the region of Acadia created the Wabanaki Confederacy to form a political and military alliance with Nouveau France to stop the New England expansion. Matacomet, King Philip, used tribal alliances to coordinate efforts to push European colonists out of New England. Many of the native tribes in the region wanted to push out the colonists following conflicts over land use, diminished game as a consequence of expanding European settlement, and other tensions. As the colonists brought their growing numbers to bear, King Philip and some of his followers took refuge in the Great Assoamset Swamp in southern Massachusetts. He held out for a time, with his family and remaining followers. A note on the Salem witch trials in 1662, 3 Quaker missionaries, Anne Coleman, Mary Tompkins, and Alice Ambrose, arrived in Dover from England. Within weeks, their ministry became the subject of a public petition by the Puritan townsfolk, humbly craving relief against the spreading and the wicked errors of the Quakers among them. Waldron, as the local crown magistrate, ordered them to be punished as vagabonds by being bound behind a cart and being made to walk over 80 miles in a bitter winter through 10 neighboring townships. Beginning in Dover, and on arrival in each township, they were to be publicly stripped to the waist and whipped 10 times. At the 3rd township in which they were mistreated, Salisbury, originally called Colchester, situated on the Atlantic Ocean, north of Boston on the New Hampshire border, Major Rupert Pike, son of John Pike and Dorothy Day, who had died several years before, stopped the torture and released them. There, after receiving urgently required medical assistance from Walter Barefoot, maybe descended from Ezekiel Culverwell, a prominent English Puritan of the late 16th century who was acting governor of the province, the women left for Maine. Despite Barefoot's claimed Puritan family connections, he was a confirmed Anglican, opposing the Puritan rule of the New Hampshire settlements by Massachusetts Bay Colony. Cut loose these poor ones and let them go, come what will of it, all men shall know no warrant is good, though backed by the crown, for whipping women in Salisbury town. At the time of King Philip's War, Pike served as sergeant major, and was responsible for much of the area north of Boston. Maine was then a part of Massachusetts. Captain Benjamin Church reported to Sergeant Major Pike. Note: Pike was the first to openly criticize the persecution of the Quakers, for which he was arraigned by the Massachusetts General Court in 1653. Years later, he became embroiled in a long feud with the obnoxious pastor of Salisbury, Puritan clergyman Reverend John Wheelwright, son of Robert Wheelwright of Cumberworth and Saleby in Lincolnshire, who was contentious, lacking a conciliatory spirit, and never one to shrink from controversy, and whom excommunicated Pike in 1675 but was later obliged to reinstate him. More so, Pike was an opponent of the Salem witchcraft prosecutions of 1692 and the first of several prominent men to question the handling of the witchcraft crisis. More than 125 people had been arrested on charges of witchcraft, and were being held in Puritan Boston and Salem prisons. The admission of spectral evidence, accusations of a crime committed by one spectre, against which there is no alibi possible. Cotton Mather expressed anguish over Phipps's resolute and final, if slow, move to shut down the witchcraft proceedings and stated his displeasure with calls for presumed innocence, cases of conscience. Nova Hollandia Jurian Airnouts, or Airnouts, a Dutch colonial navy captain, was the commander of the frigate Flying Horse, based at Curaçao during the Third Anglo-Dutch War. Note he was dispatched by the governor of Curaçao to fight French and English ships in the North Atlantic after the Netherlands recaptured New York City. By the time he reached New York, however, the English and the Dutch had made peace in the Treaty of Westminster, but with the Franco-Dutch War still underway, Airnouts met with John Rhodes and decided to attack Acadia. He briefly captured Fort Pentagouet, capital of Acadia in Penobscot Bay, present-day Costini, Maine, in 2 hours. He then sailed up the Bay of Fundy, pillaging several French posts along the coast and ending at Fort Jemseg, which he also captured. Note: the history of Jemseg is a microcosm of the whole story of Acadia, the eastern provinces of Canada that passed back and forth between the French and English after 1604. English proprietor of Nova Scotia Colonel Thomas Temple established the first trading post at Jemseg near the mouth of the river, 1659. This was a fortified post convenient for trade with the Maliseet. However, Temple's prosperity was short-lived, for Acadia was restored to the French in 1667. Thus Airnouts claimed Acadia as Dutch territory, burying bottles at both Pentagouet and Jemseg to assert his claim, and remained in Acadia for about a month. He subsequently returned to Boston in mid-September, disposing of his pillage and selling the cannon from Pentagouet to the government of Massachusetts. Airnouts then returned to Curaçao in October, leaving Rhodes and company in Boston with orders to return to Acadia to maintain possession of the territory. Once back in Acadia, Rhodes, Peter Roderigo, and Cornelius Anderson were all issued privateering commissions to keep out the French and prevent the English from making inroads into Nova Hollandia. Roderigo led their group from his ship Edward and Thomas. Anredrezon's ship Penobscot Shallop took several English vessels on charges of trespassing and illegal fur trading. He looted them of their pelts, detained their captains and crews, and threatened to keep their ships as prizes before releasing them. They soon captured an English fur trader named George Manning. After looting his ship and threatening to maroon him, they allowed him to keep his ship if he would sail alongside them under the Dutch flag. The flotilla stopped a number of New England vessels coming to trade with the Wabanaki Confederacy, looting them of pelts and furs and threatening the sailors. Boston merchants heard complaints from sailors and fur traders, who had previously been allowed free range over the Acadia territory by paying fees to the French. They petitioned colonial officials of Massachusetts to send a small fleet under privateer and Indian fighter Captain Samuel Mosley to deal with the Dutch privateers. Roderigo and his fleet tried to fight Mosley's ships, but Manning immediately switched sides to aid the English, and, outgunned severely, the Dutch surrendered. Thus apprehended, the party was tried as pirates, during which time the French regained control of the territory without any military opposition. The English courts ignored the Dutch privateering commissions, which had been signed not by Prince William of Orange but by Airnouts himself, and, in 1675, most of the Dutch were convicted of piracy at trial, but all were eventually either acquitted, pardoned, or sentenced to hang, their sentences being commuted to banishment instead. The Penobscot Shallop and its sister ship were given to the heirs of a Boston merchant as compensation for lost goods. Rhodes was also condemned to death, but he too was eventually released on condition that he leaves Massachusetts. He was later granted a trading license by the Dutch West India Company during Van Steenwijk's brief attempt to regain control of Acadia in 1676, but was again arrested for trespassing on the territory of James, Duke of York. He was taken back to New York City, but was released after a brief imprisonment, and later rejoined the English, fighting alongside Mosley's fellow Indian fighter Joshua Scotto, a colonial American merchant and a devout supporter of the Massachusetts theocracy, which was threatened by Indians, Quakers, witches, imperial officials, and the French. The Dutch continued to consider Nova Hollandia part of their colonial empire in North America, imprisoning the governor of Acadia Jacques de Chambly and appointing Cornelis Jacob Steenwijk as governor of the Dutch West India Company in 1676, but this was largely a paper designation. In actual practice, the region remained under French control and sovereignty. Shortly after his appointment, Van Steenwijk sent a Dutch expedition to reoccupy Pentagouet, but they were turned back by 3 English warships from Boston. The Dutch continued to claim sovereignty over Acadia on paper until 1678, when they surrendered the claim at the end of the war. King Philip's War, also known as Matacomet's Rebellion, one of the most brutal and lopsided military encounters in all of New England's history. Edward Winslow of Plymouth Colony had been a Pilgrim leader who made peace with the native peoples and treated them honorably. But his son Josias Winslow, who became the colony's military commander about 1659, did not have a good relation with the Indians, and had a different view of them than did his father. Note: Josiah Winslow was born in Plymouth Colony about 1628, his parents were Edward Winslow and his second wife, Susanna White, widow of Pilgrim William White, who died in February 1621, with whom she had sons Resolved and Peregrine White, all of whom were Mayflower passengers. The wedding of Edward Winslow and Susanna White was the first in Plymouth Colony. In 1643 Josiah Winslow was chosen deputy to the General Court from Marshfield, and in 1656 he succeeded Miles Standish as the commander of the colony's military forces. In 1673 Josiah became the first native-born governor of the colony upon the death of Governor Thomas Prance. One of Josiah's first acts as governor was to institute a policy of larger sympathy for the Quakers. He set free 2 men, Cudworth and Robinson, who were in prison for stating their sympathy for the formerly persecuted Quakers. Continued: eventually the colonials no longer held the opinion, as they had for so many years previous, whence needing their help for their survival. Many younger colonists especially began to see Indians as a savage impediment to the development of the lands which they now largely saw as their own. At the time that Josiah Winslow became governor of Plymouth Colony in 1673, he was seen by the local native peoples as the embodiment of all that was unwelcome about the English-native relationship. Matacomet, King Philip, began his relationship with the English having the best interests of all at heart, but greed played a part in his thinking, and he eventually was involved in a massive transfer of native lands to the English, helped by a questionable character, Thomas Willett, fourth son of controversial anti-papist English clergyman Andrew Willett, a sea captain and merchant skilled in trade and native language, who wrongly portrayed himself a friend to all parties. King Philip had for many years been placating his young English-hating warriors, promising war against the colonists. Philip always tried to avoid actually fighting English militias directly, and when confronted, would back down. And as late as June 23, 1675, Philip still hoped he could keep from going to war, but Winslow, by now ill with possible tuberculosis and in no condition to fight a war, whether on purpose or not, managed to work against Philip instead of helping him with the support he badly needed to keep his warriors in check. Winslow had actually made matters worse when he prosecuted Tobias, a senior counselor to Philip, for the murder of an English-educated favorite, an Indian named John Sassamon, who the Indians may indeed have killed as a spy for the English. Thus, King Philip began laying plans to attack the New England colonists in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, and he slowly built a confederation of neighboring Indian tribes. He also gathered muskets and gunpowder for the eventual attack, but only in small numbers in order that the colonists would not be alarmed. Several Wampanoag men attacked and killed colonists in Swansea, Massachusetts on June 20, 1675, beginning King Philip's War. Governor Josias Winslow had allowed an acrimonious situation to get out of hand, and the attack and the violence that followed surprised everyone, English and Indian alike. The initial outbreak of violence that led to years of war was primarily caused by Winslow refusing to recognize that Philip's problems were actually also his own problems, too. And, in the end, Governor Josiah Winslow was the person most responsible for King Philip's war, possibly even more so than King Philip or anyone else. The Indians laid siege to the town, then destroyed it 5 days later and killed several more people. A full penumbral lunar eclipse occurred in the New England area on June 27, 1675, and the various tribes looked at it as a good omen for attacking the colonists. Officials from the Plymouth and Massachusetts Bay colonies responded quickly to the attacks on June 28 and sent a punitive military expedition which destroyed the Wampanoag town at Mount Hope. The Indians waged attacks on settlements in Massachusetts and Connecticut, but Rhode Island was spared, at the beginning, as the Narragansetts remained officially neutral. When King Philip's War had started, Moseley was given command of a unit largely composed of criminals, including Anderson, who fought under Moseley against the Wabanaki Confederacy. Anderson distinguished himself for bravery and tenaciousness on scouting missions, drawing praise from Moseley and his superiors. During King Philip's War, Benjamin Church was the principal military aide to Governor Winslow. Commissioned by Winslow as a captain on July 24, 1675, he fought a punitive war on the New England frontier against the rebellious Wampanoag, Nipmuc, and Podunk tribes of Indians. He is best known during this time for commanding a company of Englishmen and Native Americans independently of the governor's direction. Church's men were the first colonial force to be successful in raiding the hostile Indians' camps in forests and swamps. During previous decades, colonists had been on the defense against the natives, who knew their territory intimately. Relations were generally peaceful until 1675, but tensions had been growing as the colonists and their views of property encroached on Indian territory and hunting grounds. Church was allowed to recruit natives after he and other leaders realized that traditional European military tactics were ineffective in frontier warfare. He also persuaded many neutral or formerly hostile Indians to surrender and join his unit, where they operated skillfully as irregular troops. Some of these men had converted to Christianity in settlements before the war. They were known as praying Indians. Note: praying Indian is a 17th-century term referring to Native Americans of New England, New York, Ontario, and Quebec who converted to Christianity. Many groups are referred to by this term, but it is more commonly used for tribes that were organized into villages. These villages were known as Indian plantations or praying towns, predecessors to the Indian reservation, and were established by those such as the Apostle to the Indians Puritan leader John Eliot, Jesuit missionaries of St. Regis and Conowick, formerly known as Kaufnawaga, and the missionaries among the Huron in western Ontario. After being organized by Church, these troops tracked hostile Indians into the forests and swamps, and conducted effective raids and ambushes on their camps. In October, the Indians struck again with raids on the towns of Hatfield, Northampton, and Springfield, where almost the entire settlement was burned to the ground. As winter set in, the attacks diminished. On November 2, 1675, Josiah Winslow led a combined force of over 1,000 colonial militia, including about 150 Pequot and Mohegan Indians, against the Narragansetts living around Narragansett Bay. The Narragansett tribe had not yet been directly involved in the war, but they had sheltered many of King Philip's men, women, and children, and several of their warriors had participated in Indian raiding parties. Thus the colonists distrusted the Narragansetts and feared that the tribe would join King Philip's cause in the spring, which caused great concern due to the tribe's location. The militia burned several abandoned Narragansett villages as they marched around Narragansett Bay, the tribe having retreated to a large fort in the center of the Great Swamp near Kingston, Rhode Island. There was one colonist who fought on the Indian side of the battle, Joshua Teft, wounded Captain Nathaniel Seeley of Connecticut, son of early Puritan settler Captain Rupert Seeley, who subsequently died. An Indian spy reported that Teft did them good service and killed and wounded 5 or 6 English in that fight, and before they would trust him he had killed a miller, an Englishman at Narragansett, and brought his scalp to them. The Great Swamp Fight or the Great Swamp Massacre was a crucial battle fought during King Philip's War between colonial militia of New England and the Narragansett tribe. On December 15, 1675, Narragansett warriors attacked the Girard blockhouse and burned the stone garrison down, killing at least 15 people. James Eldred, age 15, escaped from the blockhouse and was pursued a considerable distance. He survived having a tomahawk thrown at him at close range and a hand-to-hand encounter with a Narragansett warrior. 4 days later, on December 19, 1675, the Great Swamp Battle took place on a bitterly cold and stormy day. It was fought near the villages of Kingston and West Kingston in the colony of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. The combined force of the New England colonial militia from Plymouth Colony, Connecticut Colony, and Massachusetts Bay Colony, including 150 Pequots, were led to the main Narragansett settlement by a native guide named Indian Peter. The massive fort occupied about 5 acres, 20,000 square meters, of land and was initially occupied by over 1,000 people, but it was eventually overrun after a fierce fight inflicting a huge number of Narragansett casualties. The settlement was burned, its inhabitants killed or evicted, and most of the tribe's winter stores destroyed. It is believed that at least 97 Narragansett warriors and 300 to 1,000 non-combatants, including women and children, were killed, though exact figures are unknown. The battle has been described as one of the most brutal and lopsided military encounters in all of New England's history. Many of the Narragansett warriors and their families escaped into the frozen swamp, hundreds more died there from wounds combined with the harsh conditions. The colonists lost many of their officers in this assault, and about 70 of their men were killed and nearly 150 more wounded. The dead and wounded militiamen were evacuated to the settlements on Aquidneck Island in Narragansett Bay, where they were buried or cared for by many of the Rhode Island colonists. The Great Swamp Fight was a critical blow to the Narragansett tribe from which they never fully recovered. In 1676, having been surprised and captured, Narragansett sachem Conquest, leader of troops during the Great Swamp Fight, was offered life on condition of making peace with the English, but he spurned the proposition, and, whence informed that he was to be put to death, he said, "I like it well. I shall die before my heart is soft, and before I have spoken a word unworthy of myself." He was executed by the Mohegan sachem Oneco, son of Sachem Uncas, after he was shot by Pequot warrior Robin Cassasinnamon. Oneco beheaded him and then quartered his body. Conquest's death at the hands of Oneco was notable, as Conquest's father, Myantanama, had been killed by Oneco's father, Uncas, in 1643. Note: Uncas, Fox, son of the Mohegan sachem Oneco, a descendant of the principal sachems of the Mohegans, Pequots, and Narragansetts, who could speak English and possibly some Dutch, made the Mohegans the leading regional Indian tribe in Lower Connecticut, through his alliance with the English colonists in New England against other Indian tribes. In 1626, Oneco arranged for Uncas to marry the daughter of the principal Pequot sachem Tadobum to secure an alliance with them. Oneco died shortly after this marriage, and Uncas had to submit to Tadobum's authority. Tadobum was captured and killed by the Dutch in 1632, and, in 1633, Secaucus became Grand Sachem, but Uncas felt that he deserved to be sachem, and led the Mohegans in rebellion against domination by the Pequots. Oneco's alliance with Tadobum was based upon a balance of power between the Mohegans and Pequots. After the death of Oneco, the balance changed in favor of the Pequots. Uncas was unwilling to challenge the power of Tadobum, however, but nevertheless began contesting Pequot authority over the Mohegans. In 1634, with Narragansett support, Uncas rebelled against Secaucus and Pequot authority. He was defeated and became an exile among the Narragansetts, but he soon returned and, after ritually humiliating himself before Sassacus, lost land and the respect of his followers. Uncas saw that the English Puritan, though few in number, had better weapons and much courage, so he started to develop a new strategy and alliance to work towards his ultimate goal of Grand Sachem. Sassacus and the Pequots were defeated by the English along with their Narragansett and Mohegan allies in the Pequot War, QV. Sassacus fled to what he thought was safety among the Iroquois Mohawks in present-day New York, but they murdered him and sent his head and hands to the English as a symbolic offering of friendship with the Connecticut colony. Continued when King Philip's Confederacy rose against Plymouth Colony, the Eastern Penobscot and the English settlers in Maine and New Hampshire became involved in war. The Penobscot people were the first to treat for peace, and offered to enter into an alliance with the colonizing English. Articles were drawn and subscribed at Boston on November 6, 1676, and the peace was ratified by Madacawando. The deceitful English, however, created a pretext for renewing hostilities. The Penobscot were successful, and destroyed all the English settlements in that part of Maine. Hunted by a group of rangers led by Captain Benjamin Church, King Philip, Matacomet, was fatally shot by a praying Indian named John Alderman, on August 12, 1676, in the miry swamp near Mount Hope at Bristol, Rhode Island. After his death, his wife and 9-year-old son were captured and sold as slaves in Bermuda. Alderman was given Matacomet's head and right hand as a trophy, and his body was cut into quarters and hung in trees. Alderman later sold the severed head to Plymouth colony authorities for 30 shillings, a standard rate for Indian heads, and it was mounted on a pike at the entrance to Plymouth, where it remained for more than 2 decades. Reportedly, Alderman would exhibit the cut-off hand of Philip for a fee. At the end of King Philip's War, a number of Indians fleeing from the Massachusetts Bay Colony militia took refuge with the Abenaki tribe living around Dover. The Massachusetts militia ordered Waldron to attack these natives and turn any refugee combatants over to them. Waldron believed he could capture the natives without a pitched battle, and so, on September 7, 1676, he invited the natives, about 400 in total, half local and half refugees, to participate in a mock battle against the militia. After the natives had fired their guns, Waldron, aided by Charles Frost, took them prisoner. Note: Major Charles Frost, the highest-ranking military leader in Maine during King William's War until he was killed by Indians along with a number of other local residents at Ambush Rock. Reportedly natives killed him because he was involved with Richard Waldron during King Philip's War. Waldron then sent both the refugee combatants and those locals who violently objected to this forced breach of hospitality to Boston, where 7 or 8 were convicted of insurrection and executed. The rest were sold into slavery in foreign parts, mostly Barbados, an island country in the Lesser Antilles of the West Indies, in the Caribbean region of North America. The local Indians were released, but never forgave Waldron for the deception, which violated all the rules of honor and hospitality valued by both sides. Later Waldron gave a mandate to the merchant, Henry Lawton, or Lawton, of the Piscataqua area to seize all the Indians of the East who had been raiding the New England villages along the border with Acadia. Lawton was assisted by William Waldron and John Laverger Melanson, a Huguenot whose brothers were Pierre and Charles Melanson of Port Royal. They hired a vessel, the Endeavour, commanded by Captain John Horton, and, stopping at Machias, a town in and the county seat of Washington County in Downeast, Maine, 9 natives were taken captive. Then they sailed to Cape Sable Island, where 17 Mi'kmaq were captured, including the local chief and his wife. These were all taken to the Azores, in the North Atlantic, and sold as slaves to the Portuguese. Note: a New England vessel in the Azores notified the authorities in Boston of this illegal activity, and Endeavour was seized and taken to Boston. Melanson was released when his mother, Priscilla Melanson, bailed him out. After this, he skipped bail, and went into hiding, changing his surname to Laverger to avoid detection, and lived in Port Royal thereafter. Henry Lawton and William Waldron were kept in jail but were eventually acquitted. Richard Waldron was appointed Chief Justice for New Hampshire in 1683. The Mayhem response came in July 1677, when about 80 natives attacked 26 New England fishermen who were in 6 fishing vessels at Port La Tour. The natives boarded one of the vessels, stripped the men of their clothing, tied them up and left them on deck until nightfall, when they commanded them to set sail towards the Penobscot River in Maine, close to Costini. A few hours later, while in the harbor, the New England captain was able to overthrow the natives. Although some natives escaped, the New Englanders imprisoned the rest, taking them to Marblehead, Massachusetts, where the prisoners were tortured and stoned to death by a group of women. As an immediate response, some merchants from Salem, to whom most of the vessels belonged, armed a large ketch, transforming it into a warship. It was manned by 40 men who sailed for southern Nova Scotia. They scanned the coast, scrutinized every port, but to no avail. The Indians had gone into hiding. The formal Dutch claim to Acadia, 1676, was finally abandoned at the end of the war with the Treaty of Nijmegen in 1678. The colonizers were permitted to return to their farms on the condition of paying rent to the Penobscot. The peace was kept until a territorial dispute with France was brought to an issue in 1688 by English colonial administrator Corlaer Edmund Andros, who arrived among the Penobscot in a frigate, and plundered Caston's house near the ruins of the old French fort. Note: in the meeting with the Iroquois, Andros was given the name Corlaer, a name historically used by the Iroquois to refer to the Dutch governor in New Netherland and continued when the English took over the colony and renamed it New York. In the same way the French governor was dubbed Onontio. The Penobscot chiefs took up the quarrel, and, being abundantly supplied with arms by Caston, they attacked English settlements. This was one of the catalysts for King William's War, VI, but the larger issue was competition between England and France for colonizing power and genocide in North America. Madakwando took a prominent part in the atrocities of this war. The English built Fort William Henry, VI Fort Charles, at Pemaquid as a fortress to protect the northern boundary of New England. The Massachusetts government used 1/3 of its budget to build the fort, which was the largest in New England, being built with stone and mortar. Madakwando hastened to Quebec to carry this intelligence to Frontenac, but instead divulged it to John Nelson, nephew of Sir Thomas Temple, a British proprietor and governor of Nova Scotia, an English colonial merchant, and his messengers warned the authorities in Boston of d'Iberville's expedition. There were 18 cannon mounted in the gun ports of 6-foot thick walls that were raised 10 to 20 feet above the ground. The commander of the fort was Captain Pasco Chubb. Pemaquid was the most northern coastal settlement of New England, and Pentagouet, present-day Costini, Maine, was the most southern Acadian settlement, a colony of Nouveau France. In 1693 the English had gained Madakwando's consent to a treaty of peace, yet he was unable to persuade the chiefs who were under the influence of French Jesuit emissaries, and was compelled to recommence hostilities. Joseph Antoine Lefebvre, Sieur de la Barre was a French lawyer and administrator, and is best known for his disastrous 3-year term as governor of the colony of Nouveau France, Quebec. At the age of 60 he was appointed governor of Nouveau France, holding office from 1682 to 1685. He spent much of his energy in trading ventures, using his position as governor to attack his great rival René Robert Cavalier, Sieur de la Salle. La Barre began a war with the Iroquois, the main power in the region, and led a poorly equipped expedition against them that ran into difficulty. He was forced to agree to a disadvantageous peace treaty that was condemned by France's Indian allies, the colonists, and the French court. He was recalled as a result and spent his last few years as a wealthy man in Paris. In the summer of 1678, Iron Hand, Tonty, journeyed with La Salle, who, recognizing him as an able associate, left Tonty to hold Fort Crèvecoeur in Illinois, while La Salle returned to Ontario. While on his return trip up the Illinois River, La Salle concluded that Starved Rock might provide an ideal location for another fortification and sent word downriver to Tonty regarding this idea. Following La Salle's instructions, Tonti took 5 men and departed up the river to evaluate the suitability of the starved rock site, vi. And, in the fall of 1678, La Salle also started building the 7-cannon 45-ton bark Le Griffin on the upper Niagara River at or near Cayuga Creek, being built as an auxiliary force to Fort Frontenac, specifically, on Lake Ontario, which at the same time was called Lac de Frontenac. Note Le Griffin was the largest fixed-rig sailing vessel on the Great Lakes up to that time, and led the way to modern commercial shipping in that part of the world. Creating a fur trade monopoly with the Native Americans would finance his quest, and building Le Griffin was an essential link in the scheme. Before 1673, the most common vessel on the lakes was the canoe. While smaller canoes were used on rivers and streams, lake canoes were more commonly larger vessels measuring up to about 35 feet, 11 m, long. While some of these were made from a single carved log, dugout or pirogue, most were bark canoes. Bateaux were also common. They were open vessels, no deck, made of wood measuring up to about 35 feet, 11 m, long and capable of carrying 3 or 4 tons of cargo. While they were at times fitted with mast and sails, their primary propulsion was either oars or poles. The sails were merely supplemental for traveling downwind. Their inefficiency at beating to windward made them impractical as sailing vessels, and they were not very safe in open water. Continued on August 7, 1679, Le Griffin was launched. It was the largest sailing vessel on the Great Lakes up to that time. La Salle sailed Le Griffin up Lake Erie to Lake Huron, then up to Michilimackinac and on to present-day Green Bay, Wisconsin. Le Griffin left for Niagara with a load of furs, but was never seen again. In the spring of 1679, as soon as the ice began to break up along the western shores of Lake Erie, La Salle sent out men from Fort Frontenac in 15 canoes down the western shore of Lake Michigan laden with supplies and merchandise to trade with the Illinois for furs at the trading posts of the upper Huron and Michigan lakes. Rounding the southern end, at the mouth of the St. Joseph River, where Chartier helped to build a stockade in November 1679, they completed their task in January 1680, calling it Fort Miami, now known as St. Joseph, Michigan. There they waited for Henri de Tonti and his party, who had crossed the lower peninsula of Michigan on foot. Tonti arrived on November 20. On December 3, the entire party set off up the St. Joseph, which they followed until they had to take a portage at present-day South Bend, Indiana. They crossed to the Kankakee River and followed it to the Illinois River, where they started construction on Fort Crevecoeur, vs., on January 15, 1680, in which Mass was celebrated and the Gospel preached by Franciscan Recollets Gabriel Ribouard, Zenobius Membre Omr and Belgian missionary Louis Hennepin. Note: in 1681 Membre descended the Mississippi River with La Salle to the Gulf of Mexico, returned with the leader of the expedition to Europe by way of Canada. There he became guardian of the Franciscan friary in his native city. Membre returned to American and in 1684, along with 2 other Franciscans and 3 Sulpicians, sailed with La Salle, intending to found a colony at the mouth of the Mississippi River, but inaccurate maps and navigational errors caused them to anchor 400 miles, 644 kilometers, west, off the coast of Texas near Matagorda Bay. La Salle erected Fort St. Louis, a 50-mile, 80 kilometers, overland trek from Matagorda Bay in 1685, near what is now Inez, Texas. Membre endeavored to establish a mission among the Sinise nation, Hasinai. In this he failed. After about 2 years Membre was killed, along with Père Maximus Le Cirque, Père Chef de Ville, and the small garrison which La Salle had left at the settlement. Also note, at the request of Louis XIV the Recollets sent 4 missionaries to Nouveau France in May 1675, including Hennepin, accompanied by René Robert Cavalier, Sieur de La Salle. In 1676 Hennepin went to the Indian mission at Fort Frontenac, and from there to the Mohawks. In 1678, Hennepin was ordered by his provincial superior to accompany La Salle on an expedition to explore the western part of Nouveau France. Hennepin departed in 1679 with La Salle from Quebec City to construct the 45-ton bark Le Griffin, sail through the Great Lakes, and explore the unknown west in his quest to find the Northwest Passage to the Orient. Hennepin was with La Salle at the construction of Fort Crèvecoeur in January 1680. In February, La Salle sent Hennepin and 2 others as an advance party to search for the Mississippi River. The party followed the Illinois River to its junction with the Mississippi. Shortly thereafter, Hennepin was captured by a Sioux war party and carried off for a time into what is now the state of Minnesota. In September 1680, thanks to Daniel Greysolon, Sieur Doulhut, Hennepin and the others were given canoes and allowed to leave, eventually returning to Quebec. Hennepin returned to France and was never allowed by his order to return to North America. Local historians credit the Franciscan Recollet friar as the first European to step ashore at the site of present-day Hannibal, Missouri. Continued La Salle left him, Tonty, to hold Fort Crèvecoeur, the first public building erected by white men and the first fort built in the West by the French, founded on the east bank of the Illinois River, in the Illinois country near the present site of Crèvecoeur, a suburb of Peoria, Illinois, while La Salle returned north, to Ontario. They finished the fort in early March, naming it Fort Broken Heart because of the tribulations, including desertions, which they suffered during its construction. Since his arrival in the colony of Nouveau France, Bishop Laval insisted on establishing and organizing a parochial system, on top of training priests in the colony itself. In 1678, he had obtained an edict from the king stating that permanent curacies would be set up in the colony. A few years later, in 1681, Laval drew up the boundaries of parishes in an attempt to permanently solidify the church's position. Often visiting each parish, Laval eventually realized that his health was declining and that he could no longer run his large diocese, which extended from Acadia to Lake Michigan. On March 1, 1680, La Salle set off on foot for Fort Frontenac for supplies, including rigging for the ship, leaving Henri de Tonty to hold Fort Crèvecoeur. While on his return trip up the Illinois River, La Salle concluded that Starved Rock might provide an ideal location for another fortification and sent word downriver to Tonty regarding this idea. Following La Salle's instructions, Tonty took 5 men and departed up the river to evaluate the suitability of the Starved Rock site and to seek the junction of the St. Joseph and the Mississippi rivers. He was captured by Sioux warriors and held for several months. While on his return trip up the Illinois River, La Salle concluded that Starved Rock might provide an ideal location for another fortification and sent word downriver to Tonty regarding this idea. Following La Salle's instructions, Henri de Tonty had left Fort Crèvecoeur on April 15 with Père Riboud and 2 other men, to begin fortifying the settlement and Fort St. Louis at Starved Rock. The next day, shortly after Tonty's departure, on April 16, the 7 members of the expedition remaining the fort, which were fearful of being attacked by the Iroquois raiding parties, were incited by Martin Chartier to mutiny, plundering the provisions and ammunition, throwing into the river all the arms, goods, and stores which they could not carry off, and then burning the fort to the ground before beginning their own march back to Canada. The men were demanding that La Salle return with them to Montreal, which he was unwilling to do. In addition, one of the mutineers who were later captured, the shipbuilder Moise Hilleret, testified that some of the men had had no pay for 3 years, and alleged that La Salle had mistreated them. At Fort St. Louis, Starved Rock, 2 men who had been at the fort told Tonty of its destruction. Tonty sent messengers to La Salle in Canada with a report on these events. Tonty thence returned to Fort Crèvecoeur to collect any tools not destroyed and moved them to the Kaskaskia village at Starved Rock. Later, in August, La Salle captured a few of the mutineers on Lake Ontario, but not Chartier, who was following the south shore of Lake Ontario headed for Albany, New York, as a part of a second group of deserters, while the others, who were eventually captured, were pursuing La Salle, intending to kill him. Chartier was now an outlaw, however, he apparently returned to Montreal, from where he resolved to follow the Shawnees and, in August 1685, taking a canoe, he went after them 300 leagues, about 900 miles, in 40 days, to Lake Michigan, then on to the Cumberland River in Tennessee, evidently in search of his wife and adolescent daughter, Mary Seaworth, Swathe, Chartier, 1687–1732, was born in Frederick County, Virginia in 1687. He guessed the way, being guided by the course of the river, and found water in all places, and when he finally came upon them the Shawnee they made him very welcome. After reuniting with his family, Chartier visited the future site of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, then crossed the Alleghenies, part of the vast Appalachian mountain range of the eastern United States and Canada, which posed a significant barrier to land travel in that less technologically advanced era, and traveled further along the Susquehanna River, a major river located in the northeastern and mid-Atlantic United States, the longest river on the east coast of the United States that drains into the Atlantic Ocean, and one of the oldest existing rivers in the world. On September 10, 1680, nearly 600 Iroquois warriors, armed with guns, approached the Kaskaskia village. Meeting them in advance, Tonty was accused of treachery, by both the Iroquois and the Illinois Confederation. Tonty tried to mediate their disagreements and delay the Iroquois attack until the women, children, and old people could escape from the village. Tonty was wounded by an Iroquois man, who stabbed him with a knife. The Kaskaskia village was burned and the Iroquois built a fort on that site near Starved Rock. Tonty with his allies fled the area, heading for La Bay, a small trading post established on the Baie des Puants in 1634 by Jehan Nicolet, Sieur de Belborn, son of Thomas Nicolet, who was messenger ordinary of the king between Paris and Cherbourg, and Marguerite de Lamer, a French coureuse des bois and a known friend of Samuel de Champlain and d'Étienne Brule, noted for discovering and exploring Lake Michigan, Mackinac Island, Green Bay, and being the first European to set foot in what is now the state of Wisconsin. In 1681, La Salle launched an expedition down the Mississippi River from Nouveau France, at first believing he would find a path to the Pacific Ocean. Instead, La Salle found a route to the Gulf of Mexico. Although Hernando de Soto had explored and claimed this area for Spain 140 years before, on April 9, 1682, La Salle claimed the Mississippi River Valley for French King Louis XIV, naming the territory La Louisiana in his honor. In February 1682, La Salle started his fifth expedition. He led a party of 41 on a canoe expedition from what is modern Peoria County, Illinois, located on the banks of the Illinois River, to the mouth of the Mississippi River in order to explore the Mississippi River basin. On their trip downriver, the expedition landed their canoes to hunt, when one of their members went missing. The armorer by the name of Pierre Prudhomme was assumed captured by Chickasaw Indians. La Salle decided to stay and search for the missing participant of the expedition. Fort Prudhomme was a simple stockade fortification, constructed on one of the Chickasaw bluffs of the Mississippi River in West Tennessee. The fortification was intended to provide shelter during the search. 10 days after his disappearance, the missing member of the expedition, who had lost his way while hunting, found his way back to the camp, unharmed but starving. Fort Prudhomme was the first structure built by the French in Tennessee. Its exact location is not known. The expedition resumed their trip downstream and La Salle reached the mouth of the Mississippi River on April 6, 1682. He claimed the entire Mississippi River Valley for France, and it remained a French possession until 1762. Unless France established a base at the mouth of the Mississippi, Spain would have an opportunity to control the entire Gulf of Mexico and potentially pose a threat to Nouveau France's southern borders. La Salle believed that the Mississippi River was near the eastern edge of Nueva España, New Spain. On his return to France in 1684, he proposed to the crown the establishment of a colony at the mouth of the river. The colony could provide a base for promoting Christianity among the native peoples as well as a convenient location for attacking the Spanish province of Nueva Vizcaya and gaining control of its lucrative silver mines, vs. He argued that a small number of Frenchmen could successfully invade Nueva España by allying themselves with some of the more than 15,000 Native Americans who were angry over Spanish enslavement. When La Salle returned to France, he left Tonty behind to hold Fort St. Louis on the Illinois River. He was to relinquish this control for a period to Louis-Henri de Bouchard, Chevalier de Bouchard, under the orders of Frontenac. Bouchard was from a noble family of France and had come to Nouveau France as a member of the La Barre party, him replacing Frontenac as Governor-General. Chevalier de Bouchard had arrived at Quebec the year before, in 1682, and immediately became involved in the fur trade of the Great Lakes, namely, putting an end to the dominant position of Cavalier de La Salle in that area. Under La Barre's authority, de Bouchard took control of Fort St. Louis, Illinois, on the Illinois River from Tonty in 1683. In February 1684 the fort was besieged by a force of 500 Iroquois for 8 days. Despite limited ammunition and provisions, the defenders withstood 3 assaults, and the Iroquois were forced to abandon their attacks and withdraw the way they had come. In 1685, La Salle was given back control of Fort St. Louis by the French king. De Bouchard, as Denonville's aide-de-camp, took part in at least one more campaign in Canada, in 1687, with Denonville against the Senecas, but, in 1689, he left for France and did not return. French colonization of Texas. La Salle originally planned to sail to Nouveau France, journey overland to the south and Illinois country, and then travel down the Mississippi River to its mouth. To spite Spain, Louis XIV insisted that La Salle sail through the Gulf of Mexico, which Spain considered its exclusive property. Although La Salle had requested only one ship, on July 24, 1684, he left La Rochelle, France with 4, the 36-gun man of war Le Joly, the 300-ton storeship L'Aimable, the barque La Belle, and the ketch St. François. Although Louis XIV had provided both Le Joly and La Belle, La Salle desired more cargo space and leased L'Aimable and St. François from French merchants. Louis also provided soldiers and full crews for the ships, as well as funds to hire skilled workers to join the expedition. Yet La Salle was forced to purchase trade goods himself for expected encounters with Native Americans. The ships carried a total of nearly 300 people, including 100 soldiers, artisans, and craftsmen, 6 Catholic missionaries, 8 merchants, and over a dozen women and children. Shortly after their departure from La Rochelle, on June 24, France and Spain ceased hostilities, and Louis was no longer interested in sending La Salle further assistance. Details of the voyage were kept secret so that Spain would not learn about it. La Salle's naval commander, Le Sieur de Beaujeu, resented La Salle's keeping their destination secret until the party was well underway. The discord between the two intensified when they reached St. Domingue on the island of Hispaniola, and quarreled over where to anchor. Beaujeu sailed to another part of the island, allowing Spanish privateers to capture the St. François, which had been fully loaded with supplies, provisions, and tools for the colony. During the 58-day voyage, 2 people died of illness and 1 woman gave birth to a child. The voyage to St. Domingue had lasted longer than expected, and provisions ran low, especially after the loss of the St. François. La Salle had little money with which to replenish supplies, and finally 2 of the merchants aboard the expedition sold some of their trade goods to the Icelanders, and lent their profits to La Salle. To fill the gaps left after several men deserted, La Salle recruited a few Icelanders to join the expedition. In late November 1684, whence La Salle had fully recovered from a severe illness, the 3 remaining ships continued their search for the Mississippi River Delta. Before they left Santo Domingo, local sailors warned that strong Gulf currents flowed east and would tug the ships toward the Florida Straits unless they corrected for it. On December 18, the ships reached the Gulf of Mexico and entered waters that Spain claimed as its territory. None of the members of the expedition had ever been in the Gulf of Mexico or knew how to navigate it. Due to a combination of inaccurate maps, La Salle's previous miscalculation of the latitude of the mouth of the Mississippi River, and overcorrection for the currents, the expedition failed to find the Mississippi. Instead, they landed at Matagorda Bay in early 1685, 400 miles, 640 kilometers, west of the Mississippi. On 20 February 1685, the colonists set foot on land for the first time in 3 months since leaving St. Domingue. The country did not seem very favorable to me. It was flat and sandy but did nevertheless produce grass. There were several salt pools. We hardly saw any wildfowl except some cranes and Canadian, geese which were not expecting us. Henri Joutel, chronicler of the expedition and commander of La Salle's southern colony, Fort St. Louis, Texas, they set up a temporary camp and the French colonization of Texas began with the establishment of a fort in present-day southeastern Texas near Arenosa Creek and Matagorda Bay by explorer La Salle. He intended to found the colony at the mouth of the Mississippi River, but inaccurate maps and navigational errors caused his ships to anchor instead 400 miles, 640 kilometers, to the west, off the coast of Texas. The colony survived until 1688. Against Bouchard's advice, La Salle ordered La Belle and the Mayable to negotiate the narrow and shallow pass to bring the supplies closer to the campsite. To lighten Mayable's load, its 8 cannons and a small portion of its cargo were removed. After La Belle successfully negotiated the pass, La Salle sent her pilot to Mayable to assist with the navigation, but Mayable's captain refused the help. As the Mayable set sail, a band of Karankawa approached and carried off some of the settlers. La Salle led a small group of soldiers to rescue them, leaving no one to direct the Mayable. Note the Karankawa were a Native American people concentrated in southern Texas along the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. They consisted of several independent seasonal nomadic groups who shared the same language and much of the same culture. After establishing relations with the Spanish Empire in the 16th century, the Karankawa played an important role in the goals of the Spanish Empire, relations between the French, Spanish, and English empires, and the Texan-Mexican War. In subsequent years, the Karankawa were repeatedly attacked by Texan colonists, who drove them out of their native territories. By the 1840s, the Karankawa split into 2 groups and, by 1891, the Karankawa as an organized tribe was believed to be extinct. Continued when La Salle returned, he found Mayable grounded on a sandbar. Upon hearing that the captain had ordered the ship to sail forward after it had struck a sandbar, La Salle became convinced that the captain had deliberately grounded the ship. For several days the men attempted to salvage the tools and provisions that had been loaded on the Mayable, but a bad storm prevented them from recovering more than food, cannons, powder, and a small amount of the merchandise. The ship sank on March 7. The French watched the Karankawa loot the wreckage. As French soldiers approached the Native American village to retrieve their supplies, the villagers hid. Upon discovering the deserted village, the soldiers not only reclaimed the looted merchandise but also took animal pelts and 2 canoes. The angry Karankawa attacked, killing 2 Frenchmen and injuring others. Bouchard, having fulfilled his mission in escorting the colonists across the ocean, returned to France aboard the Jolie in mid-March 1685. Many of the colonists chose to return to France with him, leaving approximately 180. Although Bouchard delivered a message from La Salle requesting additional supplies, French authorities, having made peace with Spain, never responded. The remaining colonists suffered from dysentery and venereal diseases, and people died daily. Those who were fit helped build crude dwellings and a temporary fort on Matagorda Island. On March 24, La Salle took 52 men in 5 canoes to find a less exposed settlement site. They found Garcetas Creek that had fresh water and fish, with good soil along its banks. They named it Rivière Auxiliary Buffs for the nearby buffalo herds. The fort was constructed on a bluff overlooking the creek, 1.5 leagues from its mouth. 2 men died, one of a rattlesnake bite and another from drowning while trying to fish. At night, the Karankawa would sometimes surround the camp and howl, but the soldiers could scare them away with a few gunshots. The fort has sometimes been referred to as Fort St. Louis, but that name was not used during the life of the settlement and appears to be a later invention. In early June, La Salle summoned the rest of the colonists from the temporary campsite to the new settlement site. 70 people began the 50-mile, 80 kilometers, overland trek on June 12. All of the supplies had to be hauled from the Belle, a physically draining task that was finally completed by the middle of July. The last load was accompanied by the 30 men who had remained behind to guard the ship. Although trees grew near the site, they were not suitable for building, and timber had to be transported to the building site from several miles inland. Some timbers were salvaged from Mayable. By the end of July, over half of the settlers had died, most from a combination of scant rations and overwork. The remaining settlers built a large 2-story structure at the center of the settlement. The ground floor was divided into 3 rooms, one for La Salle, one for the priests, and one for the officers of the expedition. The upper story consisted of a single room used to store supplies. Surrounding the fort were several smaller structures to provide shelter for the other members of the expedition. The 8 cannons, each weighing 700 to 1200 pounds, 320 to 540 kg, had been salvaged from Mayable and were positioned around the colony for protection. For several months after the permanent camp was built, the colonists took short trips to explore their surroundings. At the end of October 1685, La Salle decided to undertake a longer expedition and reloaded the crew of the Belle with many of the remaining supplies. He took 50 men, plus 27 sailors from the Belle, leaving behind 34 men, women, and children. Most of the men traveled with La Salle in canoes, while the Belle followed further off the coast. After 3 days of travel, they learned of hostile Indians in the area. 20 of the Frenchmen attacked the native village, where they found Spanish artifacts. Several of the men died on this expedition from eating prickly pear. Moreover, the Karankawa killed a small group of the men who had camped on shore, including the captain of the Belle. From January until March 1686, La Salle and most of his men searched overland for the Mississippi River, traveling towards the Rio Grande, possibly as far west as modern-day Langtree, Texas. The men questioned the local Native American tribes, asking for information on the locations of the Spaniards and the Spanish mines, offering gifts and telling stories that portrayed the Spanish as cruel and the French as benevolent. When the group returned, they were unable to find the Belle where they had left her and were forced to walk back to the fort. The following month they traveled east, hoping to locate the Mississippi and return to Canada. During their travels, the group encountered the Caddo Nation, a confederacy of several southeastern Native American tribes, who gave the Frenchmen a map depicting their territory, that of their neighbors, and the location of the Mississippi River. The Caddo often made friendship pacts with neighboring peoples and extended their policy of peaceful negotiation to the French. While visiting the Caddo, the French met Jumano traders, who reported on the activities of the Spanish in New Mexico. These traders later informed Spanish officials of the Frenchmen they had seen. Note the Jumanos were a prominent indigenous tribe or several tribes, who inhabited a large area of western Texas, adjacent New Mexico, and northern Mexico, especially near the La Junta de los Rios region with its large settled Indian population. Spanish explorers first recorded encounters with the Jumano in 1581. Spanish records from the 16th to the 18th centuries frequently refer to the Jumano Indians, later expeditions noting them in a broad area of the southwest and the Great Plains, and the French mentioned them in areas to the east, as well. During the last decades of the 17th century, they were noted as traders and political leaders in the southwest. The Jumanos disappeared as a distinct people by 1750 due to infectious disease, the slave trade, and warfare, with remnants absorbed by the Apache and or Comanche. Continued 4 of the men deserted when they reached the Neches River. La Salle and one of his nephews became very ill, forcing the group to halt for 2 months. While the men recovered, the group ran low on food and gunpowder. In August, the 8 surviving members of the expedition returned to Fort St. Louis, having never left East Texas. While La Salle was gone, 6 of those who had remained on the Belle finally arrived at Fort St. Louis. According to them, the new captain of the Belle was always drunk. Many of the sailors did not know how to sail, and they grounded the boat on Matagorda Peninsula. The survivors took a canoe to the fort, leaving the ship behind. The destruction of their last ship left the settlers stranded on the Texas coast, with no hope of gaining assistance from the French colonies in the Caribbean Sea. As said, the colony faced numerous difficulties during its brief existence, including Native American raids, epidemics, and harsh conditions. From that base, La Salle led several expeditions to find the Mississippi River. These did not succeed, but La Salle explored much of the Rio Grande and parts of East Texas. During one of his absences in 1686, the colony's last ship was wrecked, leaving the colonists unable to obtain resources from the French colonies of the Caribbean. As conditions deteriorated, La Salle realized the colony could survive only with help from the French settlements in Illinois country to the north, along the Mississippi and Illinois rivers. La Salle's mission had remained secret until 1686 when former expedition member Dennis Thomas, who had deserted in Santo Domingo, was arrested for piracy. Trying to have his punishment reduced, Thomas informed his Spanish jailers of La Salle's plan to found a colony and eventually conquer Spanish silver mines. Despite his confession, Thomas was hanged. Thus Spain had learned of La Salle's mission. Concerned that the French colony could threaten Spain's control over the viceroyalty of Nueva España and the unsettled southeastern region of North America, Charles II of Spain el Hechizado, the bewitched, last Habsburg ruler of the Spanish Empire, funded multiple expeditions to locate and eliminate the settlement. A council of war sent a sea expedition and 2 land expeditions to locate La Salle's colony. Although these expeditions were unable to find La Salle, 4 further expeditions the following year failed to find La Salle, but did help Spain to better understand the geography of the Gulf Coast region. By early January 1687, fewer than 45 of the original 180 people remained in the colony, which was beset by internal strife. La Salle believed that their only hope of survival lay in trekking overland to request assistance from Nouveau France, and sometime that month he led a final expedition to try to reach the Illinois country. Fewer than 20 people remained at Fort St. Louis, primarily women, children, and those deemed unfit, as well as 7 soldiers and 3 missionaries with whom La Salle was unhappy. 17 men were included on the expedition, including La Salle, his brother, and 2 of his nephews. While camping, near present-day Navasota, on March 18, several of the men quarreled over the division of buffalo meat. That night, an expedition member killed one of La Salle's nephews and 2 other men in their sleep. The following day La Salle himself was killed while approaching the camp to investigate his nephew's disappearance. Infighting led to the deaths of 2 other expedition members within a short time. 2 of the surviving members, including Jehan L'Archevêque, son of Claude L'Archevêque, and Marie d'Armagnac, whom, aged 12, had joined La Salle, now joined the Cateau. The remaining 6 men, led by Henri Joutel, made their way to Illinois country. During their journey north, overland, and river, by way of the Illinois country to Nouveau France in what became Canada, the men did not tell anyone that La Salle was dead. They reached France in the summer of 1688 and informed King Louis of La Salle's death and the horrible conditions in the colony. Louis did not send aid. Note, the L'Archevêque family was Catholic while in Bayonne, but the family had been bourgeois Huguenots, French Protestant Calvinists, in Bordeaux prior to the conversion of Pierre L'Archevêque, Jehan L'Archevêque's paternal grandfather. The family relocated to Bayonne in the 1650s. In May 1692, Alarcevque and Grolid petitioned to be released, arguing that they had committed no crimes against Spain. The Junta de Guerra de Indias War Council reviewed the petition, but could not recommend they be set free outright because their knowledge of Spanish territory could have weakened Spain's position against France. However, the War Council also could not recommend keeping them isolated in royal jail while at peace with France because Louis XIV would have had grounds for their repatriation. After swearing an oath to Spain, the War Council allowed the men to return to Spanish territory controlled by the Viceroy of New Spain Don Gaspar Melchor Baltasar de la Cerda Silva Sandoval y Mendoza, Conde de Gelve y Señor de Salxton y Tortola, where they would be out of reach of the French, and granted them an additional stipend and a soldier's rations for the voyage. They departed from Cadiz to Veracruz with Admiral Andrés de Pez in 1692. By the time of Alarcevque's death he had become known as Captain Juan de Archibec. He was credited with honorable military service and had become a successful merchant trader. His notes of credit were accepted and endorsed by those connected to the government. He is the progenitor of the Archibec family of New Mexico. Continued. Although a handful of men reached Illinois country, help never made it to the fort. Most of the remaining members of the colony were killed during a Karankawa raid in late 1688, 4 children survived after being adopted as captives. Although the colony lasted only 3 years, it established France's claim to possession of the region that is now Texas. The United States later claimed, unsuccessfully, this region as part of the Louisiana Purchase because of the early French colony. When the Spanish finally discovered the remains of the French colony at the fort in 1689, they buried the cannons and burned the buildings. Alarcevque quickly tired of his life with the Caddo. In 1689, he and his companion, Jacques Grolid, wrote a note asking for rescue. They gave the note to the Caddo, who passed it on to the Jumano Indians while trading. The Jumano were allied with the Spanish and brought a packet of documents to Spanish authorities in New Mexico. The documents included a parchment painting of the Jolie, as well as a written message from Alarcevque. The message read, "I do not know what sort of people you are. We are French, we are among the savages, we would like much to be among the Christians such as we are solely grieved to be among beasts like these who believe neither in God nor in anything. Gentlemen, if you are willing to take us away, you have only to send a message, we will deliver ourselves up to you." Jehangeri, a deserter from the 1685 La Salle expedition, became chief of a group of Coahuiltecan Indians, claiming that he had been sent by God to rule over them. Note, the Coahuiltecan were various small, autonomous bands of Native Americans who inhabited the Rio Grande Valley in what is now southern Texas and northeastern Mexico. The various Coahuiltecan groups were hunter-gatherers. First encountered by Europeans in the 16th century, they became victims of epidemics of imported European diseases and slavery or were killed during the small-scale wars Coahuiltecan bands fought against the Spanish, Criollo, Apache, and other Coahuiltecan groups. The survivors were absorbed into the Hispanic and Mestizo population of southern Texas or northern Mexico. The Coahuiltecan lived in the flat, brushy, dry country of southern Texas, roughly south of a line from the Gulf Coast at the mouth of the Guadalupe River to San Antonio and westward to around Del Rio. They lived on both sides of the Rio Grande. Their neighbors along the Texas coast were the Karankawa and inland to their northeast were the cannibalistic Tonkawa. Both tribes were possibly related by language to some of the Coahuiltecan. To their north were the Jumano. Later the Lipan Apache and Comanche migrated into this area. The Criollo are Latin Americans who are of full or near full Spanish descent, distinguishing them from both multiracial Latin Americans and Latin Americans of post-colonial, and not necessarily Spanish, European immigrant origin. Historically, they were a social class in the hierarchy of the overseas colonies established by Spain beginning in the 16th century, especially in Hispanic America, comprising the locally born people of Spanish ancestry. Although Criollos were legally Spaniards, in practice, they ranked below the Iberian-born peninsulars. Nevertheless, they had preeminence over all the other populations, Amerindians, enslaved Africans, and peoples of combined European and Native American descent, i.e. mestizos. According to the casta system, a criollo could have up to 1/8, one great-grandparent or equivalent, Amerindian ancestry without losing social place, see limpieza de sangre. In the 18th and early 19th centuries, changes in the Spanish Empire's policies towards its colonies led to tensions between criollos and peninsulars. The growth of local criollo political and economic strength in their separate colonies coupled with their global geographic distribution led them to each evolve a separate, both from each other and Spain, organic national personality and viewpoint. Criollos were the vanguard and the main supporters of the Spanish-American Wars of Independence. Continued Jerry, the deserter, was brought to Monclova, and later to Mexico City, by Alonso de Leon González el Mozo, the younger, third son of celebrated chronicler and conquistador of the frontier of Nuevo León, General Alonso de Leon and Josefa González, the Spanish governor of Coahuila. Alonso de Leon rescued El Arquevque and Grolet. On interrogation, the men maintained that over 100 of the French settlers had died of smallpox, and the others had been killed by the Karankawa. The only people known to have survived the final attack were the Talon children, who had been adopted by the Karankawa. According to the children, the Indians had attacked around Christmas in 1688, killing the remaining settlers. El Arquevque and Grolet were taken first to Mexico City. In the summer of 1689, they sailed with Captain Andrés de Pez y Maltzerga as prisoners to Spain, and arrived in Madrid in January 1690. Note: Andrés de Pez was born into a naval tradition. His father and older brother were Spanish naval captains. In 1676, he fought the French in the Battle of Palermo, where his brother and father were killed. He then became a company commander in the Caribbean, guarding Spanish ships and colonies from foreign attackers and pirates. He earned a reputation for outstanding bravery and efficiency, being wounded 5 times. He was selected to explore and claim the largely unmapped coasts of the northern Gulf of Mexico. He participated as second in command on 3 of these voyages between 1688 and 1689. During the War of the Spanish Succession, he supported the Bourbon King Philip V of Spain and fought the British, Dutch and Catalans who supported Charles VI of Austria. He served as Captain General of the Indies Fleet from 1708 to 1710. Pez became in 1715 a member of Spain's Supreme War Council. In 1717 he was named Governor of the Council of the Indies, and was named Secretary of State and Navy in 1721. Continued 5 months later, El Arquevque and Grolet petitioned for a stipend of 2 Spanish reals per day, which was granted. Then they were forgotten in prison for almost 2 years. 3 years after the colony collapsed, Tonti learned from remnants of La Salle's ill-fated Texas settlement of La Salle's was attempt to ascend the Mississippi River. Tonti proceeded south on his own in an attempt to meet La Salle on his ascent. He failed to find La Salle and made it to the Gulf of Mexico before turning back. He left several men near the mouth of the Arkansas River to establish a trading post there on land granted to him by La Salle for his service. This location would become the historical Arkansas Post, the first permanent European settlement in the lower Mississippi region. Troupes de la Marine, French Marines in Canada. The Troupes de la Marine, French Marines in Canada, were first sent to Canada in 1683 after an upsurge of Iroquois hostilities, but not in other parts of Nouveau France, such as Acadia, Plaisance, and Isle Royale. The basic unit of the Marines in Canada was the company, with 3 or 4 officers, 2 sergeants, 4 corporals, and lance corporals, and a total complement of 33 to 52 officers and other ranks. The number of Marines during the period peaked in 1688 with a total strength of 1,750 officers and other ranks. The other ranks were recruited in France, and were mostly volunteers, although Canada was not an attractive place to serve in. unskilled laborers dominated, and almost a third of them came from the western parts of France. On the other hand, the officer corps was the subject of a gradual process of Canadianization, with about a third of the officers serving in 1715 born in Canada. The object of 1st Troops de la Marine sent to Canada in 1683 was to defeat the Iroquois, and then return to France. La Barre's failed expedition against the Senecas in 1684 changed this, and from the following year the troops became a permanent standing force in the colony, the colonial regular troops. The original 150 Marines of 1683 increased the next year to 500, and with the arrival of Governor de Nonville, bringing an additional 300 men, reached strength of 800 Marines in 1685. 2 years later an additional 800 Marines arrived from France. In 1688 the required strength was 1,750 other ranks, although due to losses the actual strength was 1,418. The 35 sub-strength companies were consolidated to 28, with 50 other ranks in each. A reduction from 50 to 30 men per company took place in 1699, reducing the required strength to 840 other ranks. The actual strength was always somewhat lower than the required strength. Officers' billets were always filled, but the actual number of private Marines was almost always lower than the required strength. With the reduction of the number of companies from 1689, there was a small surplus of officers from the reduced companies, serving as extra officers. Recruits had to be 20 to 30 years old, 158 centimeters, 5 feet, tall, and fit for service. Single men were preferred. Most of the recruits were volunteers, but since service in Canada was not attractive, sometimes deception or violence was used to induce young men into the Marines. Wishing to avoid such chicanery, the government removed the height requirement and gradually lowered the age requirement until it was set at 15 in 1706. Catholic prisoners of war from Ireland and Scotland also became available for recruitment. When Canada urgently needed more Marines, both deserters and civilian criminals, who had not been subjected to corporal punishment, were released if they enlisted for military service in Canada. Sometimes prisoners were sentenced to serve in the Marines in Canada, something that hurt volunteer recruitment. From 1686, each newly raised company also included a veteran corps of 14 non-commissioned officers and men from the Marine Guards in French ports. The Marines drilled with muskets twice a week, and practiced with grenades once a week. One Marine from each company were selected for extended training in handling cannons, mortars, and grenades. When trained, these Marines were replaced by another set of Marines. Standing guard was a perpetual duty, winter or summer. When living in tents in summertime, the Marines were doing road work or working on the colony's fortifications. Transportation of goods to the western post, and of fur back to Montreal, was also the task of the Marines. Military patrols on the large rivers and through the settled areas in search of hostile Indians were the most important military duty performed outside actual combat. Vive l'Eroi. Louis de Bouchard, Comte de Frontenac et de Poluo, Governor-General of Nouveau France, established a number of forts on the Great Lakes and engaged in a series of battles against the English and the Iroquois. In his first term, he supported the expansion of the fur trade, establishing Fort Frontenac, in what is now Kingston, Ontario, and came into conflict with the other members of the Sovereign Council over its expansion and over the corvées required to build the new forts. In particular, despite opposition by Bishop François de Laval, he supported selling brandy to Aboriginals, which Laval considered a mortal sin. The conflict with the Sovereign Council led to his recall in 1682. The Hudson Bay Expedition of 1686 was one of the Anglo-French conflicts on Hudson Bay. Circa 1679, Montreal merchants had established a fort on the west side of Lake Temiskaming to compete with the English posts on the Hudson Bay, but it was destroyed by the Iroquois in 1688. In August 1685, Pierre de Troyes, Chevalier de Troyes, a captain in the French army, arrived at Quebec with reinforcements for the colony. The Iroquois Confederacy had been a nuisance for half a century, hampering Nouveau France's efforts to establish itself as a profitable colony. Although France and England were at peace, in June 1686, Governor Jacques-René de Brécy de Denonville, Marquis de Denonville sent Sieur de Troyes north from Montreal on the first of several expeditions with a party of 20 troops de la Marines, Marines, and 60 Canadian militiamen, selected for their canoeing skills, out of Montreal, to capture the Hudson's Bay Company, HBC, fur trading posts in the southern reaches of James Bay, then known as the bottom of Hudson Bay. Among his officers were 3 Le Moyne brothers, Pierre, Jacques, and Paul. They were divided into 3 groups and headed to their destination using the interior waterways. The mission made audacious use of canoes for transportation of troops in voyageur style, left Montreal in March 1686, and traveled more than 800 miles, 1,300 kilometers, over a period of 82 days, to the northwest corner of the Ottawa River where its course turns from west to southeast, a natural site for a trading post, about the midpoint of a 40-day journey on the main canoe route from Hudson Bay to the St. Lawrence, James Bay, Moose Factory, Abitibi River, Lake Abitibi, Portage, Lake Temiskaming, Ottawa River southeast to Montreal. North of Fort Temiskaming the route had not been explored by white men. Portaging by way of Lake Temiskaming and Lake Abitibi, on the Abitibi River, and Moose River they arrived at Moose Factory. It was occupied by 16 men. Its governor, John Bridger, had sailed for Rupert House the day before. In the pre-dawn on June 20, brothers Pierre and Jacques Le Moyne led teams quietly into the fort, where they tied down its 3 cannons before launching an attack on the sleeping garrison. The assault caught the British entirely by surprise and captured Moose Factory with ease. Pierre Le Moyne forced his way into the redoubt housing the defenders, but the defenders shut the gate behind him, and he had to single-handedly defend himself with sword and musket until his soldiers forced the gate open. After a 2-hour battle, the garrison surrendered. Leaving 40 of his men to guard the fort, de Troyes led the rest toward Rupert House, 75 miles, 121 kilometers, northeast across James Bay. Once again, on July 3, they attacked a sleeping garrison, gaining access to the fort via a ladder that had been left propped against one of the fort's walls. They also acquired the HBC ship Craven, which had transported Governor Bridger from Moose Factory. De Troyes brought the captives taken to Moose Factory, and sent Pierre Le Moyne d'Iberville and the Craven, carrying heavy guns loaded from Rupert House, to attack Fort Albany on the west side of the bay, which fell on July 26. This left York Factory, which was too far away and could only be reached by sea. De Troyes shipped all of the HBC captives off to Charlton Island, where a company supply ship eventually picked them up. Leaving d'Iberville in charge of the captured forts, de Troyes returned overland to Quebec. The victory was swift and profitable. Word of the French attack would not reach the English for months. D'Iberville, after wintering over in the north, made his way first to Quebec, and then France. There he was given command of the Soleil d'Afrique, with which he returned to Hudson Bay in 1687 to resupply the French and recover the furs that had been seized during the expedition. In September 1688, just as he was preparing to leave Fort Albany, 2 English warships arrived, Churchill and Yonge. Since England and France were at peace, they merely sailed up the river, landed 20 men on an island nearby and, a fortnight later, began to build a barricade, during which 3 English were shot-built. The truce now being broken and the English outnumbering the French, the English had 85 men and the French, 16 Canadians and some number of sailors. Governor Marsh should have attacked, but took no offensive measures. At some point all 3 ships became frozen in for the winter. D'Iberville, however, did. By December the English began to die of scurvy. D'Iberville captured the English doctor in the hope of increasing the death rate. A kind of truce was made and there was a considerable amount of coming and going between the two forts. When enough English had died of scurvy, d'Iberville decided to act. He ambushed a woodcutting party, capturing 20 men, and then attacked the main fort. The post held out for several days, but when there were only 8 sound men left, it surrendered. Meanwhile, James II and Louis XIV had negotiated a treaty of peace, good correspondence, and neutrality in America to settle the Anglo-French conflict on the Bay. It provided that each side would keep whatever it now possessed. France knew about the forts and England did not. In 1688 James II was overthrown, England and France went to war and the treaty became moot. In June 1687, de Troyes commanding a company under de Denonville set out with a well-organized force to Fort, where they met with the 50 hereditary sachems of the Iroquois Confederacy at an Onondaga council fire. These 50 chiefs constituted the entire decision-making strata of the Iroquois. They had been lulled into meeting under a flag of truce. Denonville seized, chained, and shipped those 50 Iroquois chiefs to Marseilles, France, to be used as galley slaves. In 1687, Denonville launched a well-organized campaign against the Seneca Nation, which occupied the western gateway of Haudenosaunee, Iroquois Confederacy, territory, vs. the Seneca had been dealing with the English, and the French wanted to keep control of the lucrative fur trade. The expedition left Montreal on June 13, 1687 and consisted of 832 colonial regulars, over 900 Canadian militia and some 400 Indian allies. They traveled by water in 200 bateaux and 200 canoes. The force landed at Irondequoit Bay, built a palisade to protect the boats, and on July 12 began the march to Ganondagan. This site is at the center of the story of the peacemaker, who unified the 5 major peoples and created the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Note: Seneca oral tradition tells of a Huron man who arrived among the Mohawks speaking of the Gayanasagawa, the great law of peace. This prophet is known today as the Great Peacemaker. The Mohawk, Oneida, and Cayuga pledged to join his proposed confederation and, following a dramatic interlude, the Seneca agreed also. The discussion about how to bring in the Onondaga took place in the Ganondagan house of Jicansase, a Seneca woman elder now known as the Mother of Nations. She proposed a solution which eventually brought the Onondaga into the fold, for it gave them a prominent place in the Confederacy. She lived in the vicinity of Ganondagan, and is buried nearby. Because of this tradition, the Seneca refer to Ganondagan as the town of peace. They revere and protect the burial site of Jicansase. The relation to their great law of peace is more important than the attack that destroyed the village, for the people have carried forward their means of negotiating for solutions. Concepts of the Confederacy may have influenced early American political thinkers, although they gathered similar ideas from English and European thinkers. Continued on July 13, the French were attacked by a Seneca force of 800, but after a short engagement they soon resolved to fly. The French suffered 5 or 6 killed and 20 wounded, while the Seneca casualties were 45 killed and 60 wounded. Upon arrival at the village on the 14th, they found it burnt and a nearby fort abandoned. Vast quantities of hogs were killed, and 1.2 million bushels of stored and standing corn were destroyed. The force then turned west and destroyed the village of Toshicton aka Chiatahatan or La Conception, now in the town of Mendon, before subsequently returning to their boats at Irondequoit. Before Denonville returned his forces to Nouveau France, he traveled down the shore of Lake Ontario and created Fort Denonville, in his own honor, at the site where the Niagara River meets Lake Ontario. This site was previously used by French explorer Sieur de La Salle for a fort named Fort Conti, from 1678 to 1679, and was later used for Fort Niagara, which still exists. De Troyes was left in charge. But de Troyes' brilliant military career was cut short by his death the following year, during the winter of 1687 to 1688, along with most of the troops in his garrison, due to scurvy. Denonville then asked the king for more men to combat the Iroquois Confederacy, who were in constant guerrilla warfare with the Canadian settlements. With a coalition forming against France, no more troops could be spared for Canada. In 1688, hostilities between England and France resumed, and the Iroquois were informed of this. Denonville proposed to assault New York by land and sea, but, due to sickness, requested to be recalled to France. Denonville's tenure was followed by the return of Frontenac, who replaced him as governor for the next 9 years, 1689 to 1698. Frontenac had been arranging a new plan of attack to mitigate the effects of the Iroquois in North America and realized the true danger the imprisonment of the sachems created. He located the 13 surviving leaders, vs used as galley slaves, and they returned with him to Nouveau France in October 1698. Frontenac's second term would be characterized by the defense of Quebec from a British invasion during King William's War, vs. a guerrilla campaign against the Iroquois and English settlements which resulted in the elimination of the Iroquois threat against Nouveau France, and a large expansion of the fur trade using Canadian coureurs des bois. He died before his second recall to France. In 1688, Bishop Laval passed on his responsibilities as to Jean-Baptiste de Lacroix de Chevriers d'Estevalier, son of Jean de Lacroix de Chevriers de Saint-Vallier and Marie de Sèvres. His personality was noted for its austerity, his strong will and his dynamism. He was also a close friend of the Bishop Le Camus of Grenoble, and would regularly initiate visits to the hospitals, prisons, and country parishes. At the court of the Sun King, he rejected the dress code and kept his religious attire. Note: the Lacroix family was ranked among the best in Dauphine with prestigious posts such as country noblemen, officers, magistrates, and ambassadors. More so, the Lacroix owned a large amount of lands including the castle of Saint-Vallier in the Rhône, which previously belonged to King Henry II's mistress, Diane de Poitiers. The Lacroix children were much influenced by religion. 3 out of 10 took on a religious post. Jean-Baptiste himself entered the seminary of St. Sulpice in Paris and obtained his licentiate in theology in 1672 at 19 years of age. Later, in 1676, he was appointed almoner in ordinary to King Louis XIV, a promotion that can be attributed to his family's connections. He was ordained priest only in 1681, after he funded a small hospital in Saint-Vallier with his own money in 1683 and created the chapter in 1684. Continued Saint-Vallier was a supporter and defender of the Catholic Reform, Counter-Reformation, and its ideology to evangelize communities while ridding them of Protestantism. This strong counter-ideology undoubtedly played a large role in his decisions, implementations, and organizations within Nouveau France. His initial introduction to the New World was to engage in the conversion of natives, which sought issues in prior years. However, most of all, the introduction and placement of Jesuits and Recollets in an attempt to evangelize Nouveau France strictly depicts his headstrong belief of the importance of the Catholicization. Many of these missions, Illinois, Louisiana, and Mississippi, resulted in conflicts between Bishop Saint-Vallier, the Jesuits and the Seminary of Quebec. King William's War, the first of the 4 French and Indian Wars, the 9 Years' War, begun in 1688 in Europe, widened to include the Kingdom of England in 1689 as part of the alliance against France. England's Catholic King James II was deposed at the end of 1688 in the Glorious Revolution, after which Protestants William III and Mary II took the throne. William joined the League of Augsburg in its war against France, begun earlier in 1688, where James had fled. In the aftermath of the Glorious Revolution, authorities in Nouveau France capitalized on turmoil in the English colonies to launch raids with their Indian allies against targets on the already tense frontiers of New England and New York. In North America, there was significant tension between Nouveau France and the northern English colonies, which had been united in 1686, in the Dominion of New England. The colony of Nouveau France claimed the largest area of North America, although by population it was numerically inferior to the neighboring colonies of New England and New York. By 1689, there were only about 14,000 settlers in Nouveau France, but most of the population lived in towns protected by elaborate forts. New England and the Iroquois Confederacy fought Nouveau France and the Wabanaki Confederacy. The Iroquois dominated the economically important Great Lakes fur trade and had been in conflict with Nouveau France since 1680. At the urging of New England, the Iroquois interrupted the trade between Nouveau France and the western tribes. In retaliation, Nouveau France raided Seneca lands of western New York. On April 19, 1689, Nelson was one of a number of prominent Bostonians leading a revolt against Governor Sir Edmund Andros, son of Amos Andros, bailiff of Guernsey and a staunch supporter of Charles I, and Elizabeth Stone, whose sister was a courtier to the king's sister, Queen Elizabeth of Bohemia. Andros, the hated governor of the Dominion of New England, had angered many colonists by vacating land titles, enforcing the Navigation Acts, and promoting the Church of England. Despite these enmities, he managed to negotiate a series of alliances and treaties of the covenant chain with the Iroquois at a time of violence and social instability for the colonies and Native Americans. Note, the covenant chain is embodied in the Two-Row Wampum Treaty, 1613, of the Haudenosaunee, the Five Nations, comprising the Mohawk, Onondaga, Oneida, Cayuga, and Seneca, joined later by the Tuscarora peoples, being the basis of all of their subsequent treaties with European and North American governments, and the citizens of those nations. The oral laws and customs of the Great Law of Peace became the Constitution of the Iroquois Confederacy, being established in the 15th century or earlier. The official title of the Confederacy is Kayanarankau'a, Great Peace. It was spiritually and culturally revered, being widely accepted and documented by the wampum belts and oral tradition based in agreements negotiated between Dutch settlers in New Netherland, present-day New York, and the Five Nations of the Iroquois early in the 17th century. Note, the democratic ideals of the Kayanashagawa provided a significant inspiration to the framers of the United States Constitution, which was influenced by the living example of the Iroquois Confederation, as were notions of individual liberty and the separation of powers. Native American symbols and imagery that were adopted by the nascent United States, including the American bald eagle with its bundle of 13 arrows. Because of the standing relationship with the Iroquois and the extensive influence of the Haudenosaunee, in August 1675, New York's Governor Sir Edmund Andros asked them for help in ending regional conflicts of the time in New England and the Chesapeake. He worked with the Onondaga leader Daniel Caraconte. The term covenant chain was derived from the metaphor of a silver chain holding the English sailing ship to the Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, Tree of Peace in the Onondaga Nation. A three-link silver chain was made to symbolize their first agreement. The links represent peace, friendship, and respect between the Haudenosaunee and the Crown. It was also the first written treaty to use such phrases as long as the sun shines upon the earth, as long as the waters flow, as long as the grass grows green, peace will last. The United Iroquois Nations are symbolized by an eastern white pine tree, called the Tree of Peace by a man named Decanauta the Great Peacegiver, a prophet who was miraculously born of a Huron virgin and raised amongst the Onondaga and later adopted by the Mohawk. He counseled peace among the warring tribes and he called for an end to ritual cannibalism. The tree had four symbolic roots, the great white roots of peace, spreading north, east, south, and west. If any other nation ever wished to join the League, it would have to follow the white roots of peace to the source and take shelter beneath the tree. Atop the tree, he placed an eagle to scream out a warning at the approach of danger. He symbolically planted the tree in the land of the Onondagas, the place of the GRRE, the Confederate Lords, or Peace Chiefs, which would sit in its shade as the caretakers of the Great Peace. According to some legends, his first ally was Gigansazy, an Iroquoian woman lived along the warrior's path and known for her hospitality to warriors as they traveled to and from battlegrounds and their homes. At her hearth, warriors of the various factions could come in peace. While they ate her food, She acted as counsel and learned their hearts. Decanoida came to her and described his vision for a peace to be built upon a confederacy of the warring nations. She said this sounded good but asked what form it would take. He replied, "It will take the form of the longhouse in which there are many hearths, one for each family, yet all live as one household under one chief mother. They shall have one mind and live under one law. Thinking will replace killing, and there shall be one commonwealth." The great peacemaker gave Gigansazi the task of assigning the men to different positions at the peace gathering, and to women in the future the power to choose the chiefs of the longhouse. He called her Mother of Nations for she was the first ally of his peace movement. Hiawatha, a skilled and charismatic orator of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, was a leader of the Onondaga and the Mohawk, and chosen spokesman of the great peacemaker, whom was impeded in evangelizing his prophecy not only by foreign affiliations, but by a severe speech impediment. Hiawatha helped him achieve his vision of bringing the tribes together in peace. The great peacemaker established a council of clan and village chiefs to govern the confederacy. In each tribe, which had matrilineal kinship systems of descent and property holding, power was shared between the sexes. Men held the positions of hereditary chiefs through their mother's line. Clan mothers ruled on the fitness of chiefs and could depose of any that they opposed. Most decisions in council were made by consensus, to which each representative had an equal voice. In the early 18th century the Tuscarora, also an Iroquoian-speaking people, migrated north from the Carolinas and joined the Confederacy as the sixth nation, and the regional dominance achieved by the Iroquois is attributed to their superior organization and coordination compared to other tribes because of their need for furs for the European trade and their superior geographic position controlling most of central and western New York. Prophecy of the Boy Seer. The great peacemaker worked all his life to bring his vision to fruition. He prophesied that a white serpent would come to his people's lands and make friends with them, only to deceive them later. A red serpent would later make war against the white serpent, but an Indian boy would be given a great power. He would be accepted as a chosen leader by the people of the land of the hilly country. The boy, though, would remain neutral in the fight, and speak to the people, who numbered as the blades of grass, but he is heard by all. After a season, a black serpent would come and defeat both the white and red serpents. According to the prophecy, when the people gathered under the elm tree become humble, all three serpents would be blinded by a light many times brighter than the sun. Decanoida said that he would be that light. His nation would accept the white serpent into their safekeeping like a long-lost brother. The covenant chain continued until 1753, when the Mohawk, claiming to have been cheated out of lands rightfully theirs in New York, declared that the chain was broken. Continued. The covenant chain addressed issues of colonial settlement, a long-lived peace involving the colonies and other tribes that interacted with that confederacy was established by the English and Iroquois councils, subsequent treaties being based on supporting peace and stability to preserve trade between the colonists and Indian tribes, from New England to the colony of Virginia. His actions and governance generally followed the instructions he was given upon appointment to office, and he received approbation from the monarchs and governments that appointed him. The raid on Dover, known as the Cock Echo Massacre, happened on the night of 27 to 28 June 1689, led by Chief Kankomagas, the Fearless One, nephew of Wanalancet and grandson of Passaconaway, third and final Sagamore of the Pennacook Confederacy. Note, an Algonquian-speaking tribe, they were more closely related to the Abenaki tribes to the west, north, and east, such as the Penobscot and Pigwacket or Pawtucket, than to other Algonquian tribes to the south, such as the Massachusetts or Wampanoag. One of the first tribes to encounter European colonists, the Pennacook were decimated by infectious diseases carried by the newcomers. Suffering high mortality, they were in a weakened state and subject to raids by Mohawk of the Iroquois Confederacy from the west, and Micmac tribes from the north, who also took a toll of lives. The powerful Sham, Sachem Passaconaway, child of the Bear, had a military advantage over the New England colonists, but he decided to make peace with them rather than lose more of his people's lives through warfare. They were caught up in King Philip's War, however, and lost more members. Although Wanalancet, the chief who succeeded Passaconaway, tried to maintain neutrality in the war, bands in western Massachusetts did not. The Pennacook fled north with their former enemies, or west with other tribes, where the English colonists hunted them down and killed them. Those that survived, joined other scattered tribespeople at Shattuck, present-day New York. Those who fled northward eventually merged with other displaced New England tribes and Abenaki. Although no longer a distinct tribe, many bands of Abenaki, called Abenaki or Abenaki by the French, in New Hampshire, Vermont, and Canada, are descended from such Pennacook ancestors. The Pennacook women cultivated varieties of maize, corn, and squash along fertile river beds, processing them for food and seeds for the next seasons. The men hunted in the wooded, less fertile areas. Continued the Cock Echo Massacre. Began King William's War, a series of Indian massacres orchestrated by Jehan Vincent Diabati de St. Castin and Père Louis-Pierre Thury. At the time, local Pennacook women were regularly allowed into the garrisoned homes of the Dover settlers when they requested shelter for the night. 2 native women appeared at each of 5 garrison houses, asking permission to sleep by the fire, not uncommon in peaceful times. All but one house accepted. In the dark early hours of the morning, the women unfastened the doors, allowing braves who had concealed themselves to enter. The sword-wielding elderly Waldron was cut across his belly with knives, and 5 or 6 dwelling houses were burned, along with the mills. In one bloody revenge attack by native warriors, a full quarter of the entire population was gone, 52 colonists in all, 23 killed, 29 captured. Captives included Waldron's 7-year-old grandchild Sarah Garish, daughter of Elizabeth and John Garish. These were the first recorded British captives that natives abducted and sold in Quebec. During the Northwest Coast Campaign, the area of Pemaquid became a battleground as the French and English fought to determine the boundaries of their empires. British regulars were not accustomed to frontier warfare, and so ranger companies were developed. Rangers were full-time soldiers employed by colonial governments to patrol between fixed frontier fortifications in reconnaissance, providing early warning of raids. In offensive operations, they were scouts and guides, locating villages and other targets for task forces drawn from the militia or other colonial troops. English colonial militia leader Benjamin Church successfully defended a group of English settlers at Falmouth, Maine. Church designed his force, historic predecessor of the United States Army Rangers, primarily to emulate Native American patterns of war. Toward this end, Church endeavored to learn to fight like Native Americans exclusively under the tutelage of the Indian allies. Toward this end, he worked to adopt Indian techniques of small, flexible forces that used the woods and ground for cover, rather than mounting frontal attacks in military formation. Church developed a special full-time unit mixing white colonists selected for frontier skills with friendly Native Americans to carry out offensive strikes against hostile Indians in terrain where normal militia units were ineffective. In 1689, Baron de St. Castin and the Wabanaki Confederacy, Abenaki, captured and burned down Fort Charles, vs. Fort William Henry, the wooden stockade fort at Pemaquid, in its time the largest fort in New England. They killed 200 British at the fort and Indiana the surrounding area, capturing colonists and burning many farms, blunting the tide of English expansion. The Acadians at Chignecto posted a proclamation heralding the success of French arms on their church door. In response to the defeat, the month following, Colonel Benjamin Church led a devastating raid on the Isthmus of Chignecto at Beaubassin, an important Acadian village and trading center. Note: the Isthmus of Chignecto is an isthmus bordering the maritime provinces of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, which connects the Nova Scotia Peninsula with North America. Beaubassin was established in the 1670s on uplands close to an extensive area of saltwater marsh. Settlers reclaimed the land to engage in cattle ranching and trade. Jacques Bourgeois, a farmer, shipbuilder, and merchant at Port Royal, sold a part of his holdings there and built a flour mill and a sawmill on the Chignecto Basin, a basin between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia of southeastern Canada, a sub-basin of the Fundy Basin. Around the same time, Michel Linnaeuf de Lavalier de Beaubassin, who became governor of Acadia, set up a fur trading post on the isthmus, while devoting part of his time to the fishing, farming, settlement, and soldiering. The L'Enoch family, first nobles to settle in Nouveau France, came from Seine, France, and settled in Trois-Rivières, where they held positions of power and prestige through several generations. Following success in the latter activity, in 1676 Governor Frontenac granted him 100 square leagues land, which became the Beau-Bassin Seigneurie. He established himself on an upland known as Isle de la Vallière, later Tonges Island. The settlement prospered on the fertile Tantramar marshes, a tidal salt marsh around the Bay of Fundy, and surrounding high ground, which was suitable for farming. The isthmus was also the site of a portage between the Bay of Fundy and the Northumberland Strait, in the southern part of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, formed by Prince Edward Island and the Gulf's eastern, southern and western shores, which lay at the heart of a vast trading network encompassing Isle Royale, Nova Scotia, and New England. The grasslands around the settlement were sufficient to fatten thousands of head of cattle. The first fruit trees were brought from Port Royal by an Irishman, Roger Kessie, or Quessy, who established himself on a highland now known as the Butte à Roger. In 1686, Beau-Bassin was made a parish when Abbé Claude Trouvé built a church. Continued New England supported the Iroquois in attacking Nouveau France, which they did by raiding Lachine, seeking revenge for Governor-General de Nonville's actions. The Lachine massacre occurred on the morning of August 5, 1689, when 1,500 Mohawk warriors attacked the 375 inhabitants of Lachine, at the upper end of Isle de Montréal. In their attack, the Mohawk destroyed a substantial portion of the Lachine settlement by fire, burning it to the ground, killing and or taking numerous inhabitants captive. Iroquois warriors had been harassing Montreal defenses for many months prior. The surprise attack, precipitated by growing Iroquois dissatisfaction with increased French incursions into their territory, was encouraged by settlers of New England as a way to leverage power against Nouveau France during King William's War, of the 9 Years' War, 1688–97, also known as the War of the Grand Alliance or the War of the League of Augsburg. It was the first of 6 colonial wars fought between Nouveau France and New England along with their respective native allies before France ceded its remaining mainland territories in North America east of the Mississippi River in 1763. The campaign of 1676 led the English to surrender the fort and abandon the Pemaquid area, retreating to Salem. Church led a force of 400 men, 50 to 150 of which were Indians, likely Iroquois, against the Acadians and Micamac to avenge the destruction of the fort, which he himself assisted in erecting. When they came ashore, having surprised the Acadians and Micamac opened fire on them. Church lost a lieutenant and several of his men. Nevertheless, they managed to get ashore and many fled, yet one confronted Church with papers showing they had signed an oath of allegiance in 1690 to the English king. Church was unconvinced, especially after he discovered the proclamation heralding the French success at Pemaquid posted on the church door. He burned a number of buildings, killed inhabitants, looted their household goods, and slaughtered their livestock. Governor Joseph Robineau, Robineau, de Villebon reported that the English stayed at Beau-Bassin 9 whole days without drawing any supplies from their vessels, and even those settlers to whom they had shown pretense of mercy were left with empty houses and barns and nothing else except the clothes on their backs. Note, de Villebon, who was born in Nouveau France, had received much of his education and military experience in France. His importance in history occurred after his return to Nouveau France in about 1681 and his deployment to Acadia in about 1685 to assist Governor François-Marie Peroux and, subsequently, Governor Louis-Alexandre des Friches de Meneville. It is known de Villebon was in France whence William Phipps captured Port Royal in the spring of 1690, taking prisoners, including de Meneville, to Boston. Robineau re-established French rule in Acadia and was made governor there, a position he held until his death. he built the capital at Fort Nashwauk and was able to maintain the New England-Acadia boundary in present-day Maine because of his military talents and his skill in dealing with the Wabanaki Confederacy. He was involved in the raid on Oyster River, but his most significant success was the Siege of Pemaquid, 1696. He benefited greatly from the support of Frontenac in his endeavors. Continued on September 29, Church and his men proceeded to the mouth of the St. John River. Church captured 2 Frenchmen here and learned from them of cannons buried nearby. These he unearthed and then proceeded towards Boston. At Passamaquoddy, Church's force was met by Colonel John Hawthorne, who took command of the entire force and proceeded to the St. John River. They moved up the river to lay siege to the capital of Acadia, Fort Nashwauk, St. Joseph. Note: Fort Nashwauk was a 4-sided log palisade erected by Governor Villebon in 1691–92, whom had decided to relocate the capital from Fort Jemseg as he felt a setting further upriver would be safer from attack. Called by Villebon Fort St. Joseph, it was located at the mouth of the Nashwauk River, on the north bank at its junction with the St. John River, near present-day Barker's Point, New Brunswick, being the first European settlement in the Fredericton area. The site offered the additional strategic benefits to Villebon of being situated near the Maliseet capital of Meductic and of being on a traditional portage route. Continued. The siege lasted 2 days, between October 18th and 20th. First informed on October 1 by Sieur Chevalier that an English brig had entered the harbour at St. John, Villebon sent Sieur Neuvillette, on October 5 with 7 men, to reconnoitre the lower confines of the river and to carry supplies to Sieur Chevalier. On October 9, Neuvillette sent word back to Fort Nashwauk that 6 English vessels had entered the harbour at St. John and landed 200 English and Indian troops after successfully attacking Sieur Chevalier. On October 12, Neuvillette fell back to Fort Nashwauk and, on the way, picked up 7 or 8 French soldiers rescued by the Indians at Fort Narapus, later known as Fort Boisvert, which was under attack by the English forces. The English continued their cautious approach and, on October 16, were spotted by Sieur Neuvillette a short distance below Jemseg. Governor Villebon, having been alerted, had prepared his defences. Several days earlier, on October 11, Villebon made a request to Recollet Père Simon Gerard de la Place to gather Maliseet militia from Meductic and defend the fort from an attack. Père Laplace was a very conscientious man, an honest gentleman of a humane, generous disposition who only concerned himself with the affairs of his mission. On October 16, Père Simon and Acadian Sieur de Clignancourt led 30 to 36 Maliseet militia members to defend Fort Nashwauk. In further preparation, Villebon cleared his field of fire by dismantling a house, hid surplus powder in hidden caches, and assigned his men to their positions. On October 18 the English troops arrived opposite the fort, landed 3 cannons, 2 being used with some effect with the third unable to function effectively as it had been positioned too close, taking heavy musket fire from Villebon's forces, and assembled earthworks on the south bank of the Nashwauk River. French privateer Pierre Maisonnat de Baptiste was there to defend the capital, having arrived at the fort the day before, on October 17, with 10 St. John River Acadian settlers. Baptiste joined the Maliseet from Meductic for the duration of the siege. There was a fierce exchange of cannon fire for 2 days, with the advantage going to the better-sided French guns. In addition to the opposing cannonades, Clignancourt and Baptiste with the Micamac allies confronted a force of English allied Indians advancing along the Nashwauk River. The siege failed. Massachusetts responded to the siege of Pemaquid, 1689, by sending out 600 men to the border region. Led by Major Jeremiah Swain of Reading, the soldiers met on August 28, 1689, and then scoured the region. Despite Swain's presence, the natives attacked Oyster River and killed 21 people, taking several others captive. On October 16, 1689, the Battle of the Lake of Two Mountains, Bataille du Lac des Deux Montagnes, between the colony of Nouveau France and the Iroquois Confederacy occurred in response to the Lachine Massacre of August 1689. The Marquis de Denonville dispatched a scouting party of 28 coureurs des bois, under the command of Daniel Greysolon, Sieur d'Ulhud, the first European known to have visited the area of the headwaters of the Mississippi River, and Nicolas de Labousse de Manthet, to search for Iroquois warriors that posed a threat to residents on the Isle de Montréal. The coureurs des bois came across a group 22 Iroquois at the Lake of Two Mountains, part of the river delta widening of the Ottawa River at its confluence with the St. Lawrence River in Quebec. The French suffered no casualties, while the Iroquois suffered 18 deaths, 3 captured, and 1 fled. The French victory restored the confidence of the local French inhabitants. D'Iberville continued on to the English colony of Newfoundland and raided many villages in the Avalon Peninsula campaign. Major Church retaliated for the siege by going to Acadia and engaging in the raid on Chignecto, VI. The retaliatory raid lasted 9 days, 20 to 29 September 1696. Church burned a number of buildings, killed inhabitants, looted their household goods, and slaughtered their livestock. The campaign is most notable for Richard Waldron entering the war, the death of Chief Mogg and the attack on the Micamac that initiated their involvement in the war. Chubb was tracked down by the natives 2 years later in his home in Andover and was massacred along with his family. In total, Church led 4 New England raiding parties into Acadia, which included most of Maine, against the ethnic French Acadians and hostile savages, including the Abenaki. On the first expedition into Acadia, on September 21, 1689, Major Church, who was promoted to major and given command of the expedition by the Council of War of Plymouth Colony on September 6, and 250 troops defended a group of English settlers in the Battle of Deering Oaks, also known as the Battle of Brackett's Woods, against Canadians, and tribes of the Wabanaki Confederacy. Although 21 of his men were killed, Church was successful and the enemy retreated. On September 29, Church and his men proceeded to the mouth of the St. John River, where 2 Frenchmen were captured and, learning from them of cannons buried nearby, he unearthed these and thence proceeded towards Boston. At Passamaquoddy, Church's force was met by Colonel John Hawthorne, who took command and proceeded up the St. John River to lay siege to Fort St. Joseph, Nashwauk, present-day Fredericton, New Brunswick, the capital of Acadia. It was located strategically upriver on the north side of the St. John River at the mouth of the Nashwauk River, close to the native village Fort Meductic for military purposes. From Fort Nashwauk, they executed numerous raids on the New England border with Acadia, aided by their Abenaki and other First Nations allies. The siege failed. Church threatened the Chignecto Acadians before leaving that he would return if more New Englanders suffered. He did return to raid Chignecto again during Queen Anne's War in a campaign against Acadia that also included the raid on Grand Prix. Church thence returned to Boston, leaving the small group of English settlers unprotected. Sir William Phipps and the Boston Puritans. The idea for an expedition against Acadia first arose in the wake of the August 1689 fall of Fort William Henry to French and Indian forces. On December 1689, Massachusetts authorized an essentially volunteer expedition against Acadia, and established committees to organize it, but the urgency to deal with it brought more public support after the raids in early 1690. Several prominent colonists were considered to lead it. One of the expedition's major proponents, merchant John Nelson, son of Rupert and Mary Nelson and a nephew of Sir Thomas Temple, 1 Sr. Baronet, a British proprietor and governor of Nova Scotia, a resident of Long Island in Boston Harbor, was rejected because of his previous trade dealings with the French in Acadia. The command was finally given to Sir William Phipps, son of James and Mary Phipps, a Maine native with no military experience who achieved prominence by finding a wrecked treasure ship in the West Indies. Phipps was born in a frontier settlement at Nequasset, present-day Woolwich, Maine, near the mouth of the Kennebec River. His father died when the boy was 6 years old, and his mother married a neighbor and business partner, John White. Although Cotton Mather in his biography of Phipps claimed that he was one of 26 children, this number is likely an exaggeration or includes many who did not survive infancy. Phipps had survived a raid by tribes of the Wabanaki Confederacy from Acadia when they destroyed his hometown near Portland, Maine during the First Abenaki War, 1676. On March 24 Phipps was commissioned a major general and given command of the expedition. On March 27, 1690 Joseph-François Hertel de la Fresnière, who had participated in numerous expeditions against the Iroquois and was notorious in the English colonies because of his exploits, and his son Jean-Baptiste Hertel de Rouville, active in the French Marines in Canada from an early age, along with Norridgewock Abenaki chief Wahawa, and possibly Malecite Abenaki war chief Assacumbuit, led troops as well as the Wabanaki Confederacy, Micamac and Malecite from Fort Meductic, in New Brunswick, intent on targeting the home of Edward Ting, father of Edward Ting, commander at Fort Loyal and Fort William Henry, but changed plans and went on, instead, to capture the English settlement of Salmon Falls, present-day Berwick, Maine. The village was destroyed, 34 men killed and 54 persons were carried away captive, mostly women and children, for transport back to Canada. They plundered and burnt the houses and mills. Although militia mustered from Portsmouth and gave chase, they were driven off in a skirmish later that day. Joseph-François Hertel de la Fresnière and Baron de Saint-Castin, he became the third Baron de St. Castin on the death of his elder brother, led troops as well as the Wabanaki Confederacy on to capture and destroy Fort Loyal and the English settlement on the Falmouth Neck, site of present-day Portland, Maine, then part of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. The commander of the fort was Captain Sylvanus Davis. Grossly outnumbered, the settlers held out for 2 days before surrendering. The community's buildings were burned, including the wooden stockade fort, and, eventually, 200 were murdered and left in a large heap. Those who weren't killed were taken prisoner. A force under command of Shadrach Walton came from New Hampshire on a search and destroy mission against hostiles along the coast of Maine, and managed to kill a small number of natives, but had come too late to save the people from the massacre. James Alexander, a Jersey man, was taken captive along with 100 other prisoners. 2 families of Micamac people who had lost friends by some English fishermen, traveled many miles to avenge themselves on the captives. They were reported to have yelled and danced around their victims, tossed and threw them, held them by the hair and beat them, sometimes with an axe, and did this all day, compelling them also to dance and sing, until at night they were thrown out exhausted. Alexander, after a second torture, ran to the woods, but hunger drove him back to his tormentors. His fate is unknown. The fall of Fort Loyal, Casco, led to the near depopulation of Europeans in Maine. Native forces were then able to attack the New Hampshire frontier without reprisal. The following spring, May 1690, over 400 French and native troops under the leadership of Castin returned to Falmouth and massacred all the English settlers in the Battle of Fort Loyal. When Church returned to the village later that summer, he buried the dead. On April 28, 1690 Phipps sailed from Boston with a fleet of 5 ships carrying 446 provincial militiamen. His flagship, the Six Friends, mounted 42 guns, while the Porcupine mounted 16. They were accompanied by the sloop Mary and 2 ketches. At Mount Desert Island they made a rendezvous with the bark Union and another ketch. After investigating French holdings in Penobscot Bay and Passamaquoddy Bay, Phipps sailed for Port Royal, arriving near Port Royal on May 9. Before approaching the town, he made contact with Pierre Melançon de la Verger, a bilingual French Huguenot, early the next morning, and ascertained the condition of the town. He then weighed anchor and sailed up to the town. The French garrison consisted of fewer than 90 soldiers, and the fortifications were in a state of destruction. A military engineer had previously arrived in October 1689 and had begun raising the fort in order to build a new one, over the objections of Governor de Meneville, and none of its cannons were mounted. Furthermore, the garrison only possessed 19 muskets. When Phipps sent an emissary on May 10 to demand the fort's surrender, Meneville sent the local priest, Louis Petit, to negotiate terms of surrender. The basic terms he and Phipps agreed included protection of the persons and personal property of the Acadians, and preservation of their right to Catholic worship. Phipps refused to put the terms in writing, a convenience that could be disposed of once the surrender had been given, but they were reconfirmed by multiple witnesses when Governor Meneville came to the Six Friends the next day. After the British sacked Pentagouet, the Wabanaki Confederacy retaliated with raids along the New England border. These attacks were coordinated from Fort Meductic in Acadia. The merchants of Salem and Boston got up a subscription, and in the spring of 1690 the government of Massachusetts organized a campaign led by Sir William Phipps against the Acadian settlements. On May 19, 1690, a large force of New England provincial militia under Phipps arrived before Port Royal. The governor of Acadia, Louis Alexander de Friches de Meneville, had only 70 soldiers. The unfinished enceinte remained open and in disrepair, its 18 cannon had not been brought into firing positions. Moreover, 42 young men of Port Royal were absent. Any resistance therefore appeared useless and, on May 21, Meneville promptly negotiated terms of capitulation. When Phipps came ashore the next day, it was discovered that Acadians had been removing valuables, which would normally go to the victor as spoils of war, including some that were government property, and thus were supposed to come under the victor's control. Phipps claimed this was a violation of the terms of capitulation, and, consequently, on May 22 declared the agreement void. He allowed his troops to sack the town and destroy the church, cutting down the cross, pulling down the high altar, and breaking all their images, acts that he had promised to prevent in the oral surrender agreement. He had the fortifications destroyed, removing all of their weaponry. Before he left, he convinced a number of Acadians to swear oaths of allegiance to William III and Mary II of England, organized a provisional government by personally selecting French Acadian leaders to form a council of locals to administer the town, and then sailed back to Boston, carrying Meneville and his garrison as prisoners of war. Phipps received a hero's welcome and was lavished with praise, although he was criticized in some circles, and has been vilified in French and Acadian histories, for allowing the sacking of Port Royal. Meneville and Petit, when they reported the events, claimed that Phipps, unhappy with the condition of the fort and the size of the garrison that had surrendered, used the action of the French soldiers as an excuse to terminate the agreement. However, the fact that Phipps had met with Laverger prior to approaching Port Royal, and had a presumably reliable assessment of the conditions in the town, renders this explanation unlikely. The aftermath of the surrender of Port Royal was unlike any of the previous military campaigns against Acadia. The violence of the plunder alienated many of the Acadians from the New Englanders, broke their trust, and made future relations with their English-speaking neighbors more difficult. Meneville was replaced by Governor Joseph Robineau de Villebon, one of Meneville's assistants, who returned to Port Royal from France in June and moved the capital of Acadia to Fort Nashwauk on the St. John River for defensive purposes, and to better coordinate military attacks on New England with the Abenaki at Meductic Indian Village/Fort Meductic. Port Royal was then subjected to a pirate raid not long after the Phipps expedition left. The pirates captured the ship that delivered Villebon, destroyed homes and cattle, and allegedly killed some of the inhabitants. Following the capture of Port Royal, the New Englanders hoped to seize Quebec itself, the capital of Nouveau France. The loss of the Acadian fort shocked the Canadians, and Frontenac ordered the immediate preparation of the city for siege. The Battle of Chedabucto occurred on June 3, 1690 as part of Phipps' military campaign against Acadia. Phipps sent Captain Cyprien Southack to Chedabucto with 80 men to destroy Fort St. Louis and the surrounding French fishery. De Meneville was stationed at the fort with 12 soldiers who, unlike those at Port Royal, put up a fight before surrendering. They tried to defend the fort for over 6 hours, until fire bombs burned the fort to the ground. Southack destroyed the enormous amount of 50,000 crowns of fish. The garrison capitulated on honorable terms and was sent to Plaisance, the French capital of Newfoundland. Phipps also dispatched Captain John Alden, sailor, son of Captain John Alden Sr. and Priscilla Mullins, who settled in Plymouth Colony in 1620, arriving on the pilgrim ship Mayflower, who raided Cape Sable, present-day southwest Nova Scotia, as well as the villages around the Bay of Fundy, particularly Grand Pre and Chignecto. He was a well-known public figure in his time but is now chiefly remembered as a survivor of the Salem witch trials. On July 2, 1690, Lieutenant de Colombat led 25 men to attack a party of about 100 Iroquois near Rivière des Prairies, at the end of the island near the coulee of Jehengru. He and 9 others were killed, including the Sieur Joseph de Montenon de Leroux, Guillaume Richard dit Lafleur, a lieutenant of militia, and the surgeon Jalot were captured and burned alive the same day behind the fort of Lachenaie by the Iroquois. The owner of this land, Jehengru, and 3 of his companions, Jehan Delpuy dit Parasot, Joseph Carrier dit Laros, and Jehan Reynaud dit Planchard were burned by the Oneidas, one of the Iroquois nations. Calm and easygoing in the presence of Pierre Millet, Jehan Baudouin Fils, Pierre Masta, and Pierre Payet dit Stammers, an employee of Le Grand Bouchard, were taken in the attack and held prisoner. Pierre Millet was given to the Oneidas, who let him live during the month of February 1691. St. Amours returned to the fort in 1693. Since the Iroquois were greatly feared, the bodies of those who had been killed were quickly buried at the same place that the massacre had occurred. It was not until November 2, 1694 that their bones were transported to the cemetery, where they were buried in the presence of all the settlers. Phipps returned to Boston, and the Massachusetts Provisional Government organized a large-scale expedition against Quebec, the capital of Nouveau France, and gave its command to Sir William Phipps. Originally intending to coordinate with a simultaneous overland attack on Montreal launched from Albany, New York, the expedition's departure was delayed in the vain hope that much-needed munitions would arrive from England. The expedition, counting 34 ships, only 4 of which were of any size, and over 2,300 Massachusetts militiamen, finally set out from Hull on August 20. Note, the Massachusetts tribe called the area Nantasket, meaning at the strait or low tide place. It is a series of islands connected by sandbars forming Nantasket Peninsula, on which the Plymouth colony established a trading post in 1621 for trade with the Wampanoags. The town was first settled in 1622 and officially incorporated in 1644, when it was named for Kingston upon Hull, England. Continued this expedition against Quebec was a disastrous failure. The expedition was short on ammunition, had no pilots familiar with the St. Lawrence River, and had inadequate provisions. Frontenac, a shrewd and experienced officer, reached Quebec from Montreal on October 14. When all the militia whom he had summoned arrived, he had nearly 3,000 men to defend the place. The New Englanders had been quite confident that the cowardly and effete French would be no match for their hardy men, but in fact the opposite was the case. Frontenac had reason for confidence, as he possessed a force of 3 battalions of colonial regulars that were certainly superior to Phipps' amateur companies in the event the regulars were not needed, as the Canadian militia succeeded in repulsing Phipps' landing parties. Furthermore, the city was sited on the strongest natural position the English officers had likely ever seen. Not only did it have impressive cliffs and Cape Diamond, but the eastern shore was so shallow that ships could not approach and landing craft would be needed. Note, Cap Diamond is the name of a cape on the edge of the promontory of Quebec and on which Quebec City is located, formed by the confluence of a bend in the St. Lawrence River to the south and east, and the much smaller St. Charles River to the north. Because of bad weather, contrary winds, and difficulty in navigating the St. Lawrence, the expedition took 8 weeks to reach Quebec. Phipps did not anchor in the Quebec Basin until October 16. The late arrival, wintry conditions were already setting in on the river, and the long voyage meant that it would be impossible to conduct a lengthy siege. Phipps sent Major Thomas Savage into the citadel as an envoy to deliver a summons of surrender. An application of psychological warfare. Before the fighting, Frontenac led Phipps' envoy blindfolded through roaring mobs in the streets of Quebec in order to mask his numerical inferiority. Then, in the Chateau St. Louis, Frontenac and many of his officers in their best dress listened to the envoy as he demanded the city's surrender. Overawed by this stately hall full of brave martial men, Savage did his best to deliver Phips' ultimatum. This having been drafted by Massachusetts Puritans, the document began severely: "The wars between the two crowns of England and France doth not only sufficiently warrant, but the destruction made by ye French and Indians, under your command and encouragement upon the persons and estates of their Majesties subjects of New England, without provocation on their part, hath put them under the necessity of this expedition for their own security and satisfaction." The New Englander told them they had 1 hour to comply, and then pulled out his watch. The proud and temperamental Frontenac was so enraged that he wanted to have the envoy hanged before the full view of the English fleet, and it was only because of the Bishop François de Laval of Quebec that he was calmed. Asked for a written response, Frontenac shot back, "Non, Genai point de réponse offert à votre général kpar la bouche de mes canons et de mes mousquets. I have no reply to make to your general other than from the mouths of my cannons and muskets." Savage accepted his blindfold with relief and was led back to his ship. Phips' council of war was extremely vexed by the reply, having expected to fall upon a defenseless and panicked city. That evening drums and fifes were heard approaching Quebec, followed by heavy cheering from the town. In 1689 Louis Hector de Calliers, son of Jacques de Calliers, governor of Cherbourg, proposed to Louis XIV to invade New England by land and sea, and obtain the reappointment of Frontenac as governor. In 1690 he marched to the defense of Quebec, when it was besieged by Phips. A valiant and experienced soldier, he aided Frontenac in saving Nouveau France from the Iroquois and in raising the prestige of the French flag. He was one of the first to receive the Cross of St. Louis, 1694. Having succeeded Frontenac in 1698, he devoted all his skill and energy to the pacification of the Indians. The Treaty of Montreal, 1701, agreed to by representatives of all the tribes, was the crowning result of all his efforts. This treaty is considered as Calliers' chief title to fame. That same year he sent Antoine Lamotte de la Mothe, Sieur de Cadillac, to found Detroit. One of the most conspicuous figures in Canadian history, he left a reputation of disinterestedness, honor, and probity. De Calliers had arrived with the remaining Montreal militia, giving Frontenac a numerical advantage over the New Englanders. Phips then held a war council, which decided to make a combined land assault and naval bombardment. Both failed. The New Englanders saw that the only possible place to crack the defenses was on the city's northeastern side, where the walls were weakest. Their plan was to land their main force on the Beauport shore east of the St. Charles River, and have it cross the river in the fleet's boats, along with the field guns. Major John Wally, Phips' second in command, led the invading landing force of 1,200 men, which landed at Beauport. However, they were unable to cross the well-defended St. Charles River. Frontenac had expected the land attack to come from Beauport, and the banks of the river had already been built up with field fortifications on the southwestern side. He proposed to fight only a skirmishing action there, holding his regulars in reserve for a European-style battle on the open ground west of Quebec. The English landed on October 18, and once on the shore, in the wooded areas east of the river, they were immediately harassed by a strong detachment of Canadian militia along with some Indians under Jacques Lemoyne de Saint Helene until their retreat. The New Englanders' naval bombardment failed because their ships' boats had mistakenly landed the field guns on the wrong side of the St. Charles. Meanwhile, Phips' 4 large ships, quite contrary to the plan, anchored before Quebec and began bombarding the city until October 19, but their guns were unable to reach the high battlements of the city. Furthermore, they quickly ran out of ammunition. Moreover, the expedition's ships were nearly destroyed by cannon volleys from the top of the city. The French shore batteries had also proved to be much more than a match, and the English ships were pounded until the rigging and hulls were badly damaged. The ensign of Phips' flagship, the Six Friends, was cut down and fell into the river, and under a hail of musket shots, a daring group of Canadians paddled a canoe up to the ships to capture it. They triumphantly brought the ensign back to the governor unscathed. During the bombardment, the land force under Wally remained inactive, suffering from cold and complaining of shortage of rum. After a couple of miserable days, they decided to carry the shore positions and try to overcome the French earthworks. They set out on October 20th in the best European tradition, with drums beating and colors unfurled, but there was a skirmish at the edge of the woods. The New Englanders could not cope with the maintained heavy Canadian fire, and the brass field guns fired into the woods having no effect. Although Ste Helene was mortally wounded, 150 of the attackers had been killed in action, and were utterly discouraged. They made a retreat in a state of near panic on October 22, even abandoning 5 field guns on the shore. The fighting, according to Phipps, cost the expedition 30 deaths and 1 field cannon American Samoa, well as numerous wounded. Disease and disaster took an additional toll. Smallpox ravaged the troops, and 2 transports were lost to accidents. Another 200 men were lost to these causes. Both sides learned from the battle. The French improved the city's defenses, while the New Englanders realized they needed more artillery and better support from England to take the city. On October 23 and 24, an exchange of prisoners was negotiated and the ships set sail for Boston. Although Phipps' own account of the expedition admitted only 30 dead in combat, smallpox and marine accident claimed about 1,000 more. 1 brigantine was wrecked on Anticosti. Her crew maintained themselves on the island through the winter, apparently being rescued the following summer by a ship from Boston. Phipps' defeat was complete and disastrous, fortunately for the French, since food was lacking to feed the large force assembled to defend Quebec in case of a prolonged siege. Phipps himself had displayed no natural military talents to offset his lack of experience. It can be argued, however, that the absence of trained soldiers and adequate supplies had doomed the enterprise from the start. The expedition cost the colony £50,000 to mount, for which it issued paper bonds set against the expected booty to be taken from the city, a first in the English colonies. Many of the expedition's participants and creditors were unhappy at being paid this way, and Phipps generously purchased some of the depreciated paper with hard currency, incurring financial losses in the process. At this same time, Governor Meneville petitioned for the return of minor valuables, silverware and other small items, that Phipps had taken. Phipps was outraged when the General Council heard Meneville's case. Phipps returned to England in February 1691 to seek support for another expedition against Quebec. Jacques Le Moyne, who died soon after the battle, was mourned by the whole colony for his courtesy and valor. The Onondaga Iroquois sent a wampum collar as a token of sympathy, and released 2 captives to honor his memory. His brother, Charles Le Moyne, won fame for his part in the battle, and he later received an additional grant of land for his services and became the first Baron de Longueuil. More so, the expedition marked the climax of a period of steadily worsening relations between New Englanders and the French imperial authorities, and reconfigured relations between New England and Acadia. Trade was affected, since those who wanted profitable trade with the Micmac and Acadians, led by John Nelson, failed. The following year, after the English lost a naval battle off St. John, Villebon tried unsuccessfully to negotiate the freedom of 60 French prisoners taken in the siege. Although another expedition was launched against Quebec during Queen Anne's War, it failed to reach its target when transports wrecked with great loss of life in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The city's improved defenses would not be tested until the Battle of the Plains of Abraham in 1759. Quebec did not have extensive fortifications in 1690, and the whole landward side of the city to the north and west was exposed, particularly at the Plains of Abraham. Count Frontenac returned to Canada for a second term as Governor-General, being sent with an expedition that reached Quebec in mid-October. Frontenac ordered the construction of a wooden palisade to enclose the city, and Major Provost oversaw the construction of 11 small stone redoubts in this enceinte to protect against cannon fire. Facing the plains on the west side was the strong point of the landward defenses, a windmill called Mont Carmel, where a 3-gun battery was in place. The palisade line ended on the east side of the city, near the hospital. The batteries facing the river were also improved, with 8 guns, and 6 18-pounders were placed at the docksides. Temporary obstacles had been put in place, as well, on the street leading up to the upper city. In the meantime, a mobile war party of 150 Albany militia and Iroquois warriors under Captain John Schuyler marched and canoed overland to Montreal, imitating the petite guerre tactics, long-range expeditions into enemy territory, perfected by the French colonists. Schuyler's expedition was designed to seize Montreal and pin French forces south of Quebec, allowing the Boston fleet to sail against the capital unopposed. Smallpox, lack of supplies, and disagreements among the officers caused most of the militia and Iroquois to turn back in disgust, leaving Schuyler with a fraction of the 855 men promised by the New England authorities. On September 4 the English raiders attacked settlements south of Montreal, killing some 50 inhabitants in the middle of their harvests. Too weak to risk a battle with the town's garrison, Schuyler wrapped up the New England invasion and turned home. Thus, when Phipps was sighted off Tadoussac, Frontenac ordered the garrisons of Montreal and Trois-Rivières to make for the threatened capital with all haste. 4 days later the governor arrived in Quebec with 200 to 300 troops freed up by the failure of Schuyler's invasion, considerably lifting the capital's spirit of resistance. Iroquois warriors, though, struck the Canadian settlements near Montreal. 56 farms were destroyed and more than 100 Canadians were killed or captured. Denonville had his regulars dispersed to towns across the land, attempting to protect Canadian homes and families. Nevertheless, forts were abandoned as the Iroquois destroyed farmsteads and whole families were slaughtered or captured. During the summer of 1691, Dutch-born Major Peter Schuyler led a force of 120 Albany militia and 146 Mohawk and Mohican allies, invading French settlements along the Richelieu River south of Montreal. French Governor de Calliers responded by massing 700 to 800 French Marines and Indian allies at the fort at La Prairie, on the south shore of the St. Lawrence River. The English and Indian force was repulsed with significant casualties by the French and their Indian allies. Schuyler surprised the much larger French force in a rainstorm just before dawn on August 11, inflicting severe casualties before withdrawing towards the Richelieu. Schuyler's force might have remained intact but instead was intercepted by the force of 160 men led by Philippe Clement du Vault de la Valrennes, captain of the Regiment de Normandy, that had been detached to block the road to Chambly. The two sides fought in vicious hand-to-hand combat for approximately an hour, before Schuyler's force broke through and escaped. The French had suffered the most casualties during Schuyler's initial ambush, but those casualties suffered by the Albany force after Valrennes' counterattack meant that they had incurred the greater proportion of loss. Instead of continuing his raids, Schuyler was forced to retreat back to Albany. Then, in February 1692, a raid was conducted against 3 Mohawk villages located in the Mohawk River Valley by French and Indian warriors under the overall command of Nicolas d'Ailleboust de Manthet, captain in the French Marines serving in Canada. De Manthet fought in many battles during his military career. In 1689 he had participated in the attack against the Senecas at the Lake of Two Mountains, vs., thereby saving that year's fur trade from capture. Together with Jacques Lemoyne de Ste Helene, Montreal-born son of Charles Lemoyne and Catherine Thierry and brother of Pierre Lemoyne d'Iberville, founder of the French colony of La Louisiana, Louisiana, he led 114 Canadians and 96 Allied Indians in an attack on Schenectady in 1690. He also participated in the raid against the Mohawk towns in 1692, resulting in the destruction of those villages, including critical stores of food. Many, the English allied Mohawk, were either killed or captured, with the latter intended to populate Christian Indian villages near Montreal. But, the raiders, burdened with their prisoners, were followed by a rapidly deployed English Iroquois force led by Major Peter Schuyler. The two forces engaged in skirmishing a few days after the raid. Because of the pursuit, the raiders were forced to release most of their prisoners, and were subjected to starvation due to the spoilage of some of their supply caches before they returned to Montreal. The Mohawk were seriously weakened as a military force within the Iroquois League, and the raid's effects contributed to the 1701 peace negotiated between the Iroquois, French, and many other tribes. It was when leading an attack against Fort Albany in the Hudson Bay that D'Ailleboust was killed in action. Marie-Madeleine Jarret de Verchères. In the late 1600s, the Iroquois mounted attacks on the settlers of Nouveau France, looting and burning their homes. François Jarret de St. Chef joined his uncle Antoine Picoude de Contrecoeur, an officer in the Carignan Saliers regiment, to battle the Iroquois in Nouveau France. See Beaver Wars. Note: Contrecoeur led numerous campaigns and was wounded several times. He stayed in Canada at the time the regiment disbanded. A number of the officers who stayed were granted generous lands. His seigneurie gave its name to present-day Contrecoeur, Quebec. Continued. They arrived there in August 1665. The seigneurie underwent periodic Iroquois raids. In 1690 the matron of Verchères took command of a successful defense against an Iroquois assault on the stockade there. Before she performed this courageous act, she usually worked in the family field during her spare time. On October 22, 1692, Madeleine's parents left the fort on business and to gather winter supplies. Madeleine, age 14, and her brothers and sisters stayed at the fort. One morning, some settlers left the fort to tend to the fields along with 8 soldiers. Madeleine was in the cabbage garden, quite close to the fort. Suddenly, the Iroquois descended on the settlers. The men, caught off guard, tried to flee to safety, but the Iroquois were too quick for them and they were easily caught and carried off. Madeleine, working only 200 paces from the fort, had a head start on the Iroquois who were chasing her. One of the savages caught up to her and grabbed her by her kerchief, which she quickly untied, running into the fort shouting, "Auxiliary armes! Auxiliary armes!" So it was that Madeleine took charge of the fort, with one very old man, La Violette, and 2 soldiers. She ran to the bastions and fired a musket, encouraging her people, the young, old, and sick, to make as much noise as possible so that the Iroquois would think there were many soldiers defending the fort. Then she fired the cannon to warn other forts of an attack and to call for reinforcements. The Iroquois had hoped a surprise attack would easily take over the fort, so for a moment, they retreated into the bushes with their prisoners. During the siege, Madeleine noticed a canoe approaching the landing site with a family named Fontaine. The soldiers inside the fort refused to leave, so Madeleine ran to the dock and led the family quickly inside, pretending to be reinforcements. Late in the evening, when the settlers' cattle returned to the fort, she knew that the Iroquois could be hiding with the herd covered in animal skins. She had her 2 brothers wait with her to check the cattle for warriors, but none were found and the cows were brought inside the fort. Reinforcements from Montreal arrived just after the Iroquois left. Tired but relieved, Madeleine greeted the French lieutenant, "Monday, Seigneur, I surrender to you my arms." The reinforcements caught the Iroquois and returned the kidnapped settlers. By this time, Madeleine's parents had returned and news of Madeleine's heroic deed had spread through the colony. King William's War continued. The Battle of Fort Albany in 1693 was the successful recapture by English forces of the Hudson's Bay Company trading outpost at Fort Albany in the southern reaches of Hudson Bay. The fort, captured by a French expedition in 1686, had been held by them in a battle the following year, being briefly defended by 5 Frenchmen, who then abandoned the fort and its stockpile of furs to a 4-ship English fleet commanded by James Knight, an HBC explorer. Note: Knight was born in England and joined the Hudson's Bay Company in 1676 as a carpenter. In 1682, he became chief factor of the trading post of Fort Albany in James Bay, where he became rich. In 1697, he bought stock in the HBC, and in 1711, he gained a seat on the board of directors. Knight was determined to find the Northwest Passage, a then hypothetical route connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Canadian North. A Chippewayan interpreter, working for Knight, told him of a possible, mineral-rich route across the north. Knight outfitted two ships, the Albany with Captain George Burleigh and the Discovery with Capt. David Vaughan, to search for this route, setting off in 1719. They never returned. It is possible the ships encountered the shallows of the local waters of Marble Island, located 32 kilometers from today's Rankin Inlet, and were wrecked, although they were able to successfully offload large quantities of coal, several cannons, and provisions. Here is evidence of interaction with the local Inuit, but by 1722 Knight and his crew were reported to have perished from sickness and famine. Apparently, the HBC post at Churchill, Manitoba was completely unaware of the shipwreck, as no search or rescue expedition was ever sent. The ruins of Knight's settlement on Marble Island were discovered in 1768 by company explorer Samuel Hearne. Continued there were similar tensions on the border between New England and Acadia, which Nouveau France defined as the Kennebec River, in southern Maine. English settlers from Boston, whose charter included the Maine area, had expanded their settlements into Acadia, entering into peace and trade negotiations with the Abenaki tribes in eastern Massachusetts. The French at Quebec under Governor Frontenac wished to disrupt the negotiations and sent Claude-Sébastien de Villiers in the fall of 1693 into present-day Maine with orders to place himself at the head of the Acadian Indians and lead them against the English. Note, according to his own statement, de Villiers served for 15 years on the battlefields of Europe, beginning in 1674, before coming to Nouveau France. He participated in the defense of Quebec when it was attacked by New England colonists in 1690. In 1692 he married Judith Lenaef, daughter of Michel Lenaef de la Vallière de Beaubassin. He led French forces in the 1694 raid on Durham, New Hampshire, after which he was rewarded with command of Fort Nashwauk. He participated with Jehan Vincent d'Abadie de St. Castin in Pierre Lemoyne d'Iberville's successful siege of Pemaquid in 1696. The ship carrying him from Pemaquid was captured, and he was imprisoned in Boston. Eventually released back to France, he returned to Acadia, where he served as the temporary governor from July 1700 to December 1701 after the death of Governor Robineau de Villebon. Little is known of the rest of his life. He was known to have difficult relations with his superiors, but was popular with the people in Acadia. Continued Villiers spent the winter at Fort Nashwauk. The Indian bands of the region were in general disagreement whether to attack the English or not, but after discussions by Villiers and the support of Père Louis-Pierre Thury and Père Vincent Bigot, at Pentagouet, they went on the offensive. To secure their claim, Nouveau France established Catholic missions among the three largest native villages in the region, one on the Kennebec River, Norridgewock, one further north on the Penobscot River, Penobscot, and one on the St. John River, Medoctec. The Oyster River Massacre, at present-day Durham, New Hampshire, happened on July 18, 1694. The English settlement of Oyster River was attacked by de Villiers with about 250 Abenaki Indians, composed of two main groups from the Penobscot and Norridgewock under command of their Sagamore Beaumaisien, or Beaumassine. A number of Algonquian-speaking Malicete from Medoctec, meaning the end of the path, an important fur trading center located near the confluence of the Eel River and St. John River in New Brunswick, took part in the attack. Note, the other two significant native villages in the region were the Abenaki village of Norridgewock, present-day Madison, Maine, on the Kennebec River, and Penobscot, present-day Penobscot Indian Island Reservation, on the Penobscot River. The Indian force was divided into two groups to attack the settlement, which was laid out on both sides of the Oyster River. Villiers led the Pentagoet and the Medoctec/Nashwauks. The attack commenced at daybreak, with the small forts quickly falling to the attackers. In all, 104 inhabitants were killed and 27 taken captive, with half the dwellings, including the garrisons, pillaged and burned to the ground. Crops were destroyed and livestock killed, causing famine and destitution for survivors. After the successful raid on Oyster River, de Villiers joined Acadian Governor Joseph Robineau de Villebon as the commander of Fort Nashwauk, capital of Acadia. In 1688 much-needed ships had been hard to get, thus, when d'Iberville tried to take York Factory, in 1690, he was driven away by a larger English ship. In 1694 Frontenac gave him the Salamandre and Polly. D'Iberville reached the Nelson River on September 14. York Factory was captured in 1694, the fort was invested and on October 14, and it surrendered. The English garrison consisted mainly of traders, clerks and laborers, and they had not brought in enough firewood to withstand a long siege. Among the 53 men who surrendered was English fur trader and explorer Henry Kelsey. Note: Kelsey, age 17, apprenticed in London to the Hudson's Bay Company, HBC, in 1684 and departed England for Canada on May 6, 1684. He was posted at a fort on Hudson's Bay near present-day York Factory, near the mouth of the Nelson River on Hudson Bay. Kelsey started exploring in the winter of 1688 to 1689 when he and a First Nations boy carried mail overland 200 miles from Fort York to Fort Severn, another HBC post. He was described as a very active lad delighting much in Indians' company, being never better pleased than when he is traveling among them. In the summer of 1689, Kelsey and the same First Nations boy tried to find First Nations north of the Churchill River to open trade with them. Kelsey traveled inland for about 235 miles north of the Churchill, but returned without having any success. Kelsey returned to England in 1693, re-enlisted in 1694 and returned to York Factory. In 1694 and again in 1697, York Factory was captured by the French. Kelsey returned to England at these times, on the second occasion as a prisoner of the French. In 1698, he went back to the New World, this time to Fort Albany on James Bay. In 1701, he became master of a trading frigate, the Knight, in Hudson Bay, continuing the trade in beaver pelts. In 1703, he returned for a time to England. In 1705 Kelsey went back to Fort Albany as chief trader. In 1712, he returned again to England. In 1714 he made his sixth journey across the Atlantic Ocean, appointed as deputy governor of York Factory, which the British had recaptured from the French. In 1717, he was appointed as governor of York Factory and in 1718 as governor of all the Hudson's Bay settlements. In 1719 and 1721, he undertook missions to the Arctic, where he met with Inuit people and searched for copper deposits. In 1722, Kelsey was recalled to England. He died on November 1, 1724 and was buried on November 2, 1724. He was distinguished for his ability to establish good relations with Indians, which enabled him to be mostly successful as a trader. Continued, the post was renamed Fort Bourbon. Since it was late in the season, both the Canadians and their captives had to spend the winter there. By the time the ice broke up, many on both sides had died of scurvy. D'Iberville waited, hoping to capture the annual English supply ships. By September they had not arrived, so he left 70 men at the fort and sailed for Louisiana Rochelle with a valuable load of furs. D'Iberville's victory was nullified by two factors. The previous year, 1693, the English had recaptured Fort Albany to the south on James Bay. 10 months after d'Iberville left, 3 Royal Navy frigates under William Allen recaptured York Factory. In February 1696, Captain Pasco Chubb violated an assembly that was held under a flag of truce, by killing a number of the Abenaki chiefs who were present, including Micamac chief Aspenquid, whom was chief sachem of all the tribes of Indians in the northern district of North America, and whom had converted to Catholicism and drew many others into the faith. As a result, Aspenquid was made a martyr and became a saint. After the death of St. Aspenquid, Père Louis-Pierre Thury of the Foreign Missions, a liaison between the French and their Native American allies during the course of the conflict, officially, he was the French missionary, secular priest, to the Micamac people at Shubenacadie and Chibouctou, being the first missionary assigned to Halifax, but died before this project could be undertaken. Note, in 1689, Père Thury took part in the destruction of Pemaquid, after gaining great influence over the Abenaki people. In 1692, he took part in attacks on the English colony of York, Maine, along with Abenaki and French war parties. He later took part in the attack against Pescadao Oyster River, and was present with Joseph Robineau de Villebon and a party of Abenakis at the siege and capture of Pemaquid, present-day Bristol, Maine, by Pierre Le Moyne d'Iberville and Baron de St. Castin between 14 to 15 August 1696. In 1696 the King William's War was in its seventh year. The raid on Chignecto aka the naval battle off St. John took place on July 14, 1696 in the Bay of Fundy, off present-day St. John, New Brunswick. The English ships were sent from Boston to interrupt the supplies being taken by d'Iberville from Quebec to Fort Nashwauk, the capital of Acadia on the St. John River. The French ships of war Envieux and Profond captured the English frigate Newport, 24 guns, while the English frigate Sarlings, 34 guns, and a provincial tender escaped. D'Iberville sailed from Rochefort, Charente-Maritime to Quebec City, where he took on board 80 troops and Canadians, then proceeded to Havre-à-l'Anglois, future site of Louisbourg, and Cape Breton, whereat he embarked 30 Micamac, and departed for the St. John River. While at nearby Baie des Espagnols, d'Iberville heard 2 English vessels were in the Bay of Fundy and decided to attempt to capture them. On July 5, 140 natives, Micamac and Malicite, with Jacques Tester de Montigny, an officer in Les Troupes de la Marine, French Marines in Canada, and Chevalier, from their location of Monowogonish Island, ambushed the crews of 4 English vessels. Some of the English were coming ashore in a longboat to get firewood. A native killed 5 of the 9 men in the boat. The Micamac burned the vessel under the direction of Père Florentin, missionary to the Micamacs at Chignecto. Led by St. Castin, the tribes of the Wabanaki Confederacy, Abenaki Nation, joined forces with d'Iberville at Pentagouet. On August 14, 1696, d'Iberville led the siege of Fort Church. Fort William Henry. 500 warriors descended onto the fort in their canoes, and surrounded it, thereby pinning the English inside. This strategy allowed d'Iberville, who had arrived with 3 French ships, to enter the harbor and unload his cannons. They immediately began to lay siege to the fort. Captain Chubb refused to surrender. The assault went on until the afternoon of the next day. In the terms of his surrender, Chubb arranged for his men to be escorted to Boston and exchanged for French and Indian prisoners held there, but d'Iberville killed 3 of the soldiers before sending the other 92 back to Boston. The victory at Pemaquid was one of the most significant the French had during the war. The siege resulted in a retaliatory raid by New England forces on Acadia. The Avalon Peninsula campaign. After the siege of Pemaquid, d'Iberville and Sieur de Brouillon led a force of 124 Canadians, Acadians, Micamac and Abenakis in the Avalon Peninsula campaign. They destroyed 23 English settlements along the southern coast of Newfoundland in the span of 3 months, without serious opposition. Note, Jacques-François de Montbetot de Brouillon, a French military officer and governor of Plaisance, Placentia, Newfoundland, 1689–1701, and Acadia, 1701–1705, was born to a Protestant nobleman at Gascony and, While serving as captain of the French forces in French Canada, he renounced Protestantism and was baptized a Roman Catholic at Quebec in 1687. In 1689 he returned to France and became governor of Plaisance on June 1, 1690. While at Plaisance, de Brouillan defended the settlement 3 times against British attacks, in 1691, 1692 and 1693. During a visit to France in 1695 he was instructed to team up with Pierre Lemoyne d'Iberville. During the winter of 1696 to 1697, with troops in the command of d'Iberville, de Brouillan attacked, captured, and burned St. John's. With the death of Joseph Robineau de Villebon, the governor of Acadia in 1700, de Brouillan was given command of the government there in 1701, although the actual title of governor was not given until 1702. His poor health was evident during this period and he died in 1705. He appears to have been an effective governor both at Placentia and at Port Royal. His organization of defenses in these 2 posts was notable. He also promoted the economic growth of Acadia by developing the fisheries, logging the forests, and building ships. Continued the Newfoundland campaign involved a novel strategy, both a land and sea assault of the villages. D'Iberville attacked by land while de Brouillan attacked by sea. D'Iberville's strategy of attacking the settlement by land was the first recorded in Newfoundland and, as a result, the port villages were only prepared for an assault by sea. D'Iberville left Placentia on All Saints' Day, November 1, with his detachment of 124 men, soldiers, Acadians, and Indians. It was an 80 kilometers, 50 miles, 9-day march across the Avalon Peninsula. On the morning of November 9, the residents of Ferryland awoke to a frightening sight. On the horizon, emerging from deep within a wall of fog was a small armada of French men of war. When within range, the French began a bombardment of the settlement through continuous broadside cannon volleys. Sieur de Brouillan had begun the siege of Ferryland. The campaign continued along the coast until they raided the village of Heart's Content, a natural harbor located on the east side of Trinity Bay, which was used by migratory fishermen from England, the area being permanently settled from at least 1677. Over 100 English were killed, many times that number captured and almost 500 deported to England or France. The final 30 men plus women and children were holed up in a fort commanded by Irishmen. The occupants surrendered to the French. D'Iberville set out against Bay Bulls, a natural bay off the island of Newfoundland, using small boats he had taken in Ferryland. On his way Cape Broyle was captured on November 12. He then captured Bay Bulls on November 24, including a 100-ton merchant ship. Then, after a 3-hour march from Bay Bulls, d'Iberville met up with his group of 20 scouts who had been sent to study the approaches to St. John's. 2 days later, he encountered a detachment of 30 English soldiers posted on a hilltop near Petty Harbor, a small port just 8 kilometers south of St. John's, an area known for its scenery, icebergs, and whales. Note: the present town of Petty Harbor Maddox Cove is approximately 200 years old. It is nestled deep in the heart of Motion Bay, just south of St. John's. The site has been continuously occupied since at least 1598, predating the arrival of the Mayflower, making it one of the oldest European settlements in North America. On November 26, d'Iberville charged and the enemy surrendered immediately. D'Iberville and his men were in command. However, some colonists from Petty Harbor escaped to St. John's, where they alerted its residents. As d'Iberville marched into St. John's from Petty Harbor, English residents marched out the Waterford Valley, burnt wood, to meet and repel the French. A pitched battle occurred in the Waterford Valley and on the heights of Kilbride, November 28. Of the 88 English defenders, 34 died in the battle. The English broke ranks and hastily retreated to St. John's. As d'Iberville approached St. John's, the English settlers scattered. Many sailed away, others escaped to the forests. A number of settlers and soldiers took refuge in King William's Fort, the original headquarters of the British garrison in Newfoundland. Note, this signal disaster, and especially the consternation it caused in New England, at last stimulated the British government to provide a permanent defense force for the island. A strong British relief force of 1,500 troops reoccupied St. John's in the summer of 1697. They found the town abandoned, pillaged, and every building destroyed. That winter, 214 of 300 soldiers perished due to lack of provisions and shelter. The following year construction was begun on a well-engineered fortification, Fort William, which, when completed in 1700, had brick-faced ramparts, bomb-proof parapets, powder magazines, and proper barracks. Continued for 3 days, the French laid siege to the small fortification, which had been prepared in the city, where they held out for a further 48 hours. On November 30, the English commander, Governor Miners, surrendered on condition that the English were allowed to leave St. John's. The town and fort were burned to the ground. 230 men, women, and children were sent off in a ship and duly arrived in Dartmouth, England. However, a further 80 refugees were drowned when their ship foundered off the coast of Spain. After destroying St. John's, the French marched eastward on Torbay, December 2, and Portugal Cove, December 5 and January 13. Internal struggles between de Brouillan and d'Iberville over the spoils of war followed. On December 25 de Brouillan left for Plaisance, and the French burned 80 shallops in the harbour, January 2. The villages on Conception Bay were the next targets. Holyrood, January 19, was first, followed by Harbour Main, January 20, and Port de Grave, January 23. On January 24, 1697, 200 permanent residents of Carbonear withdrew to Carbonear Island and successfully fended off the French and Indian attack. On January 31, d'Iberville had only 70 men, the rest were dispersed in local skirmishes, holding villages and prisoners. Leaving Carbonear, d'Iberville then attacked Old Perlican, February 4, Bay de Verde, February 6, Hants Harbor, February 7, New Perlican and Heart's Content, February 9. In many cases the local fishermen had fled to Carbonear. There was an unsuccessful attempt at a prisoner exchange, February 18. Frustrated, d'Iberville then sacked Brigus, February 11, and Port de Grave again, February 11. Carbonear Island continued to hold out, but d'Iberville torched their evacuated settlement on February 28 before leaving. D'Iberville then headed back to Heart's Content before coming ashore at Bellevue Beach and walking in a small group across the Avalon Peninsula Isthmus. On March 4, he arrived at Plaisance, then picked up his spoils of war, his scattered troops and approximately 200 prisoners at Bayboul, March 18 to May 18. French attacks by sea on the remnants of the settlements continued into the spring, March 27 to April 19. D'Iberville never returned to Newfoundland. These raids devastated the English settlements of Newfoundland. Every English settlement in Newfoundland had been destroyed and the English colony had been depopulated, except for Bonavista, which d'Iberville did not reach, and the island holdout at Carbonear. Estimates of 80% of the families were killed, deserted the village, were taken prisoner or were deported. However, the English were able to recapture their Newfoundland territory in summer of 1697 with a strong relief force of 1,500 troops. They found St. John's and all the English harbours on the Avalon abandoned, pillaged, and every building destroyed. The English slowly began to rebuild and resettle. As a result of the campaign, the English government created permanent defences for Newfoundland. Previously the English had not built permanent fortifications or garrisons in Newfoundland as it was regarded as a seasonal fishing base. However, d'Iberville's devastating campaign had demonstrated the threat to the poorly defended colony. The following year construction began on professionally engineered fortifications at Fort William. The war continued for more than a year after the Peace of Ryswick, ending the 9 Years' War between France and the Grand Alliance of England, Spain, the Holy Roman Empire and the Dutch Republic, concluded between France and England. Meanwhile, Chief Madakawando had moved to Maduktik, a Maliseet Abenaki Indian mission village on the St. John River where he died in the 1698 epidemic brought by the colonizers. Major Church retaliated for the siege by going to Acadia and engaging in the raid on Chignecto. Chubb was tracked down by the natives 2 years later in his home in Andover and was massacred along with his family. The general ideology of Roman Catholicism and reform embedded within the Council of Trent can be traced to St. Vallier. His various construction projects entail common ideals in that his goal was to restore and renew power and authority in the Catholic Church as the main institution of administrative organization. In 1697, St. Vallier built a palace in Quebec for his clergy and as a place of hospitality. During the same year, he also established a nuns' monastery at Trois-Rivières. St. Vallier's zeal of religious activities and establishments stretched from Quebec, Montreal, Acadia, and Louisiana. His way of life embodied that of the ideals and obligations embodied within the Council of Trent. Hereafter successive volumes not extant. Grace and peace.